Friday. It's Friday. Welcome to Prosperous Living with Toyia on YouTube and Prosperous Living with underscore T on TikTok, where we deconstruct the Bible, deconstruct from our religions, deconstruct our mind, and build it back up again to have a very prosperous way of living. We are here to prosper in all that we do, and that comes with a change of mind, a change of the way we think. Because when we change our belief systems, which comes from the way we think, everything around us changes. Life becomes just easier. There becomes a flow state that happens in your world when you understand that this world, the things are happening because of the way you think. It all happens because of the way you think. So the Bible is a manifestation book. It is mind science. It is psychological drama. None of the people in the Bible ever existed. They're all states of consciousness. They're all personifications of the mind. The God of the Bible is the source, the creator, the cause, thought, the energy, consciousness. That's what the Bible is talking about. That's God, generator, operator, demonstrator of this truth. Some people will say destroyer. You can choose how you want to use that acronym. I use it to say generator, operator, demonstrator. We generate, we operate, and then we demonstrate this truth. And the truth is that everything happens to you as you believe. As you believe. Some things intellectually we are not all going to understand or know, and you should be okay with that. You should be okay with saying that you don't know something instead of trying to fill in the gap with, well, it's just God and nobody knows, and neither does God. Because if God knew, God would tell you. But the Bible is all about the mind. That's who God is. That's the God of the Bible. Your mind, your consciousness, your awareness. That's who God is. Generator, operator, demonstrator. Jesus is the personification of the I am, which you are. That's why he's put in the words. It was put in his mouth to say that I and my Father are one. What is that saying? I and my awareness are one. I and my consciousness are one. That's what it's saying. That you are not separate from your beliefs. Because as you think, so are you. As you think, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. There when we say man in the script, it's talking about humankind. So man and woman, men and women. And so if you want to understand how to manifest your desires, you can look to the Bible. You can also look within. You can read other books that decode scripture for you to help you get a better understanding of what the Bible is saying, how to transform your thinking. I offer free books in the link tree of my bio. I have the Daily Diamond Gems, 30-day transformation journey, as well as the four steps of manifesting. It's called the Recipe for Life. It is based off the Bible. It is specifically based off the scripts Mark 11:24, Matthew 21:22. Mark 11:24 says, therefore I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received it and you shall have it. That is how you manifest, and you're always doing it. You don't have to figure out how to do it. You just have to master it. And how do you master manifestation? Training your mind. You have to train your mind. Sorry, I don't vote. I don't participate in the government. So there you go. Now what? Sorry. My panel is, if you have to ask me, then that means no, you cannot come up. My panel opens up 10,000, 10K the easy way. If you're coming up to argue, no debating, no arguing. If you want to have a conversation, If you want to have an opposing view, it's going to require a galaxy. So if you want to come up and you have a galaxy, you can come up. Other than that, 10K the easy way, double tap the screen. Tapping is crapping on TikTok. Never scared. I just don't have anything to prove. Maybe you don't have $10. You ever think of that? Maybe you don't have $10. If you have $10, you can come up and have a conversation. If you don't have $10, just say that. That's okay. But this is pay to play. Unless you're coming up to talk about manifesting, enlightenment, awareness, conscious creation, manifestation, then yes, you can come up. 10K the easy way. If you want to bypass the 10K, it costs a galaxy. So I am streaming on YouTube as well as TikTok. Double tap the screen, like the live on YouTube. If you're new here, remember to subscribe to the channel. And we talk manifestation as well as deconstructing from Christianity and all religious organizations. Because now we understand that the mind is God. That's who God is. That's who Jesus is. Jesus is a personification of the mind, of consciousness, of your awareness. Hello. Good afternoon, Cheryl. Good afternoon. And so if you want to transform your reality, you want to learn how to purposely manifest, this is the channel for you. This is the platform for you. Understanding how to transform your thinking, because as you think, so are you, right? That's what the Bible reminds us. I am going to quote the script. I am going to refer to the script because the script is an eloquent way of telling you how to change the way you think. Philippians 4:8 tells you how you should think. Whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are true, honest, pure, noble, just, virtuous. If there be anything praiseworthy of good report, think on these things. That's how you think. Romans 12:2 tells you to be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, so you can prove what is that good, acceptable, perfect, and pleasing will of God. Who is God? Your mind. You want to please your mind because your mind is the creator in your reality. As you think, says Proverbs, I think it's 23:3, or maybe 18. Maybe it's chapter 18. It's one of those chapters. This is, as you think, so are you. It also in Proverbs, you will find life and death are in the power of the tongue. Those that love it will eat the fruit thereof. So your thoughts are the creative power within you. As you think, whatever you think about, you bring about. That's what makes this so simple. Whatever you give your attention to, you bring more of that into your experience. That's what this Bible is telling you. It's telling you how to master your thoughts. The 12 disciples are the 12 faculties of mind that must be disciplined by the Christ, which is the power and wisdom of your mind. It is the enlightened mind. It is for the awakened mind. The Bible is for the awakened mind. It's not for the sleeping mind. The Bible is not for Adam. The Bible is for the Christ. And so those who are still asleep as Adam, they don't understand the script, and that's okay. Let them sleep on until they awaken. Once they awaken, then they'll understand what the Bible is telling them. But you don't even have to be fully awake to understand that the Bible is telling you how to think. And as you think, so are you. People do it all the time. What you mean in those days? People have been doing it the whole time humankind has been around. In those days. 100, 300 years ago, 400 years ago, y'all thought it was right to own people. So what you mean in those days? In what days? Since human history? Or maybe y'all still think it's right to own people. Because what we talking about? What you mean in those days? They were called goody. You do it. People do it all the time. That's not nothing new. That's not a deep revelation. People change good and evil all the time. All the time. Just like men thought it was good to marry 7-year-old children and call them women. 12-year-old girls and call them women. 14-year-old girls and call them women. Men did that. Men called that good. And I'm talking about those testosterone, heavy on the testosterone. Yeah, I'm talking about males. They love young girls and wanted to procreate with 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds. We now say it's wrong, but there was a time that was considered good. So what time are you talking about those who call evil good and those call good evil? Y'all, it's a lot of ish that that human beings have called evil and called it good and now calls it evil, or have called things that were evil and now calls it good. So it's their body. Nature calls it good too. Have you ever heard of a miscarriage? Miscarriages, that's what miscarriages are. And nature calls it good too. Spontaneous abortions. Nature calls it good too. That's why women have miscarriages. So what are we doing? Good morning, welcome. Good morning. Double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. Yes, humankind changes what's good and evil all the time. You don't need a Bible to tell you that. You knew that. People know that. People don't even have to read the Bible to know that. People have been doing that all throughout human history. All throughout human history, people move the goalposts based on their belief system. And it's not going to change. It's been happening throughout human history all the time. You don't need the Bible to tell you that. You cannot use the Bible and just study history. And you would say, oh, we once thought this was good and now we call it evil. Oh, we once thought that was evil, we now call it good. It happens all the time. That's not a deep revelation. Everyone has the moral compass. The law is written on our hearts. You don't need a Bible to tell you that either. It's written on the hearts of man. It's written on the hearts of humankind. You don't need the Bible to tell you to be a good person. If you need the Bible to tell you to be a good person, then maybe you're the problem. I mean, I don't need the Bible to tell me to be a good person. To take from other people, to not pillage other people, to not grape other people, to not molest other people, to not use pew-pews against other people. I don't need the Bible to tell me that. But clearly some people do. And you got to thank their belief system that they have the Bible to keep them in lockstep. Because if they didn't have the Bible to give them morals, oh my goodness, what type of world would we live in? Thank goodness you have your Bible, because otherwise you wouldn't know what to do. That's not a good thing. All right, so then move along then. Why are you here? Never said you were a good person. Never said that. I never said you were a good person. Where did you get that from? I never called you good. What you doing? Clearly you do need someone to tell you you're a good person, because you thought I told you were good when I never said that. Never called you good at any point, at any time during my conversation. Did I ever call you good? So try again, booby. Try again. We'll move along, Gabrielle or Gabriel, whatever. You don't have to stop at my channel. Keep it moving. But better yet, I'll help you. I'll just block. Maybe I'll just mute you. I'll put you in timeout. What do I believe in me? I accept the Bible as psychological truth. It is mind science. It tells you how to think. I don't accept that any of the characters in the Bible are real. They are personifications of the mind, states of consciousness that every soul moves through. We are the cause of the good and the evil. Humankind are. There's no devil causing you to do the bad, and there's no God causing you to do the good. It's a choice, which is what most religions tell you. They tell you you have freedom of choice. So if you have freedom of choice, then it's not a God making you do good, and it's not a devil making you do bad. It's your free will. is what's in your heart. So you know what type of heart you have based on the choices that you make. But your heart can be transformed. You can decide to do good just like you can decide to do evil. And you don't have to give any outside source credit for that. You can take accountability and say, yes, I chose to be a good person, or I chose to be evil as fuck. Like, it's up to you. It's your choice. Yes, accountability. Take accountability for your actions, for your thoughts. That is what the Bible is telling you. The Bible tells you that you are ensnared by the words of your mouth. That's what the script tells you. It says, it is by your words are you justified, and it is by your words are you condemned. The Bible doesn't say it's God that did it or the devil. It said it's you. It said you are the reason. You're the cause for the calamity in your life. And I'm talking about adults here. We're not talking about children. We leave children off. We leave children, they got their own separate bucket because they don't get to make decisions in their life for the most part. They are under the tutelage of whoever is raising them. And so they have to suffer at the hands of the adults until they're of age of reason. But as an adult, you are accountable for your thoughts and your actions. Yes, the kingdom is within. Yes, it is absolute. It's my truth, just like your truth is absolute. What are you talking about? No one can convince you of anything else. Selah moments. I'm not here to try to convince Christians to stop being a Christian. I'm not on a Christian platform. I don't enter Christian spaces. I'm not here telling you to do anything differently than you're already doing. But you want me to accept your truth. You want me to believe that Jesus Christ died for the sins of the world, but I don't. No, girl, you stop. I'm not here trying to convert you. I'm not telling you, you're the one trying to make people believe that somebody died for the sins of the world, but yes, sin still exists. You believe that. No one else, like, but you know what? I'm gonna let you have your beliefs and I'm gonna move along. So thanks for stopping by. Thanks for commenting. You're helping the algorithm. I appreciate you, girl. Go live your best life. Do as my prompt says. Beloved, I wish above all things that you prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospers. Go and be blessed. Go live a best life. Go let your life be great instead of being on a YouTube channel that does not agree with your belief system. I don't agree with your belief system, so why are you here? Exactly. I'm holding space for seekers. This is not a debate live. This is not me trying to convert anyone. I'm not here to prove anything. Either you rock with it or you don't. And that's okay if you don't rock with it. So we're halfway there on TikTok. Double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. For me, as an unbeliever, Jesus Christ never existed. For me, Jesus Christ is an archetype and a personification of the mind, of the awakened mind, of consciousness, of those that understand that this world is a thought world and everything that we experience proceeds from thought. As the script says, in the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God. The Word was God. And then the Word becomes flesh and dwell among us, right? It becomes something we can identify with the five senses. And what does it say further on? All things that were made by the Word. And there was nothing that was made that was not made by the Word. Everything you see that man discovers or manifests comes from their mind, comes from thought, comes from the Word, comes from an idea held in mind. Everything that we experience here on this third dimensional plane that we created, it was first a thought. That's what the Bible is telling you. Everything was first a thought. Whether you think to cook something, whether you think to build something, create things, right? Cars, tablets, dressers, Anything made of wood, anything made of plastic, anything made of steel, copper, gold, silver, platinum, anything that we construct with our hands, it was all first an idea held in mind. That's what makes us creators, like the Bible says. That's what makes us made in the image and likeness of all there is that we have the ability to use our mind to create, to discover, to be innovative. do, 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 do. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. It's same cloud. Thank you. Oh, so we're halfway there. Don't forget double tap the screen. If you're new here, you're enjoying the live, don't forget to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. New on TikTok, hit that follow button. Double tap the screen. And we remind ourselves of the power of our own thoughts, the power of our own mind, the power of manifestation, that we get to command reality, right? This is something you're not going to hear in the pews, in your congregation, at your local church. You're not going to hear that you have the power to speak life over yourself, right? You're not going to hear that you are the God that you have been looking for. They're not going to hear Psalm 82:6 quoted. You're not going to hear John 10:34 quoted, right? And you're not going to hear Philippians quoted. Let this mind be in you that was also in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God thought it not robbery to be equal with God, but made himself of no reputation, right? So you're not supposed to be out here trying to make a name for yourself, right? You're supposed to be an example, be the light in the world to show people how to use their mind to create the reality in which they want to experience. Now, if people are not ready to receive this message, there's nothing you can do. You can't make people know this. You can't make people accept this. All you can do is show people. Be the example, be the light, right? All right, Miss Teddy, thank you. And so this is not a debate live. I'm not here to convince, convert, proselytize, dissuade, or persuade. This platform are for those who've already left Christianity or have left Islam, Judaism, have left, Hinduism, the religious part of Hinduism, not those who understand the Eastern mysticism of Hinduism and Buddhism. Those who understand, because all religions have their literal translations and have their mystic translations. If you're still reading those texts from a literal perspective, you're going to see the world as you do. When you understand that the Bible is mystical and all of those sacred texts are mystical, they're all pointing you back to the power within you. You won't read those books as literal history. You'll read them as psychological truth. You'll see the mystery hidden within them. You'll see that it's coded text. You'll see that it's all metaphors, allegory, parables, symbolism, right? You'll see that and you understand that you have to decode the text and you cannot just take it at face value. All right? Hey, pretty as Lene, welcome. Okay, it's not a religion. Okay. Not here to argue anyone's beliefs. It's whatever you say. It's not a religion, then it's not a religion. Okay. They have a lot of rules. They have a lot of regulations that are outward, that external. I know that it's talking about what's going on internally. All of those sacred texts are about what's happening in the mind and how to use your mind so you can be at peace, so you can experience prosperity, so you can experience success, joy, love, compassion, goodwill towards all men on this plane. That you don't have to wait to experience these things. You can have the peace that you're looking for now. You don't have to wait for an afterlife. You can have it in this life. And so if you're saying Judaism is not a religion, then okay, it's showing you to have a way of life, and they have a lot of laws and principles. The only law to life is the law of mind. That's the only law. There's only really one law. And that law is, as you think, so you are. It is done unto you as you believe. It's your faith that makes you whole. It's the same law, just said different ways. But there's only one law, and that's the law of mind, because the world is a thought world. The world is mental. Everything proceeds from thought. What you believe, what you accept. That's why you can't convince people against their own will, because they will be still of their own opinion still, right? You can't convince people against their own belief system. So that's why we don't try to do that, because it is a fruitless conversation, right? You can have this conversation with people that are open-minded, that are looking to hear and to understand, instead of looking to convert and to argue and debate. Hey, A-Town. How you doing, sir? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, everyone in the chat. Double tap the screen. Double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. Oh, you got to apologize for God. Why God can't talk to me himself? Is God scared of me? God got to go through you? It's interesting. God always got to go through people. God can, and if he could talk to you, God could talk to me. Like, what are we doing? Like, if God can talk to you, since he's real, he could also talk to me. He doesn't need a proxy. Why does God need a proxy? Y'all always trying to tell somebody what God is saying to someone else. I don't know why God always has to go through people. It's like, what? Oh my goodness. But don't be worried. Me and God good. Me and God, we like this. We like white on rice. We can't be separated. God and I, we like, man, we like peanut butter and jelly. Peanut butter jelly in a baseball bat. Peanut butter jelly. We go together. We will never be separated. We go together. We cannot be divorced. I cannot be divorced from God. Why? Because I am the Lord, and the Lord thy God, and beside me there is no other God. I and my Father are one, not two, but one. There's only one Lord, one faith, one baptism, and one Father, one cause of us all. Behold, I am the Lord thy God, and beside me there is no other. I am the Lord thy God, the Father. I am the God of all flesh. Is there anything too hard for me? No. God is not separate from its creation. God literally became its creation. God and man are one, not two. So I'm blessed of the Lord, of the law, and I am highly favored. The Lord is my shepherd. The law is my shepherd. I shall not want. Makes me to lie down on green pastures and leads me beside still waters. Right? My cup runs over. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, yes, it comforts me. I mean, either you believe the Bible or you don't. I don't think people I believe the Bible. I don't believe religion, but I believe the Bible. Religion, y'all on shaky ground. But the Bible, it's a whole nother ballpark. Yes, my yoke is easy and my burden is light. Hey, Elizabeth, welcome. Believe in or believe as? I believe as the Bible says. I accept it as true. I know it works when you apply it. I know the principles of scripture work when you apply it. Most people don't apply the scriptures though. Or as James says, when you pray amiss. You don't know how to pray. That's why you don't get prayers answered. Because you pray amiss. You pray and don't know how to pray. That's why your prayers don't go past the ground. They hit the ceiling. Because you praying outside of you instead of playing within. Right. No, he never existed. He's a character in the script. Like what? The character in the Bible was telling you that you and your awareness, you and your God are one, not two. That you were not here to worship God, but you were here to live as God. That's what the Bible is telling you. But that's okay. You don't have to receive it. It's okay. It's okay. Yes, holy. What does holy mean? It's impossible not to be holy. Be ye holy as I am holy. Be ye perfect as I am perfect. What does that mean? To be complete, whole, and lack no good thing. Unfortunately, religion tells you that you're broken, you're a sinner, and you're in need of a savior. Jesus never said you needed a savior. Give me a script where Jesus said you needed a savior. It's not there. Jesus never said that you were in need of a savior. No, that's what it means for me. Elizabeth, here comes. You're reading that out of context. You're reading that out of context. That's not what that means. No, that's what it means for me, and that's all that matters. That's what it means for me. So if that's how I interpret it, that's all that matters. And how you interpret it, you get to have that. I'm not here to tell you how to interpret it any other way than the way you see it. But for me in my house, I'm going to interpret it that way. I'm going to interpret the Bible as a metaphysical text, as a psychological one. That is telling me how to use my mind. It's telling me how to think, not just believe what some man said or what some pastor said or what somebody on TikTok or YouTube says. I'm going to say I'm going to take what it says because I've actually applied it. Like, it's not theory for me. This is not guesswork. It has been tried and proven. It has been tried and proven. Yes, but it's telling you that you're your own savior. It's not telling you that someone else is your savior. Ain't nobody coming to save you but you. But okay, if you think something else outside of you is going to save you, hey, do your thing. Do your thing. I know no one else is coming to say when I got out of situations, it wasn't because something outside of me did it, because I made different choices, because I thought better of life, because I made different decisions. As the person that you're talking about as your savior, he never claimed to do any of the work. He said, I of my own self do nothing. The Father within me is doing the work. When miracles were performed, he said, it is your faith that makes you whole. It is done unto you as you believe. He placed the responsibility on you, not on him. He never took credit for anything. Hey, A-Town, how are you?
Greetings. How are you? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Greetings.
Right?
Yes.
How
How
you
are
feeling today?
you?
I'm great. It's a
Beautiful.
beautiful day out there. Laying
Yes,
some
please make
errands, did
sure to
some
mute
work.
up when you come on the panel. Please mute your
Yeah,
microphones. Thank you.
I was actually gonna give a disclaimer for everybody coming up because you got a full house actually waiting for you. So I just wanted to really just let everybody know again, this is not a debate panel. You address the prompt. If you do have inquiries regarding the host's religion or her designation, you will need to send a galaxy. If you're willing to debate, you will have to send a galaxy in order to have any level of opposition. Okay. When you do come on the panel, let's go ahead and stay muted until you're addressed, until it's your turn. We do not, this ain't one of those ratchet panels where everybody's just coming to speak and just coming at a turn. We do have order over here. We do not, we accept everybody, everybody's welcome. But there will be zero tolerance for any disrespect, any hate speech, any type of sending to HE hockey sticks, whatever that is, none of that. We do not need your preaching, your prophesizing, any of that stuff as well. The host is, and I see people dropping off, so okay, that definitely clears them out. The host is also a is an author, so you can also catch her books in her. The link is in her bio. She also has a community where you can touch bases with her, tap into, the things that we're talking about here that you'll hear on the live. And Facebook community, ebooks, free as well. Don't forget that. And just tap in. Everybody, grab your daily heart me. Family, welcome. We love them. Y'all know who y'all are. And let's get this live to at least 50K so we can get it out to the algorithm. People want to know how they are the creator. People don't want to be boggled down with indoctrination, heresy, all that other stuff. They want to know how they are the creator. And everything. So this is going to be a lovely live.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for the PSA. Thank you for the lovely announcements. Yes, thank you. All right, so you have teacher-led schools. Welcome. You can unmute.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey guys, I hope you all are doing fine.
Oh, doing amazing. I hope you're doing well yourself.
No, I don't. I'm not here to preach. I'm just here to ask questions.
Okay.
How do you conclude that the Bible characters are not real? How did you get to that?
There is no. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter how I got to it. That's just what I accept. That the Bible, because it only matters to you that they're real. It does not matter to me if they're real. So I'm not going to debate over whether or not they're real or not, because I'm not trying to convince you that they are not real. That's not my job.
Suppose I tell you it matters to me because I'm a person of reason. So I haven't concluded that they're real. I haven't concluded they're not real either. I'm just curious to know, how did you reach that conclusion?
It just makes sense to me that none of the, I mean, it's all second, third hand, fourth hand information that we have in these texts. They're not unique in their storytelling. They come from millennial old ancient texts. They're just saying the same thing that all the other ancient writers said about the mind, about our existence here on this third dimensional plane. And it's just put in a story form. It's literature.
Okay.
They're all states of consciousness. I mean, you can get a concordance to find out what the original translation of these names are. I actually have a book called the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. It gives you the original translation as well as the metaphysical translation, but so does the concordance as well. It tells you what each name means. It's not a person. It tells you what each name means, which means it is identification.
From some of the studies I've read, because I've read a lot of those books and sources. So some of them, well, I have concluded that it makes sense to me that some of them might be mystical.
Okay.
But not all. I think some of.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Then that's when you get into muddy waters, because now you're going to say, how are you deciding which ones are real and which ones aren't? What is the separation now? Because now you're going to say, well, some of them are really real and some of them aren't real. So how are you identifying the real ones from the fake ones?
Common sense.
Common sense ain't so common. Sorry, common sense ain't so common. So, because to me, it's common sense to see that they're fictional characters, but for you, common sense tells you they're actual literal characters. So, whose sense we gonna use? I'm gonna use my sense and say they're fictional. You're gonna use your sense and call them literal. Ain't neither one of us wrong.
No.
For my life, they don't need to be real. They don't. Them being real does not benefit my life in any kind of way. It does not change the trajectory of life. It doesn't change my stance on scripture. It does not change the validity of scripture when I take what is said and applies it to my life. Them being real or not real doesn't change that.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to understand. So if they are all mystical and none of them are real, then how do you reach the other conclusion that the Bible is? You said you believe
psychological. The Bible is psychological. Psychological drama.
I'm just make that make sense for me.
Well, it can only make sense to you if you're open to seeing it from a different perspective, but it doesn't sound like you are because you just say your common sense makes it literal truth. And I just told you my
I
common
didn't
sense
say
makes
that.
it psychological.
I didn't say that.
What did you say?
You did say that, and please wait till the host is finished to start speaking. Let's not talk over each other.
No, but if I'm asking a question, I think, well, I'm getting the sense that it's just an argument, and I am not here to debate. I'm just here asking questions.
Well, you're not asking questions if your premise is, well, common sense tells me this. So you're not coming from a place of being inquisitive. You're coming from a place of, this is my stance. Now make me see it differently. And I'm here to tell you, I can't. If your stance is you already have a decisiveness about your thinking when it comes to the Bible. I'm not here to dissuade, persuade, proselytize, convert, convince you of any other opinion. If that's what you believe, don't be disingenuous, because to say that you're inquisitive about what I believe, you will come from a place of you will just ask questions. But you started your conversation off saying, this is my stance. I have common sense, and my common sense tells me that some of those people are real. Did you not say that?
When I said that my common sense, I was asking a question that you posed to me.
What was the question I posed?
You asked me how I reach a conclusion that they are real, which I never said.
I never asked you that question.
Okay.
I made a statement about, I never asked you a question.
Okay.
About them being real.
Say so.
I never asked you a question about them being real. I don't care if you think that they're real. I don't care.
If you say so, I'm not going to argue the point of this. I'm not here to argue.
Okay.
I've been listening to you for this is not the first time I'm on. This is the first time I asked to come and ask a question and speak.
Okay.
I always like what I was hearing.
Okay.
But now that I'm actually here asking a question,
But you didn't. But what was your question? Because let's get off the argument over whether you're asking questions or not. Just ask the question.
My question was what reasoning did you use to conclude that these biblical characters are not real? That's all I asked.
Okay, and didn't I answer that question? I said that none of the stories are unique to Christianity. It's remixed knowledge. These stories are not this knowledge that the mind is the creator is not specific to this book, to this text. Now, you may not have heard of this before. You may not have heard of this way of thinking when it comes to the Bible, but it's not new on any level at any time. All of the sacred texts all around the world are saying the exact same thing, that this world is mental. And so when you talk about, let's just take the 12 disciples in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is the personification of the awakened mind in bodily form. So he is representative of every being born of woman that comes to the realization that the mind is the creator. Because the Christ is not it's a name in the fact that it's a title, which means it's the nature of God. Christ is the nature of God, which is the power and wisdom throughout all creation. That's who Jesus Christ represents. And that is in every being born of woman that awakes to the state and realizes that they're God. Because that's what we say of Jesus Christ, that he was the Son of God, correct? We say that he was the Son of God. And so the 12 disciples are the 12 faculties of mind that has to be disciplined. So Peter being faith, you must discipline faith within you. James being the righteous judge, you must judge from a righteous place in your mind. Andrew, courage, which is the brother of Peter. They go together. It takes faith and courage to realize or to recognize anything you want in your world. James and John are brothers. John is love. In order to have righteous judgment, it has to come from a place of love. Judas, life conserver. Detachment. In order for Christ to be crucified, he had to first um discipline the life conserver, be detached from the earthly realm. And when God died upon the cross, it's your body. The cross represents your body. Stand up, stretch your arms out wide. That's the cross that God died upon and was buried in the place of the skull, which is the mind, and awakens in every man born of woman when it's time for the enlightenment to be, or that spark to be made alive in you. That's why I draw the conclusions that this Bible isn't real. It's telling you about the story and evolution of the awakened soul, the soul that fell into duality, and then the soul that awakens to oneness. From Genesis to Revelation. That's what the Bible is about.
Very interesting.
Hey, can I speak real quick?
Oh, no, you just came up here. We're not jumping the line because we just want to talk over your, a lot of people here before you.
You should now go on to somebody else because I think I got my answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Who was next, A-Town?
We got Master Michelle.
Okay. Hello, Master Michelle. How are you? How have you been?
Love and light, beloved. I've been well, enjoying this roller coaster ride of life. Oh, I'm being interrupted. Can you skip me and come back to me,
Yes,
please?
yes. Okay. Who was next, A-Town?
All right, we got K Ferg.
Okay. Hello, K Ferg. Welcome.
Welcome. What a blessing. What a positive, beautiful, blessed energy you over here displaying. I'm loving it. In just an exchange of knowledge, right? Not of challenge, but just an exchange of knowledge and trying to continue to be fruitful and let our minds multiply, right?
Yes.
The Bible speaks in allegories, right? It's not what the misconception and the disconnect is that they've used it to look at things outside of you versus it all speaking to the inside of you, right? So like when you spoke on the Jesus thing, it's about living in truth and living in righteousness. You will be persecuted. You will feel as though they're trying to tie your hands behind your back. You're going to feel as though they're sitting thorns on top of your head. You're going to feel as though they're stretching you out and nailing you to this and persecuting you this way and dragging your name and your everything through the streets and whatever. That's what anyone that is going to live for truth and live for the higher purpose of the Most High, that's what you're going to experience, right? So when you spoke on the 12 disciples, that was deep. I never expounded on that part in that manner, which makes total sense, right? That again, because everything is about the inner workings, the inner side, the inner you. And I also come to the conclusion once you, I like to say, tap in with the Most High, fully, energetically, and spiritually. I understood that there's no way in God's green earth that a man was put on this earth before a woman. It's just impossible. It's impossible. Everything, every time the Most High do anything, it's done. I don't even like to say he. I more so think it's feminine, but nevertheless, right? Every time the Most High does, because if you think about it, it's only woman that is strong enough to put something greater in front of her. Man would never do that. Right? Man would never do that. Only woman has that amount of power to seem powerless. Man would never do that. He has to flex. But nevertheless, so yeah, it's everything is done one time. So you got the whole story. You understand that God can have a baby out of a virgin. You do understand that that's possible. But in the beginning, all of a sudden, he had to put man to sleep, take a rib from him, and then add and pull the dust. And too many steps. Get out of my office, right? You know what I mean? It's when you're dealing with the Most High, everything is done one time. I make woman one time, impregnate her with the seed of man one time. Woman is the body and the spirit of the Most High. Man is the mind and the strength of the Most High. So you have most disconnects when you are operating within that connection. The spirit of the Most High, meaning that it can be beautiful spirits or it can be evil spirits. The mind of the Most High, it can be a clever, cunning, decisive operating, or it can be deceptive, right? It can all go from whatever level to, because everything is provided for you. That's your choice. Everything. Devil. How do you have a devil? How do I have a rival? If I'm the Alpha and the Omega, then where's the devil? How? How do you say I am the Alpha and the Omega and then tell me about a damn devil?
That part.
It don't even
But
make
the thing
sense.
is, the Bible never says that the devil rivals God, right? The
Well,
devil is
it says
always
it. I'm just taking
obedient,
perception.
right?
Okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. The Bible makes it appear as the devil is obedient to God. Never
Absolutely.
does
Has to
anything
be.
outside of God's will.
Anytime the quote unquote, and I don't even like to say the devil, right? I just say opposed energies, because all energies are available to you. Every energy. I didn't hold any from you. I didn't tell you you couldn't be quote unquote demonic if you didn't want to be. You can be. I give you everything. It's your children. No matter what they choose, you never turn your back on your children. You just don't. You may discipline them. You may want to see them disciplined. You may have to turn them in. You may have to, a lot of different things, but you never stop loving them. You never want to condemn them. You never want to destroy them. You never, that's not parenting, right? So everything is still within our mind to understand, but I love your platform for it. I love your platform for it, and it'll definitely be a lot of pushback, but this being the age of Aquarius, you're already divinely protected. So, you know what I mean? Just like with me, I move with no worries, no fears. I move in nothing but love. I know that I can't protect myself, but I take all the necessary precautions. I leave the protection up to the Most High. And then I live by let no one come in contact with me that I can't help or can't help me. And then it keeps everything else away from me. It's just your energies, your auras that you live in. And I think you got to get very keen on pushing how music and how you operate in your private time plays more on your energy than anything. Like how you operate or what you listen to, conversations you have with people, all of these things vibrate. All of it vibrate. And it's a universe. We're all part of the whole. Every last one of us is part of the whole. Nobody's set aside. Everybody's part of the whole. You play a part of the whole. Everybody. Everybody. Ain't no separations. As soon as you start seeing separations, you're not of the Most High. The sun don't decide where it's not going to land. Don't do it. Oh, they not good over there. They get no sunshine. No, y'all get. You all get.
Well, how can you ever be separate from the Most High? Impossible.
It's impossible because you're all part of the whole. So there's no separations of that. You could liken it to almost everything has to line up factually. Whenever you're talking about the Most High, everything has to operate in truth. The Most High does not go against truth and laws. Laws and truth governs everything, right? What is true? True is you've seen everybody that you know on this earth come out of a woman. So now how you come up with some other stuff? You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't, right? So if we like in terms of people of color, to destroy a people or to destroy a nation of people, you have to destroy their women. And then once you destroy their women, then the women will destroy everything that comes from them. Right?
Sound like we putting it back on the woman. Okay, if you say so.
It's not. No.
That's what you. Yeah, you saying that I'm not responsible for nobody else's detriment but my own. Sorry,
when I
not
say
doing
that,
that. Sorry, not
no
doing that. I'm not responsible for no one's detriment but my. It's to thy own self be true. To thy
to
own
seek
self be
thyself be
true. To
absolutely.
you,
So
you are
if
rewarded for your own works, no one else's.
facts, but me knowing that, let me say it in this manner. Me knowing that, know what level I have to be at protection for her. Because I know that this is
I don't
where
need a man's protection.
it all comes from.
That sounds patriarchy. That sounds like patriarchy. You still stuck in the system. Women don't need protection from nobody. We don't need a protection from a man. That's the problem. Because the men are the problem. You need to protect me from you. Because the only you will be protecting me from is from another man. Why do I need to be protected? Like, what is going on? Like, no. That I don't get into those kind of conversations because that's not what I'm leaning towards. I don't lean towards that. They're the only God that you're in search of. You need protection of is you. Everything comes from you. Everything springs from your own consciousness. You get to have whatever you say. That's the only law I know of. The law of mind. It is whatever you say it is. And after that, everything else is commentary. Everything else, now we just arguing about, well, this is this and this is that, and it's only what you say it is. Because the only story you telling is your own. You don't get to tell my story. You only telling your story. That's the only story you get to write is your own. You don't get to write nobody else's story.
Facts. And within my story, I am the God protector. And I'm entitled to that. And
Yeah.
that's what I choose to be, and I shall always be.
Okay. Yeah. It's your story. It's your world. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So
Yeah.
I guess I'm very sensitive to that, how she's portrayed, how she's done, how she's operated, I'm sensitive to that. And maybe that if everybody had the same fight, there would never be an argument, right? If everybody had the exact same view, we would never disagree, right? So
the only reason why there would be a disagreement is because you're looking for validation. You want someone to agree with what you're saying. If you don't need someone to agree with what you're saying, it would never be an argument. You would just be okay with someone not agreeing with you. Like, oh, okay, I see it from there, and that's cool, and then you move along.
Well,
the only argument comes in when you're trying to prove a point, and you want someone, and you're looking for someone to be in agreement with you.
Well, if we look at argument versus it in not a negative sense, right? A negative argument is two combative people. Okay. I'm not speaking from an argumentative point of being combative. I'm speaking from a argumentative intellectual battle, right? Where you exchange in a argument form, which is technically how communication should be done. But nevertheless, it's not in to dismiss or disregard what you're saying. It is two minds coming together to learn from one another through argument, right? And argument is just exchanging of thoughts. That's all it really technically is supposed to be, an exchanging of thoughts.
So how is that different than a conversation? How's that different than a conversation then?
You say it again?
How is that different than having a conversation? Because that's what a conversation is, an exchange of thoughts, right? We're having a conversation.
Well, a conversation absolutely can be an exchange of thoughts, but usually argument is two positions. The conversation can generally be within the same position or the same, whatever they can exchange and share within the same aspect.
To me, people only call a conversation a disagreement or an argument when the other person doesn't agree with everything you're saying. Then now it's a debate. Now it's an argument. Now it's an opposing view. Now it's, instead of it still just being a conversation, I'm sharing my thoughts, you're sharing your thought, and it's okay that we don't agree. It's okay that we don't share the same views. It could still be a conversation. And it could just be us just sharing our own point of view and being okay with the other point of view.
I mean, at the end of the day, that can be considered semantics. But I'm looking at it from if we were in legal court and you were to argue your case and I was to argue my case, right? That would be that you would express your full beliefs in what you believe, I would express my full beliefs in what I believe, and it wouldn't become to it wouldn't come to a, well, let me disrespect yours in order to make mine relevant, or disrespect mine to make yours relevant, right? It would just be an exchanging of what our facts are. Whatever our facts are, that would be the argument, that we're laying down our facts as to why we came to this particular conclusion. They would lay down their facts as to why they came to this particular conclusion. And usually in that argument, if you're working with, and my experiences, if you're working with people who are there to come to to have something resolved versus just willy-nilly, just recklessly speaking, then yeah, we generally come to some form of resolution or some form of understanding. It generally happens that way. Somebody maybe comes to a different epiphany, a different understanding. And for me, it's never a problem because I subscribe to truth. So if I believe something to be true and I find out and you can express to me and show me that what I believe isn't true, I can easily abandon that and follow what's true, because my allegiance is to what's true, not just to what I believe.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not here to disprove anyone's truth. I can give a different perspective of my truth, and let you see it from a different point of view, but never am I trying to get you to agree to it or accept it. Right? It's not about acceptance, because when you give the example of being in a court of law, well, at the end of these bringing forth your argument, there's a judgment at the end. Someone's going to be deemed right or wrong. So the judge is going to decide whose case, who gave a better presentation of their argument or of their case. And then at the end, someone's going to judge, oh, I agree with you or I don't agree with you. What I'm saying, it doesn't have to come to that. It could just be, no one has to agree. Why do someone have to agree? Because my truth, if it's my truth, you're not moving me off of that. I don't care what you say. I don't care how much evidence you present. I don't care how convincing you are. If I'm going to stand on what I accept as true, I'm not going to be moved because someone else comes and say, well, this is a better argument of it. Because it's my truth. And I don't need my truth to be your truth.
I don't think, I don't know, in that regard, if that's your view, you're entitled to that, right? I'm old enough to know that you'll never be heard where someone doesn't listen, right? So I, leave things where they are. Right?
That's my whole thing. I'm not here. This is the difference between you and I. I'm not here to change anybody's mind. This is for this platform is for people that's already on this wavelength. I'm not looking to convince anyone of anything. That's not my point that's not my purpose here. My purpose is to share. Either you agree with it or you don't. You don't agree with it, it's cool. You do agree with it, that's fine too. It doesn't change. It's not going to change or affect me personally. I don't get changed because you agree with what I'm saying or you disagree with what I'm saying. I'm just sharing what I accept as true. And I'm okay with people not agreeing with me. I'm okay with that. I find that most people don't like when I don't agree with them, though. I don't understand that part. I'm like, well, I don't have to co-sign your belief system. If you truly believe what you say, it should matter not what I think. What I think should never matter to you. Never. Because what you think is never going to matter to me. Because I stand on mine. I'm not here to sway anyone.
Well, I'm not, again, if you felt as though I was trying to sway, that's not my.
No, I'm just talking. I'm not talking about you in general. I'm talking about you in general. Not you specifically, in generally. This is not personally about you. I'm just talking in general. We're just having a conversation again.
Right. In general.
So when I'm talking, this conversation is not just happening between two people. This conversation is for everyone that's in the chat. Everyone that's on YouTube, that's on TikTok. So I'm never just having a conversation with one person, ever. unless I'm on a private telephone conversation. Then I'm only talking to that other person. But when I'm on live, I'm talking to everybody in the room. It's never to anyone specifically, ever, unless someone is personally asking me my advice. But even then, I draw the line with you asking me for your advice because I'm always going to come back to the place, what do you want? What do you say? Do you know who you are? Do you know what you want in life? Okay, then lean into that. I'm never here to direct someone to what they should or shouldn't be doing. I'm here to help people realize what it is they want to be doing and then do that.
I understand that. I think mine is I share what's been revealed to me, right? That's my out or my put out is that I share what's been revealed to me. If it doesn't resonate, before I communicate, I generally tell people, hey, treat it like a plate of food, eat what you like and leave the rest, right? And if anything that I say, and I even tell my children this, anything I tell you, do your own due diligence and research, right? Even if I tell you, go do your own due diligence and research, because the truth has no issue with being questioned or examined. It is only the lie that creates frustration and havoc when questioned and or examined.
But what's a lie?
What is a lie? Something that can't stand the test of time. Something that cannot be proven to be factual. That is what a lie is. It cannot stand the test of time and it cannot prove to be factual. If I said that, when I said me coming to the conclusion that woman was born first, it was the Most High taking me to the lakefront and making me focus on the trees and the water and the land and showing me how it was symbolic to woman and how everything that grows from the earth can feed, as everything that grows from woman, she can feed. In order to take something from the earth, you have to pull it up and cut the roots. In order to take something from woman, you have to cut the quote unquote umbilical cord, the root, right? And then she can feed whatever she produced, just as the earth can feed whatever she produced. So it made me understand and see things in a connection of truth. When a child is born, when you take it to go get an ultrasound, you're waiting to see if it turns male. It's already female. So you're waiting to see if it is going to become male. Everything comes female first. So truth became my way of getting closer to the Most High through truth. So that's why whatever is told to me, I'm never offended. I instantly compare it and see if it aligns with truth. Not just my truth, but truth, and truth will be explained.
Yeah. So where we differ is, and then I'm gonna go to the next guest, is that I am the Most High. So I am the truth. I am the way. I am the life. And a lie is only a story that you tell. That's all a lie is. It's a story that you tell. And it depends if the person that you're telling the story to, if they accept it or not. Because that's why people believe the lie. Because people want to believe the lie. They love the story. Because a story is usually told with emotions. And if people can get you to be emotional about the story that they're telling, they get you to believe in it. And then people act based on that story that they're being told, whether it's a true or the lie. It's whether it sounds good or not, if it's convincing, if you articulate it, if you're confident, if you're charismatic. People don't care about lies versus truth. They care about what makes them feel good. They don't care if it's true or not. They care about how it makes them feel. Because most people make choices based on feelings.
True.
So I don't get caught up in the truth or a lie, because it's the story that you're telling. Because as Michael Jackson said, the lie becomes the truth. Hey, a Billie Jean is not mine. Let me stop. The lie becomes the truth. A lie can become a truth. So in the beginning, it was a lie until it became factual. That's the law of assumption. Though a thought, though something you say, you have no evidence of, you keep talking about it, it becomes evident in your world. But you can't, right? Because like you could say, because the truth can be somebody is poor right now and they telling that they're rich. Well, factually, to the onlooker, they are poor, but they're telling people, no, I'm rich. You don't understand. I'm rich. I know you don't. You're not rich. You don't. Blah, blah, blah. In their mind, they're rich. They keep telling the lie that they're rich. That lie becomes the truth.
I also stated,
I'm gonna. I know what you say. We got you. We got you. I'm just gonna go on to the next. I'm gonna go to the next person. But I appreciate the conversation. Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely.
I enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you. I believe Silas is next. Welcome, welcome,
Yes,
welcome.
Silas.
And thank you, everyone that's on YouTube. I am on TikTok. If you're looking to join the conversation, you have to come over to TikTok to call in. It's Prosperous Living with _T. You can find the link in the description on my channel. Thank you for joining. If you're new to the channel and you're enjoying, please hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. And again, if you want to join the conversation, come over to TikTok, Prosperous Living with _T. Maybe don't forget to double tap the screen. Let's get to, okay, we got almost 70 folks in here. We got over 65 people. Let's get to 40K. 40K the easy way. Double tap the screen. You're enjoying the conversation. You're enjoying the live. Tapping is clapping. Thank you. Hello, Silas. Welcome.
Hello, brother and sister. Get him. That's all I can say. Get him. Because the truth has to reveal itself. We're no longer in darkness anymore with the light. And you know, we have to shine every time. So, the truth is always the truth is waiting in you. It's up to you to reveal it. And you are doing it, sister. There's things you say. I used to say that since I was a kid. But I never knew, I was sure about it because I was doubt, because I was raised in the Catholic Church where I was doubt myself. When I said something, I wasn't sure about it, right? Can you imagine if 1 billion people in this earth like us, like you, and knowing who you are, they no longer have control over nothing, especially when it comes to religions. The brother said something earlier. I must say a little comment about that. What I do know is a female energy. Indeed. And the other day, a male always have a female in it. Because you are. That's why you don't say goddess, you say God. Because you're the mix. You know what I mean? You the she, you the he. So you don't say a goddess. No, there's no such thing of that. It's God. You are God. You are God. That's why those hypocrites, excuse my language, I'm going to say it bluntly. Those hypocrites did not want a woman to know, to control, to rule, but they don't know. From the beginning of the earth, woman rule, woman control. And they do a better job than men. And that's reality. So it's a yin and yang. Do you know me? I don't have no question. You know, I don't have question. I'm always coming with my thought without no. And you absolutely. I'm not here to agree with anybody. I only agree with what I know. Mm-hmm. That I am. That's my truth. And it revealed to me every time. Let me tell you something. I want to share this with you. A couple of weeks ago, after I was in your live, we talked. We have a good conversation, right? And I went to sleep. I saw the whole sky full of moon. Full of moon coming down bright. And I see the main sun, the moon, what you call the sun. Guess what? I see a woman, a female, appear. And she go like this. She showed me in her face with her hands. And I was so excited. You know what I mean? Every day I see things. Every day, you know, it's like the more you connect it to the collective with the right energy. When I come to your life, I picked up good energy. Trust me. And I make sure I send good energy back to you. That's what God does. That's what God does. We're not here to come. You know, nothing you were saying earlier. We're not here to convince anybody. That's your truth. When you're the light, you flip that switch. You flip that switch. You don't flip it just because you want one person to see. It's up to them. Because you know you're that light. You're the electric, you're the electron. You're the energy. So, I'm not going to say too long, but, I'm going to stay, I'm always come. If I'm there, I'm going to support, I'm going to top the live. But let me tell you something. I'm excited. Do you know this morning, I went on the place this morning, sister. Something I can hear the voice tell me, talk to these two young black kids. I call them black kids, But when I start talking to them, they both start crying. And the lady comes and said, you know what? God sent angel walking around here. Nobody know who they are. And that's reality. You all come from your creator. I come from my creator. I know who I am. You know who you are. That's why we know. Everybody who knew, they will not doubt what you say. Because only God can know God. That's my saying. We're not here to argue with nobody. It's up to them. Because Yeshua never forced anything on nobody. Never. First of all, when you say Jesus does not exist, some people don't know what you mean by that. And even Yeshua himself will say, no, I'm not exist, but I listen to them anyway when they call that name. You know what I mean? So you create you. The Bible is real. Because I read it, I learned how to read English and literally read English in the Bible. I didn't speak no English when I come to America. In the Bible, I know how to read the King James Version Bible. I have it. I read it. I can literally read a chapter in the Bible. I can see what happened in somebody's life. All right. So you're not ordinary. Trust me. You're not crazy. Whatever you're doing is you're doing your duty. What you come to do. I hope our brothers and sisters woke up and knowing you are the Christ, you are the Jesus, you are the one, you are the Messiah. We have the ability, but some of us just rejected it. We doubt it. And once we doubt it, it's your mind, it's your plan that you doubt your own self, nothing's going to happen for you. I command anything I want, life. I'm sick, I don't believe in sickness. Something hurting me, I touch it, you got to go. You got to go. You create your own strength. You create your own energy. You create your own doctor. And it is possible. Is it simple? I don't think so. It's not. And then in order for you to become that God, that you got to be ready, and you got to go to experience and go to different places. People would reject you. You don't want to, especially religion, they don't want to question.
Relentlessly, and wherever he passed, blood flowed and war.
They don't want to question. When you question things, oh no. You're not supposed to question that. Do you know I used to go to church, they kicked me out? Sister, that's the truth I'm telling you. They kicked me out. Oh, you come to make these people lose more. I said, no, brother, you're losing them. Tell them the truth, if you know the truth. Tell them they are God. Tell them they are the spirits. Tell them their body is just a vessel. Tell them the infinite. Death to exist. Once you know that, you're untouchable. Of course, you come to experience, in a human experience, you're going to live, this body going to live someday. You go back where you belong. But your spirit going to live on it forever. Thank you, my sister, for listening to me. Yes. I thought I would share. Tomorrow, I'm going to go live tomorrow.
Okay.
And you know, when I'm up, you're gonna come up. But I would love one day for you to come up, and say something, because I have different community. You know what I mean? I got Haitian, Caribbean community, Africans, different people. It's a good life. It's a good, it's gonna be a good connection.
Nice.
I love you. Hey, I love you, brother. It's always discipline, it's always love.
Absolutely. Love you too, Silas. Thanks for joining. Thanks for sharing.
Indeed.
People get caught up on truth, like people don't lie every day. I don't know what this being caught up on truth, what truth is. Truth, like people people act like people don't lie every single day. People tell stories, tell narratives all day long, and people got their panties in a bunch about a lie. Lies happen continuously all the time. And I think people are upset because they believed the lie. And now they mad that they fell for the okie doke. They fell for the lie. Just dust yourself off. Get over it. Discover your own truth and live from that. You'll be okay. You've been lied to before, you'll be lied to again. That's life. People gonna always tell you a story. You just have to stop putting your trust in man whose breath is in his nostril. Then you won't have to worry about the truth or a lie. See, you don't have to worry about a truth or a lie when you're not trying to get validation for something outside of you. Then it does not matter if someone's lying or if someone's telling the truth. It doesn't matter to you because you have the ability to accept it or reject it. People don't think they have a choice when somebody gives them a story. Just because they sound convincing, just because they sound articulate, just because they sound educated and scholarly, and just because you want to put all of this, put them on a pedestal. That's the thing. Take people off a pedestal. Then you won't have to be worried about being lied to. You'll make your own decisions based on your knowledge, based on your research, based off your knowing, trusting in you. Then you don't care what nobody's talking about. It doesn't matter to you what someone else is saying. Hello, Edward. Welcome. You can unmute.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing great. I first of all, I like what you're doing here. We're sitting here with Jesus in the mind, but I would like to share my experiences because your experiences is what really sets you aside from all others, and your experience don't lie to you. So your experience, I believe, is how God talked to you. Let me start. I'm 48 years old, 22 years married, 7 kids, combat veteran, and whatnot. A little bit of my story would led me to coming out of the mindset of religion and Jesus and the whole perspective on what you're speaking about. I totally agree with you. But my experiences coincide to everything what the Bible was saying. As far as when it talks about everything works together for the good for those who love God. So many things have happened in my life that at the time it may seem bad, but every single thing worked out in my favor. And when I look back at the trail that my past left behind, and I can understand the things that led to this and the things that led to this, everything worked together. It's kind of like when you're walking in love, you're walking in God's perfect timing. The person I opened the door for happens to be the person that owned the building when I was going to go get a job. And I happened to open the door for that guy and not only helped him open the door for him, I helped him grab the rest of the stuff that, the rest of the stuff he had in the truck. And he asked me what I was there in the office for. I was here for a job application. This was back in the day when you actually had to get a job application, So, and in my life, everything that even me being married 22 years, all my kids is by my wife that I met in the military. Our last baby was a home birth that me and my wife did at home with no midwife. It was just us. But I used to be a youth minister before. I grew up in North Philadelphia. I started selling drugs when I was 11. And a lot of things that happened growing up. I was a different kid. I thought everybody thought the same. to a degree. It wasn't until I really got older, like yesterday, that I realized not everybody thought like I thought as a kid, and because I was always amazed about how things work, like how it's made, and my favorite game is chess. I'm like a master at it, it's just like I always been amazed at that. So as a kid growing up, when they used to say, as a kid, I was born in '78. So like growing up, they say you can be anything you want. And I used to look around my neighborhood and I say, yo, like, you mean to tell me the crackheads that I see every day choose to be that? And my brain still said something ain't adding right. I looked at my family, it wasn't really nobody, it was either crack dealers or crack users. And I said, hold on, like something is gone in my head, like I don't know, other kids looked at it. And it wasn't until I remember when I was 13, we had to write a report about what you want to be when you grow up. And that moment going to school, I can think about it like it was yesterday because it changed my whole mindset by me changing like, damn, like what I'm going to be when I grow up. Because I used to be a drug dealer early, like when I was 11.
I know. Don't take us through your whole life journey. Let's shorten the story a little bit. I get it. You used to be a drug. Okay, so where are you now? What's going on now? What's happening now? What space are you in now?
Like going to the war, when I got out in 2005, I began to ask the question, what really happened over there? Because the things that we did not make sense on what they was telling y'all at home. Mm-hmm. So I began to, and that's when I first found out about who the Illuminati was, and I started really digging deep into that. And I started understanding on how much control that they had on society for more than 2,000 years. Back in Jesus' day, they was called the Pharisees and Sadducees. See, they changed their name through time, and it was the same people through the Knights Templars, that from King Solomon. King Solomon was the richest man that ever lived because he had the wisdom, and the Bible talks about how kings, but anyway, they broke into the temple and that's how all that came about. But as I started looking into like the Illuminati, I didn't believe in God for a while. Then I started understanding that Jesus was saying the whole time that we all are gods. Okay. I don't believe that Jesus even existed in that way because I recently came to the conclusion that like the afterlife, he was preparing you to escape the 7 gates of passage through the afterlife. Because once you believe that you are God and you die unknowing that you're God, you're not the same as everybody else because you get stripped from your identity before the rebirth. Because after you die, you go through 7 different gates and it's there to strip you from your identity so you can forget who you are. Jesus was somebody who remembered who he was, and he was born from the point from birth knowing that he was God.
So wait a minute, is Jesus real or Jesus not real?
It's real to whoever, like you said, that who man believed in his heart, so is he. But like
okay, but you said you don't believe that he was real, but then you went on to tell the story about. So I'm confused. So do you believe that he's real, or you don't believe that he's real?
I believe the message that it is real because somebody from the past, like you can debate about real or not real all day, but the message. I think the message is being, people forget about the message that we all are gods. That's why he say, be holy as I am holy. And another scripture in the Bible says, no one is holy but the Lord thy God. He was hoping people catch on. People did catch on, but they have to change the message and praise the messenger to hide his message. Okay. And, and everything,
Yeah, I agree. Yep, I agree with that. Yep.
And by doing so, you lose the ability to escape the 7 gates of passage on the afterlife. So you get reincarnated constantly into this cycle and you can't move on to your next existence.
But my thing is, I want to focus on the now. To me, that gets a little more into the religious minded when you start talking about what happens after this place. I want to focus on what you're doing while you're here. The now is all we have. I don't know about all that after we depart the body. I want to talk about how can you live your best life now?
But the now is tomorrow.
Can I piggyback on that real second?
Hold on. We have someone ahead of you. Right. But when you get to talking about the 7 gates and passing through and all that, are you experiencing that right now?
No.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So let's keep the conversation because I wanted you to tell us what you were doing now. But it's like you want to talk about the past and you want to talk about the future, but not the present moment. Like, how are you applying what you know about scripture? Like, what are you applying with? Because you said that people worship the messenger and miss the message. So how are you using the message for your now, the present moment? Right now, not after you die, not when you were 11, 12, 13, but now you are where you are. You came to a realization that the Bible is a book about the mind and all of that. You recognize that you should be applying the message and not getting caught up on the messenger. How has that like transformed your reality or your life?
As me being a father of 7 children, you know, that's given me mad faith in myself. I started understanding that the enemy is in me. Okay. The enemy is within myself. When you destroy the devil within self, there is no devil within your reality.
Yes.
So I don't. So when people see the world as a bad place, I don't see the same. God always put me in people where they, you know, I'm running to good people all the time. Mm-hmm. So it's like when they look at the people, I had to re-examine. Like when they say, "Hold on, the world is a bad place," I said, "Hold on." For some reason, I'm not getting that. Mm-hmm. I'm running to good people. Yes. Because I'm in that perfect timing where that's the reality that I'm living in. You know, so everybody is living in different realities at different moments in their lives. You know, so what's true to you, you know, may not be true to you, but will be true to you later. Mm-hmm. You know, yeah. So for me, you know, like I said, I gave birth to my daughter in the home because I started, after I'm seeing me, you know, cut the umbilical cord to all my kids. I only had one baby mom, by the way. You know, so like as I'm looking in the hospital, I said, hold on, I can do this at home. This don't seem, I said, hold on, we don't need this. And I ain't like the way they was dealing with my baby in the hospital. It's like you coming from a darkness, and a triple stage of darkness, and they got all this light. So I'm trying to dim the lights. I wanted to pick candles in the hospital instead of the bright light, and they talking about no. And I'm like, yo, you in the belly of the beast. You know, and like all these people touch my baby first, and they don't love my baby. My baby I don't want my kids to be born with these people without nobody in the room love my baby. You know, so I wanted to do it at home. You know, unfortunately, it was my first one, and my baby was born butt first. You know, but my wife believed in me. She said, "I think you can do it." You know, and I said, "Well, I prepared myself. I did the knowledge. I started learning how to do a CPR to an infant. Mm-hmm. You know, I looked up that information. I bought the stuff just in case, like the CPR mask to give the baby oxygen. Okay. Because when you're doing CPR for a newborn, it's not about chest compressions; it's about oxygen. You know, so I started relearning, and by me educating myself, I began to have faith in myself and and I needed that to say, all right, we're gonna have the baby in the house. You know, because when my wife was pregnant with her, we thought she had a miscarriage. She bled a lot, and we was crying. We thought she had a miscarriage, and then she went to the hospital, and they said, no, that baby is in there. I was like, so what was that? You know, so they said maybe she had twins, and one of them, she didn't have the body for the twins, and the body gave out on one of them, and so the other one absorbed all the nutrients it doesn't. But anyway, the baby survived, and she's here. She's a pretty girl, you know. Her name is Indigo. Beautiful. You know, and it gave me, you know, and I start understanding that destroying the devil within self. I don't have no devil in my reality, right? Because I killed the devil within self.
Yes, beautiful, beautiful, love it. Thank you, thank you so much for sharing, Edward. Thank you. Yes. Thank you guys on YouTube for sharing, for keeping the conversation going. Yes, I know we have some people that oppose the view of what we're sharing here, and that's okay. They're here for a reason. They may not know that they're here for a reason, but they're here to hear it, even if they're not aware that they're here to hear it. All right? Because no one comes into your experience by accident. No one's here on this live by accident. It's all for a purpose. It's all in the plan. Hello, I'm going to go to the next caller. Hello, Winifred. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you.
I came on the live because I seen your topic. The Bible, you say the Bible is a manifestation book. And I'm a Christian and I don't go along with that theory that you have. And we all here to agree and disagree, and I don't believe that that's accurate.
All right. I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you right there, Winifred. In order to continue this conversation, if I talk to Christians that have an opposing view, it requires a galaxy. So we can have the conversation, but it requires a galaxy.
What do you mean?
To gift me a galaxy on TikTok in order to continue this conversation.
A galaxy?
Yes.
What does that entail? What do you mean, galaxy?
Have you ever been on TikTok lives where you see people gift people?
Like roses and things like that?
Yeah, but it's called a galaxy. It's a $10 gift. Oh,
I see. So you on this subject as for money?
No. Only for this. This is not a Christian live. This is not a debate live. But if Christians want to debate me, pay to play. Because I didn't charge anyone else. Everyone else that are on the same path, this platform is for them. It's not a Christian live. It's not a debate live. I don't ask Christians to come up if they want to debate me, if they don't agree with me. But if you want to have the conversation, then yes, galaxy.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because I used to be a Christian. I don't need to hear the Christian perspective. I used to be a Christian. I used to teach Sunday school. So I already know the Christian perspective. I'm not here to argue your beliefs with you. You get to have them. But if you want to argue my beliefs, then it's going to cost a galaxy.
Oh, wow. So you're making a profit off the people?
No, because if you don't pay it, I don't profit off anything, and the live will continue. If you drop and you don't have this conversation, the live is going to keep going. I'm going to keep doing the lives. I'm going to keep having the conversation. It just won't be with Christians.
So you're perpetrating a fraud.
Okay.
In other words.
Okay. Whatever you say.
I see. Well, it was good talking to you.
All right.
I hope you keep making money off of.
Like, what are we getting? Like, I'm not making money if you don't pay. Like, what are like? You have to actually pay for me to make money. But oh, thank you everyone for liking the live on YouTube. If you're new to the channel and you're enjoying the channel, please hit that subscribe button. If you would like to have a conversation on TikTok, that's why I accept callers. You can get the link in the description on my channel, TikTok, Prosperous Living with _T. I'm not debating with Christians about their perspective, about their belief system. If you want to have the conversation, you can gift me, calling me a fraud and all of that. You don't got to pay the money. And then you can go about your merry way. But if you really want to have the conversation, you really want to share your thoughts, yeah, that kind of keeps Christians at bay. Except on YouTube. I got to give it to the YouTubers. If they want to get their point across, they will gift me. They will send a snap. They will send, what is it called? Snapchat. No, what is it called? A chat. Super chat.
Super chat.
I'm talking about Snapchat. They will definitely send a super chat. So it seems like it's only people that maybe, their money may be a little funny. They have a problem with it. And that's cool. That's cool.
So, yeah, the point is, Miss Winifred, and I see her trying to come back up. It's not us making a profit off anything.
We don't need to explain it. We don't need to. I already explained it.
Okay.
I'm not explaining. I don't need to explain anyone. If you want to give $10, then we can have the conversation. If you don't want to give the $10, you can go into your Christian chat and y'all could talk about Jesus and y'all love for him all day long, all day strong. This just ain't that.
I'm sorry. I have to come up. Okay. What I'm gonna say, right?
As long as you're not speaking to the Christians, as long as you're not coming up to speak to what just took place. Because I don't want to continue the conversation. I move past it.
We don't want that energy. We're not working in that energy. It just so amazed me when you tell the truth, right? And somebody gonna come to convince that it's not true. And that's their job. You know what I mean? And that's why I come about there. I was there, I listen. But it's so amazing how did she go to school to the church in pay tithe? I bet you the pastor playing around. Huh?
Hey, the toxic.
You teaching, you giving wisdom, you giving knowledge.
It's not for them, and I'm okay with that.
Why?
It's not. I'm not here to try to get Christians to leave their faith. That's not what this platform is about. I don't even here to bash them. I'm here to speak my truth in how I interpret scripture. That's all this platform. And those who have a background in Christianity and recognize that the Bible is not a historical text. It is a psychological drama, and take the principles of the script and apply it to their lives, and they have seen a transformation in their reality. That's all. After that, I know that, because when I was a Christian and you came and told me this, I wouldn't receive it either. So how I can't condemn them for not hearing it, because if I was still a Christian, I wouldn't hear it either. I wouldn't hear it either. So I'm okay with them not being receptive to it. I just decided that if we're going to talk about it from their perspective, they're going to have to pay a tithe. Just tithe me if you want to hear it. You know, it's just something that you tithe anyway. So I'm just telling you to give me the tithe. If you want to come have a conversation about it. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, how y'all doing?
Oh, hold on. We're doing good. Hold on. Let me speak to my mod that came up on the platform. Then I'll come to you. Hello, Toxic. How are you?
Well, hello there.
Hello.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, love that. All is well here. I'm about to literally head out the door.
Oh, okay.
But I'm still here.
Okay, cool. Thank you for
Let y'all
joining.
know
Thank you for the
I-
support always.
Oh, period. Always. I can't not support.
Beautiful.
Speaking truth over here. Just had to say that. Period.
Okay, we have Giovanni. Is that how you say it? You can unmute.
Yeah, it's Giovanni.
Giovanni. Sorry, Giovanni. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, I didn't know what was going on in terms. I'm just popping on. I'm just kind of reading the stuff. So, I am of the persuasion of not just combating and stuff like that. Just kind of want to see or hear what is the perspective of what you are, sitting on or something like that. I mean, my belief system, I've been in ministry since 2001. So, okay. I mean, so I am always going to be a listener about what is going on and see what is a person's premise towards what they are believing. So that's the reason why I'm on here. So I just kind of want to get some clarity on that, because I know I'm reading, it says right here, Jesus never exists. And then it says Jesus is the mind. So first of all, do you have a Christian background?
Yes, I used to be a Christian.
Okay.
I used to be a Sunday school teacher.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Left Christianity about I always say anywhere between 2007, 2009, somewhere in there. It's kind of foggy, because I left one church and went to another church. Right. And then I totally left it altogether.
Okay.
Yeah, in 2018 is when I came to the realization that the Bible was not a historical text, that it is a psychological drama. So that's my stance on it now, that none of the people in the Bible ever existed. They're states of consciousness. The Bible is a beautiful story from Genesis to Revelations about the fall of the soul into duality and then awaken to sonship or to the God state or to the enlightened state or to the Christ consciousness. However you want to say it. It's many ways to term. Some people say the awareness, some people say awakening. There's many ways to say it.
Okay.
So how can you talk to him and not talk to me?
Because he's asking questions and he didn't come up saying that I was wrong and how I said he's looking to have a conversation and you weren't. You were coming to preach. And there's a difference. I'm open to a conversation. I'm not open to preaching. If you came with the same mindset that he came up with, wanting to understand my perspective, that's different. Which is that's what he's doing. He's wanting to understand my perspective as opposed to condemning my perspective without even having a conversation.
Correct. Yeah, and that's the main objective. I think that once we do that, then at the end of the day, everybody, if they know well, they will pray about anything, and they will wish people well and hope that whatever the case may be, that we all, because we all are human, we should carry the grace of love and understanding at the same time. So that's the reason why I'm on here. Like I said, I just wanted to get an idea about what is going on, because at the end of the day, it's so much out here, and I know that what I preach and what I do is still good for me to get educated on where people are and what people foundations is. So that was the premise of me asking the question. So at the end of the day, that's basically it. So as far as with Yahshua or Jesus, that you just believe that as far as with the consciousness of Christ, the Christ consciousness, but not the actual not the
personhood of Jesus, right?
Okay. All right. That's it.
Okay.
I didn't know anything else, but I appreciate it. You guys have a blessed one.
Okay, you too. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It could just be simple as that.
Yes. So, Winifred, if that's what you came back up for, is to have a conversation. But if you want to preach and tell me how wrong I am and oppose me, then yes, you're going to have to gift me. So, yes, we talk about transformation of the mind here, because we understand that everything streams from consciousness. Everything is about our thoughts. Everything's about how we think. What we think about our world is how we will experience it. And so if you want to have a different experience in this reality, you have to have a different belief system. And how do you create a different belief system? By changing the way you think. As one spiritual person said, Abraham Hicks says, a belief is just a thought you keep on thinking. So if you want to have a different belief system, you have to think different thoughts. That's what formulates your belief system.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
How do you feel about the Holy Spirit?
Everyone has it.
The Holy Spirit of God. How do you feel about that?
Everyone has it.
Everyone has the Holy Spirit?
Yes. We're born with it.
Even those that don't believe in Christ?
Yes.
You believe that?
Yes.
And you believe that there's no heaven or no hell?
Correct.
And there's nothing out there other than what you can see, hear, taste. That there's no other reality.
Never said that. Never said that.
I'm just asking.
I don't agree with that. I believe there are things that we cannot see. Everything comes from things we cannot see. That's what the Bible tells you.
But
everything comes. I never said that. See, you're not listening. So
okay,
again, it's like you're coming up to debate me. Because I said that the Bible is mind science. I use its principles and apply it to my life. The Bible is truth. Religion is not. For me, religion is not truth. For me, the Bible is. I do not make them one and the same. I separate them. I say the religion takes the Bible as a literal historical text. I do not. I take the Bible as psychological truth, that it is mind science. It is telling you how to use your mind. It is telling you how to pray. It is telling you how to manifest. Because we all manifest, but it's telling you how to be purposeful when manifesting.
You don't believe that in Christ? A question.
I believe we all are Christ.
You don't believe Christ went to the cross?
No, I do not believe a man named Jesus, born 2,000 years ago, died on the cross for the sins of the world. No, I do not believe that.
And you don't believe in the Trinity either?
I am the Trinity. You are the Trinity.
The Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit is the Trinity for us.
I know.
So
everyone is.
And what do you believe?
That everyone is the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Okay. I'm trying to put this where I won't think I was preaching at you. Do you believe in the resurrection of Christ?
I am the resurrection.
She already said she didn't believe in the resurrection of a literal Jesus. So let's put two and two together here.
I was asking her.
And I'm telling you, she already answered that question.
Well, I want to hear it again so I could get a clearer definition of what she was saying, ma'am.
You're right. The chat says you got to pay the Galaxy. They saying your time up. They're saying that you're not.
One more question. One more. Are you an atheist?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So she tried it.
How many times you gotta answer the same thing over and over again?
Right, you ask it 10,000 different ways. Like, wait a minute, I just not make sure I gotta understand it, and you're not gonna ever understand it because it's not your time to. But that's okay.
No, I love the chat.
The chat like, she trying to backdoor her way into this conversation. They're like,
Right.
she needs to get it.
Yep.
She needs to get it.
That
Galaxy.
Nothing under the table. This debate over here. You could have paid to play. Don't try.
I love y'all. I love y'all.
Chat don't never fuck it up, okay?
They don't. They're like you tried it. Nope. That's funny. Okay, we have. I think I is it Mateisha? I can't remember. I think I remember you coming up here, but I think I'm mispronouncing your word. You can unmute. Oh, they dropped. Okay. Let's see. Because we're all about mastering this mind, right? So we have Boglo. Is that how you say that? Hello, you can unmute. How do you pronounce it?
Hi, Toyia. My name is Boglo.
Boglo, okay.
Anglicized pronunciation, so I'll take it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Like I was stumbling. I was walking the streets of TikTok, and I saw you live, and I'm very much interested in what you're talking about.
Okay.
And I'm here for you to educate me on something.
Okay.
What really got me to stay was when you mentioned metaphysical. You try to say Christ metaphysically is the mind, and 12 apples or metaphysical discipline. I love what you're saying, and I was wondering, do you have a series or is there a framework for you to kind of explain it? Because my thought process right now is I'm going through some personal manifestation journey myself.
Mm-hmm.
I've been coming up on things like quantum
physics,
quantum metaphysics, and talking about we having a consciousness, then we have a subconscious, and then if we want to manifest, both of them have to be aligned because the conscious is related to better wave, the subconscious is related to alpha wave, emotions, and magnetic wave, magnetic waves that are 50 times more powerful. Mm-hmm. So their thinking is, if you have a thought, the thought is to visualize, and then the heart with your emotions is to amplify. Mm-hmm. And so what people do when they manifest is that they say something with their mind, but that's their conscious mind, but their subconscious mind is always saying something else. And because the subconscious mind is more powerful, it is what the subconscious mind, or what your emotions are day to day, is what you really manifest. Mm-hmm. So for my Christian background, which is I'm becoming more and more agnostic, I'm thinking, first, I first said, you know what, leave this Christianity stuff. It got me into a heated argument with my family, blah blah blah. So you know what, guys, I'm not gonna debate this with you. But I'd rather keep quiet to myself. But now, if you are bringing, based on what I'm hearing you say, you sound more like a bridge between going way out there into purely metaphysical and way out on the other side, which is purely Christian, to some middle ground where there is a metaphysical interpretation of the Christianity. Yes. So that's why I said, if you could enlighten me further, maybe the framework of how you think, because I did submit a request if you have this in a series form on YouTube, so I don't want to take over the whole live.
Oh, okay. So I have thousands of videos on YouTube between my shorts and my long form content. If you start maybe in the beginning, I started my YouTube channel 2020. I didn't come very serious about it until last year, though. Maybe last year and a half, I got really serious about it. And every live I've ever done on TikTok, except for maybe 2 or 3, are on YouTube.
Okay, so that's a fallback position. But if you could just educate
yes, and then I also have free ebooks on the link tree in my bio. They're free. Okay. That you can download as well. So I know you're talking about heart, mind. How do they say it? Coming together. To me, heart and mind are not separate. They're one. So I'm going to say something differently than what you've probably heard about metaphysics. I say your feelings don't fucking matter. I say they don't matter. I say the subconscious mind learns through repetition. I give examples of when like in the States, or if you watch television anywhere and you have advertisers, right? Do they care about how you feel when you're watching McDonald's talk about it's so good, or Dr. Pepper or Pepsi? They don't care about your feelings. They keep showing it over and over and over and over again, so eventually, like, damn, I want some McDonald's. Damn, I would really like some KFC. Damn, unless you really don't like it, then they can't persuade you, right? Like if I don't like broccoli, I don't care how many times you show me broccoli, I'm just not going to eat it because I don't like it, right? So when it comes to impressing your subconscious mind, which is the womb of creation, it does not push back. It is never going to question what you give it. It just tells you, be consistent about it. So the Bible says in James that a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. The reason most people don't realize their manifestation is because they give double instructions. They impress the mind, the subconscious mind, being double-minded. They'll say they want wealth, they want more money. Then as soon as a conversation comes up about money, they complaining about it. They're talking about how hard it is. Look at inflation. Did you see how much that bread costs? How are you claiming wealth and then at the same time speaking of scarcity? That's double-mindedness. You're not being consistent with your subconscious mind, and your subconscious mind isn't going to argue with you. So it's not going to do anything. It's just going to keep you experiencing the same thing you've always been experiencing because you have not had a shift in consciousness. You haven't had a shift in your mindset. So if you want to experience something different, You have to shift your mind. Now you have to feed yourself. You every day you got a choice of what you're going to consume mentally, right? What you consume on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, on your television, if you watch television, on your streaming services, what you talk about, how you can come to the realization of what you really think. I don't know if you heard of Neville Goddard. He's great about the self concept, because your self concept tells you who you are. And if you want to change the self concept, you have to be willing to do a mental assessment with no judgment, which means you're going to take some moments and set aside some time in your day, and you're just going to listen to your thoughts with no judgment. And just be like, and you're going to come away knowing that you're kind of negative for the most part. You kind of look at life from a pessimistic standpoint, and that's okay. That's okay. Now you just know, now I got to change that. I have to change the way I think, because I've had my default setting has been being pessimistic. Now I want to transform that, like the Bible says, be not conformed to this world. So now this world is your current reality, what you've really been thinking all your life. You got to be, you cannot conform to that reality anymore. And that reality is based in pessimism, being pessimistic, negative, operating in limitation, operating in doubt, worry, complaining. You can no longer operate from that state of mind. Now you got to be transformed. How? Now you got to renew those thoughts. Now you have to do what Philippians 4:8 says. Whatsoever things are lovely, true, just, honest, noble, virtuous, of good report, anything praiseworthy. Now you got to think this way. You have to do a total revamping of the way you think. This is the mastermind. You have to now master your thoughts. It's a change of identity. You're completely becoming the version of you that you say that you want to be, whatever that is. Whatever you're deciding that you want to bring, that you're calling forth into your reality, you have to act as though that you already have it. This is where the law of assumption, right? You're going to assume that it's already true. Not that you're waiting for it to be true. You're going to assume it's already true. And so the book that I have in my free book that I have in my bio that's based on manifestation is called The Recipe for Life: 4 Steps to Manifesting. And I based it off of Mark 11:24 and Matthew 11:21. Mark 11:24 says, "Therefore I say to you, whatever you desire," which is decide, that's step 1. When you pray, that's step 2. Prayer is acknowledgement, thanksgiving. Believe you received it. That's step 3. You have to accept it as a fact. You have to make it true for yourself. And then step 4, do nothing, and you will have it. The way, nobody knows. I don't know how, and I don't know when. I just know it's already so. Because I'm acting as though I've already received it, it must show up. And we naturally do that. We naturally do that. We do this all the time.
I like your submission there, because it goes to your 4 steps. What the quantum physicist was saying, you call it as a place called the 0 point fail, where you conceived something. They don't call it. They don't use the Christian or the spiritual, but they try to use scientific ways, but it basically means the same thing. They say you conceive it, then it goes to, which is visualization technique. It's review. Then you imagine it, which is your creative force, which is your subconscious mind, and the way it sticks is that you must feel yourself as already having it, and then you stay in that space, and at some point it seems as if nothing is happening. No, what you're doing, the physics say it's called the 0 point field, where like nothing seems to be happening. But no, actually from darkness you get light. And it's kind of comes in consonance with what the Bible says when it says the day, how the days were counted. Was the day first, the night first, before the day, and one day. The way the Bible writes it, it says day first, the night first, then day. That was the first day. Night first and day, that was the second day. Like that, you could check it out. So that's why I'm like trying to say, okay.
Yep. It's like planting a seed in the garden, right?
Yeah. You don't know what's happening, but you see.
But you know what's happening. You know the seed is taking root, even though
exactly.
you can't see it, right?
Exactly. Like a 0 point. So then.
So does the seed care about your feelings?
They said
does a seed does a seed in the ground care about your feelings?
The way they explain it was like the seed is kept, the feelings are the soil where the seed should stay. That means you have this concept, you must keep staying in that emotional state that you have it, that you already have it. Because if you don't stay in that emotional state,
so okay. The emotional part. Yeah. I just know I never manifested anything from being emotional about it. Never, ever. I've never manifested things because I felt good about it. To me, it's about a knowing. Okay. But a knowing isn't something that you emotionalize, right? It's not something about being extremely happy or excited. It's just an ease, like you're easy, right? Like you're not worried. You're taking no thought because you're not concerned about how it shows up or when it shows up because you know it's already done.
So when you're going through life, because what they were, I'm here for education. What they were saying is that someone said, okay, you, one of the sessions I was listening to said, okay, people will also ask the question, why is it if I say I have it, why doesn't it appear immediately? Because it says there's time, horizontal time, and then there's vertical time. Horizontal time is the physical time that we expect things to go from the quantum realm to the material world. The material world is dense, so it takes time. So what they say is during the time is manifesting, what do you do? Because doubts creep back in. You get what I'm saying? Doubts creep. Oh, you said you manifested, but it didn't happen now. It didn't happen tomorrow. It happened yesterday. When will it happen? And like the Bible says, Peter was saying, people kept saying, Jesus is coming back. Jesus is coming back. And he kept telling them, a day with the Lord is like 1,000 elsewhere, something like that. So they were trying to give a quantum explanation to say is that you are going through the horizontal time, and that what you need to do is to stay in the presence of your prayer. Let's call it prayer. But the only thing that anchors it is the feelings you have of you having. So let's say you say you want money, you want it to be wealthy. How does it feel being wealthy? You feel relieved. You feel no bills, no pressure of bills. That feeling is what you should anchor yourself on through the horizontal time until it comes. That's what I'm saying. That's their interpretation, and I see yours has a place. And the extreme right is quantum physics. Extreme left is the Bible as a story or religion, and your part is in the middle to say metaphysical and Bible together. So that's why I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah.
And if there's a way.
And I'm not saying, let me clarify. I'm not saying that it's wrong to use emotions to manifest. I'm saying they're not needed. Because see, emotions is just energy in motion. When people talk about emotions, they're talking about your feelings, right? If you feel good about it, if you feel sad about it, if you're happy about it, or if you're depressed, that doesn't matter. Your feelings about it does not matter. It's about what's impressed upon you. It's about what's impressed upon you, not about, because it's about attention. It's about focus. When people talk about frequency and vibration, they're not talking about your feelings and your emotions. And emotions, again, is just energy in motion. But isn't energy always in motion? Energy is never at rest, right? So we know emotion, energy, and motion. Then energy is never at rest. It's always in movement. It's always in motion, right? That's why it says, I never sleep nor slumber. I'm always aware. That's your subconscious mind. That's the womb of creation. It's your feelings that does not matter. No one cares if you're happy about it, but you. No one cares if you're mad about it. People have been sad and angry and still got their desire. People have shown no feelings and got their desire. People have been excited about it and got their desire.
I have a question, real quick.
All right, thank you so much. I'm gonna
noticed.
go through your link tree and see if I can get the ebooks. And then I appreciate your time.
Yes, but hold on. You don't have to rush because we're going to go in order. And if we can't hold the mic until someone's finished, then we're just not supposed to have a conversation. But I don't want to rush you along because I've had longer conversations than this with other people. Just know that I've had very long conversations with people. So I'm not trying to rush you off the conversation. And again, I'm not saying that my word is bond and this is the only. I just know for myself, emotions does not play a part for me. I don't try to get this feeling of excitement in order to manifest. I just have, to me, knowing has nothing to do with my feelings. Me knowing something is because I've trusted it in the past, because I've experienced it in the past, because I know that my word is sufficient. The Bible says that your word is all that's needed. In the beginning was the word, and then the word was with God, and the word was God, and then the word becomes flesh. Feelings ain't in that. They don't got nothing to do with feelings. Jesus said, it is my words that are spirit, and they are life. The word is sharper than any two-edged sword. It's the word. It's what you speak. It's what you say. It's what you think. It's your ideas that's held in mind. Because your word is a picture, and a picture is a word. They're not separate from one another. So when you say, oh, I imagine, it's not necessary. You can, because your word is the picture. Just like your pictures are worth 1,000 words. You can visualize it or you don't. I don't visualize. I don't have to visualize. Some people do. You have to know what works for you. So if you think emotions plays a key part in you manifesting, then continue to emotionalize it, which means continue to feel a certain way about it. But here's the thing, when you don't feel good about it, then what? If you can't get the feelings of feeling good about it, then what? Does that mean you now can't have the desire?
The reason why I say that is because sometimes, like right now, I have a target. I gotta raise some sales target, and you know, following the manifestation and praying, I say I already have this target, and then something else says, yeah, right. I'm like, why are you second guessing yourself? Yeah, right. And I was like, okay, I'm saying it, I prayed it, but I'm saying it and I'm holding it. When people ask, are you gonna make it? I say, yes, I am. And yes, I have made it. Just watch this space. I keep saying it. And then my mind keeps saying, some little voice says, yeah, right. You said that before. Now that part is what I'm trying to get an explanation for. So if I prayed it and I said do nothing, and I know I'm just not doing, like you said, just keep.
So this conversation reminds me of Jacob and the messenger. Do you remember that? And Jacob wrestled with the angel of the Lord. He said, I'm not going to let you go until you bless me. Right? So you cannot let the thought of already having it, you can't let it go until what? It is impressed upon you. And then it will bless you. Well, how did we know he was blessed? It said it touched a certain part of his body, right? And it was about a release happening. That's when the ease of knowing that it's so happened. It makes us think of, when a man releases himself. That's what the Bible is saying. But that's that sense of tension has gone away. The ease has taken place. And now I know that this is true. So you don't let the thought go until it blesses you, because the messenger of the Lord, or the angel, is that telling you you already are it. And it's the devil, the doubter, the deceiver, the father of lies is saying, no, you're not. And so now you have to decide who you're going to listen to, who you're going to loose and let go. Are you going to let go of the devil? Are you going to loose Barabbas, the thief, and let Christ be crucified in the body so that he may be resurrected, which is your desire, shall come to fruition? You got a choice to make. Who you going to let free? You going to let the thief? You going to let the thief go, or you going to let the desire live? That's what you.
I'm trying to learn something. I got a question.
No, you do this every single time you come up here. Let the man finish his conversation.
I just have a question. That's all.
No. Sorry, he annoys me every time. He does this every single time.
Okay. You know, this is my first time. So what's gonna happen, Prosper and Toyia? I may, if you don't mind, I may just hit you up in the DMs because I gotta go back to work. Like I said, what really made me stay was when you talked about the metaphysical interpretation of Jesus being the mind and the disciples being disciplines. I really love to.
Yeah, read. You said you heard Neville Goddard. Neville Goddard has a book called "Your Faith Is Your Fortune." There's a chapter in there where he breaks down all the 12 disciples.
Faith is your fortune.
Your faith is your fortune. Because that book is really for those who came out of Christianity. He's going to break down Christianity from a metaphysical perspective. So he's going to talk about the I am. He's going to talk about the crucifixion. He's going to talk about Easter, Christmas, the 12 disciples. He's going to break down the 23rd Psalm. It's another book that he breaks down. I forget it. It's the Christos. I forget what it is. Monte Carlo. Monte. Is it Monte Carlo? It's some book that he breaks down too. So, yeah, that's a really good book.
Got it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Meeting. Please don't be a stranger if I do send you a DM.
Okay. Oh no, I won't. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, Maud.
Yeah, it's a great conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, back with new content. What's your question?
Yeah, you said a lot of interesting things. I noticed that you quoted the Bible a lot, just to make your arguments and your points. My thing is, why should I believe anything you said when
you shouldn't?
When you said that,
you shouldn't.
Right? When you said
you shouldn't.
I know, right?
Ever. So you don't even have to finish the question. You should never believe anything I say.
Right, because you said it says right here, Jesus never existed, but yet you quote in the Bible. When God said, if you don't believe Moses, then you don't believe me. So if you can't use your morality from the Bible, just use your worldview. Don't use the Bible.
He does this every single time. I wonder why
I don't even remember him, so that's why. I mean, I'm glad you did, but I don't remember him.
His stupid face in his car, sitting in his car looking like a hobo. Sorry.
I ain't mad at it. I'm not mad at it. Okay, we have or. Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Hello, welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, great. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful, thank you. So, I just want to start just about me. I'm Jewish. Personally, I believe Jesus is similar to the golden calf, and it's I mean, with Christianity, it's something that was constructed by the Greeks, and I think that's important to keep in mind. And ultimately, the way I view Torah and the way that I view like all religions around the world is it's a set of mathematics.
Okay.
And it's we should all have the mathematics that align with who we are, and it's all about nature. And it's interesting. So there's something called are you familiar with the tabernacle or the Mishkan?
I mean, I've heard of the tabernacle, yeah, because I haven't been a Christian in years, but yes, I'm familiar with the tabernacle.
Yeah, it's interpreted really differently in Judaism.
Okay.
But basically what it is, it's a model for how to construct our consciousness and how to construct. So if there's like a multiverse theory, what's the perfected multiverse in our opinion? And there's the menorah. And the menorah has 7 lights. And the 7 lights are lit by the oil, the olive oil, and the olive oil is representative of 8. So there's 7 cycles in nature, and there's 7 colors, and there's 7 notes. And what elevates nature is the oil that corresponds with the 8. And dependent on how we structure our thoughts, we can shape the oil and what the oil is receptive to.
I like that. Okay. So you don't take, do you take the Torah as literal history?
It can be a lot of things. There's a lot of ways to interpret the Torah. I believe it's literal history in a way. It's a book of transformation. It's so.
But that's but that's what I say about the Bible. The Bible's a book of transformation.
But it's a transformation to a different state. I believe the transformation in the Bible is shown through the cross, whereas the transformation in Torah is one, in my opinion, more towards going beyond the imminent 7 to the 8. And it's interesting because I believe, so if you look at Egypt is an amazing empire, and the way the Torah is written in Hebrew is a lot different than it is in English. Mm-hmm. But in Egypt, people believe that reality was created from the self, whereas our view that's different is that reality emanates from the creator. And the more that you follow the blueprint of how the creator works, the more you'll be able to shape reality to a higher collective vision.
I believe that's what the Bible's saying too. The cross is just a symbolism of man, of mankind. Your body is the cross. It goes horizontal and perpendicular, right? Vertical and horizontal, right? So I believe that they're saying the same. I don't read the Bible as a history book. I read it as about the mind, and it's telling you, based on some of the things that you were saying about how to create a harmonious experience here on this plane, when you take the principles of the scriptures and apply it to your life. See, I don't take that any of those people in the Bible, even the Pentateuch, I don't take any of those people as existing in time and space. I believe we are creators like the creator, that we are an expression of the divine, and we create with our mind.
I agree. And I believe everyone in humanity is different, and I believe that's beautiful. Mm-hmm. And I believe the essence of life is divine, and there's this idea of logic. So I love to learn how to think. It's called Zep-Tepi. It was popular in ancient Egypt. And how it works is basically, instead of dividing up something you're learning about, going to the source. And what that means is the source is the Bem, which is the shining light. And so from everything, you can find that light from within when you're learning about the light. And when you think about the baby in a womb, the first organ to form is the heart.
Beautiful. Yeah, I believe the light is within us. And the heart is just a symbol of love, right? But love is not an organ, right? Love is an action of the mind. It's the action of your own consciousness. And it's our concepts of love is how we're going to deal with people, with ourselves and with others. Unfortunately, the world has a distortion of what love is.
I agree. And love and compassion is what can allow people to transform something that seems dim to that light. And I believe everything comes from a point of understanding and also not having idols. So realizing the power within yourself and not letting people who are dealing with what they're dealing with, let their projections affect you. Mm-hmm. But I don't know, I have a lot to learn.
I don't know, but you're saying a lot of what we talk about, but you're saying this is the Jewish system, because it sounds very metaphysical.
Yeah, it's a Jewish system. I go to Hebrew school every Monday, and this is a lot of stuff that I've learned.
Wow, that's beautiful. Yeah, I know I've heard like peripherally, like different content creators would say that those who teach Judaism or teach the Torah, they're not coming from a hard, literal, historical point of view, but that they know that those stories are allegory, that they're parabolic, and they're using different systems of the mind to apply their teachings. So, and I feel like that's how the Bible is supposed to. I believe all sacred texts were never meant to be taken from a literal perspective, as a from a historical lens. That they all were supposed to be read from a mathematic or scientific method.
I agree, and if you learn about the structure of the Torah, it's all about it's creating the Olam Haba, and that's the world to come and the world of love. And there are no words in the Torah that have bad connotations. It's all blessings. And it's really interesting because there's 3 different forces within the universe that emanate how love creates, and that's the giving, receiving, and then the balance between giving and receiving love.
Yeah, that would be a great system to learn, to know that there are no cursings. It's only blessings, right? I mean, with the Bible, to me, it's like a big old jigsaw puzzle. You have to piece things together, because a lot of times it is not said outright what is held in the text, because the text is veiled, and you do have to decode it, because most of us are reading it in English. And in order to get the true essence of it, you do have to go to the original language. You do have to get the original translation of what the authors were wanting to convey to us. But for me, that harmony, that love, that peace is not a future reality. It's a now reality, though. It's not something that's yet to come. It's something that already is. And it's about being awakened to it.
I agree. And it's interesting because I was reading Torah this morning, and I was reading about the mandrakes. Are you familiar with the story with the mandrakes?
No.
So Reuben, Leah's first son, finds a mandrake in the field, and Reuben gives Leah the mandrake, and the mandrake is it's almost like it's a plant that has a root that looks like a person, and the plant provides it provides like fertility and provides like generative power. And it's interesting because Reuben gives Leah the mandrake, and then Rachel, because Rachel isn't able to conceive at this point, says, "Hey, I need that mandrake," and she has the mandrake from Leah, and then Leah gives birth to Isaac Shar. And what's interesting about that story is when you look at Leah and Rachel, Leah is about the imagination, and her sons relate to just our imaginative faculty of like how we imagine things.
Okay.
And then Rachel is about how that imagination manifests.
Okay. I forget which disciple it's the imagination to. I can't remember which disciple it is, but is it Simon? It's not Simon Peter. It's because it's 2 Simons. That's a disciple. I can't remember, but one of them is also the imagination, because the 12 disciples for me are the 12 faculties of mind, just like the 12 tribes of Israel are 12 faculties of mind as well. Now, Peter is faith. So Peter represents faith, but there's a disciple that represents the imagination. I just can't remember which one it is. I did some videos on it. I just didn't try to commit it to memory. But all the 12 disciples are all different faculties of mind.
Yes, and language is really important, as well as like the blueprint we're reading from. And it's tough because my grandpa, he was Jewish. He was in a really small town. He wasn't able to be Jewish, so he had to be Catholic. And that created a lot of just conflicting feelings in himself and his identity and his beliefs. And I think it's important, is like, even though we may have attachments to the Bible, to let go of those attachments and find something that's more truthful to who we are. And that's what really helped me in my life. And
So why do you say Jesus is the golden calf?
so it's representative of what people valued in a time of persecution and in a time of the abiding to the 3D, the material.
Okay.
And I believe it's important to find an essence that's higher than that material essence. And I know that sounds comes from a very personal place, and I didn't mean to.
Oh no, Jesus for me didn't even exist. So it doesn't. Jesus for me is another archetype of it's the personification of the mind. So Jesus represents the body of every being born of woman, and Christ is the awakened mind. So Jesus Christ is the God expressed in form, basically, because Christ is the power and wisdom of God. That is what Christ literally means. Paul tells you this, right? So Christ being the awakened mind, the anointed one, it's the mind that recognizes its divinity. That's what Jesus Christ represents. So it's not to me, I don't accept that the personhood of Jesus ever existed. I don't believe in a virgin birth. To me, that's not what the Bible is telling us. The Bible is not a historical book.
Yes, but even as an aspect of the mind, it's still creating that golden calf in our perception of self. Even just with the name Jesus, it's similar to Zeus, and it's
yeah. But if you know it's not a person, there's no harm there. It's when you worship it. I don't worship Jesus. I know Jesus is just another way of saying that's who I am. So Jesus is also very similar to French, je suis. All you got to do is add an I. It means I am. Jesus is the I am. How do we refer to ourselves when we speak to ourselves first person present tense? I am. That's who Jesus represents. The I am, which is God. It's not something that we're to worship, it's something that we're to actualize. It's a revelation of who we are.
Yeah, I understand. I believe in the Ea Asher Ea. That's what Hashem said to Moses at the burning bush. What Ea Asher Ea means is I will be what I will be.
Okay.
And I believe existence and life is a state of becoming. Mm-hmm. And humanity in reality isn't at a fixed state, and it's constantly towards a state of perfection. And we're constantly learning and becoming and building that world internally and externally with our heart. Yes. And it's all about what we are to become. And I don't believe anything exists in how it is, but what it can be.
Love it. Yeah, so we're very similar in our beliefs, in our acceptance of what is considered real. We have a lot of similarities. I wouldn't mind studying the Torah from that perspective, because it sounds like it's the same way as I perceive the Bible, as a place that reminds you of the creative nature within you, and recognizing that the light was always within you. You just have to, come to that realization, however you come to that realization, and to live life from a peaceful, harmonious existence without looking as life being in opposition to you. See, we were conditioned to see life as opposing us, against us, like looking to do us harm. To me, when you read the Bible from a psychological perspective, you stop viewing life as, again, being in opposition, but being in support. It supports you in every decision, whether you call that decision good, bad, wrong, right, positive, or negative. It supports you in all of it.
Yeah.
The reason they started worshiping the golden calf, and it does relate to Jesus, is because it was the source of the bread of life.
Oh, hey, Rasta. Long time no see, but hold on, sir. Yes, thank you, thank you. I love your perspective too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I'm gonna go to the next guest, Miss Teddy. I truly enjoyed the conversation. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Miss Teddy.
Hi. Oh, I don't want to be on camera. I don't know how this happened. But anyway, can you hear me?
Yes, and we can't see you.
Okay. Well, I can see myself somewhere.
Oh, okay.
I can see, Yeah, you could have saw me Wednesday. I was dutied up when I went to the thing. But listen, this is what I want to share. Two things. I am interested. I'm just interested. Like, the gentleman that was just speaking about Judaism, I just would like to, like you say, I would like to just look into it because it does sound like it coincides an awful lot, with where you come from. The thing that I like about the perspective that you give and that I can receive is somehow, how do I put it? This is just me now. It's somehow, and it's not that I'm looking for anything easy, but yeah, I'm not trying, but I'm just saying, it seems like sometimes when we come to that realization, after we go through all of the other religions or practices or rituals or whatever, and you come back to that realization that it's still all, and we're all still learning. Don't think I know everything, but this is where I'm at now. That it all comes back to me. It all comes back to my consciousness. It all comes back to what I believe. And I'm only speaking that, like you always say, because it is tried and true. It has been tried and true with me. So I wanted to say that. The other thing I want to share with you, T, is that yesterday, and this happens a lot, I understood everything. I received it. Don't trust me. I don't want you to think I'm not. But I'm just showing you how it all summed up last night. When I shared that reel, and you was telling me, that no, we don't go about what I'm not. I was trying to get with that.
No. What I say, not what we. That's my. You could do whatever you want. But what I do. Yeah. That's how I do it. I'm not here to tell people what they should or should not be doing. This is my perspective. Yeah.
But I agree with you, and let me share something. Now, let me just share. It wasn't even so much the beginning, even though I wasn't those things, but that's not. And then when you explain about the duality, I'm trying to get home now. Because you say I talk about, watch this. So I'm dealing with this subconsciously on the subconscious. That's how I work. I have a time to do that. I love that I even have the time without a lot of interruptions. So as I lay down last night, when the download begins to happen with me, and I love it, I'll just get real quiet. I'm still with everything I've been thinking about. And the download came, and it went like this. It was like, okay, so we are duality. So yes, if we're duality, we can be that and we cannot be that. And the truth is, I don't want to be those things. So therefore, it is kind of, counterproductive for me to use those terms because I believe in, like, what you speak, you think. So I was thinking all this going to sleep last night. I was like, and she's right. It's like, it came like this. It said, it didn't say, because the beginning of that reel was like, I am not the government. I am not those things. I'm not those things. And you was telling me, nope, we don't work like that. You didn't work like that. So last night I'm laying down, I'm saying, I'm still dealing with, I said, wait a minute, that's right. It never said I am not. It didn't negate the fact that I am not, but it never said I am not. It said I am. I am. And so that's what I fell off to sleep on. In other words, don't worry about what you're not. Focus and always stay aware of what it is that you want to be and what you are, and claim it like that. And I just wanted to share that. It was just, I had been going back and forth with it, not disagreeing, just trying to, I have to get things in a way where I'm real settled with it, and I got it now. Like we can move on to the next lesson. So I went to, that's where I was at.
Yeah, I mean, some people do the denials. They do the denials. I feel like once you claim what you are, you're automatically saying what you're not. The moment I say I am this, it means that I am not that. That's automatic.
Right. Right. Exactly. And like I said, when it came to me, that's what I fell asleep on. I said, the last thing was, wait, it doesn't say I am not. that I am not. It says I am. So therefore, I just want to, and you are, okay, at my age, I already realized what's going to be good for my desire or what resonates with my good. So I'm not going to, focus on those things that I don't want to be. So you're right. It's not necessary, to say that. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with you. That was good. But yeah, I am looking forward. I wish, is that gentleman still on the panel? Because I can't
No,
see
he
now on
dropped.
this camera.
No, he dropped.
I wanted to know. I was going to ask him to suggest, and I might just Google it, just a very beginner's book. I'm not going to practice jujitsu, but I just want, like you say, read some of the things that he was speaking of, because I definitely resonated with some of it. Let me say this. I love this part, though, back to you. Sometimes I don't think, and I've been to rituals. I've done, like I told you, I practice Islam, I practice Christianity. I know rituals. I know them very well. And a lot of them brought some good results. But over and all, where I'm at right now, they're not necessary. They're just not necessary. I know, not for me. For me, I no longer need that to accomplish or to achieve what it is that I'm trying to get to. And that, that's why I'm going to rest my playing with that. Yep.
Oh, thank you.
The Zohar is a book you could read that explains the esoteric.
Hold on, Rasta. Miss Teddy, he put it in the chat.
Thank you. Okay, I got to get off of this camera and I'm gonna go back to get back with you guys. Okay, thank you.
You see, he put it in the chat.
Let it stay there. I got to get over there. I got to learn. I got to get off of this camera and go back. Right
to
now,
get to see it in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. All
okay.
Right. Bye bye.
Hello, friend. How are you, Miss Key? How are you?
Hey, T. It's been a while since we talked. And I'm like, I gotta come up and say hi, welcome back, even though I know you've been back a few days. I'm like, I listened early on, but I never can get on because work.
Okay.
But I'm like, it's Friday, I'm getting on. Yes, I am. So it was an interesting conversation you had with the young man, or whatever, but about the state of minds that the disciples represent. And I wanted to share how that fact helped me in my deconstructing journey, like when I first heard you say it. What? So I would read the Gospel of John. I remember reading the Gospel of John, and you know how there's the character who never says his own name. He doesn't introduce himself. Instead, every single time he appears on a page, he's describing himself as the one who Jesus loved. Right? Okay. So at the Last Supper, the foot of the cross, the empty tomb, after the resurrection, he just constantly says the one who Jesus loved. And when you read that, when I read it, literally something felt off. Like every time I would read it, I'm like, why do he keep saying that? Like I started squinting, like, what in the world? And in my head, I was like, now wait a minute, I'm like, now wait, what's going on? And so I'm like, is it insecurity? Is it arrogance? What is it? So I'm like, why does this man feel the need to remind us over and over that Jesus loved him? So this is what happens when you read the Bible as a history book instead of what it actually is. Well, it's a psychological book, or as you like to call it, it's mind science, right? Mm-hmm. So it's written in this language of symbols, allegory, archetype. And then we know that every character is a state of mind. Mm-hmm. And then we also know that every story is really an inner event. So once you made me understand that, like you shared that with us, the repetition, it stopped being strange and it became the whole point, right? So it was like, okay, this disciple whom Jesus loved, it's not a man sitting at a dinner table. It's me.
Yes.
It's you. It's you. It's you. It's us in our awakened state. So let me prove my point, because I know people are like, what is she talking about? So if you read John, you notice how John is positioned as a character, and he's always the nearest to Jesus. So at the Last Supper, he was the one that was reclining at Jesus' side, and he was so close to the other disciples that he was so close to Jesus that the other disciples was like, hey, can you ask Jesus who he's talking about? Because remember how Jesus said that a disciple will betray me.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the cross, all the other disciples, they fled. But this character was still there. And then at the tomb, he outran Peter, and he was the first one to get there. Then the risen Christ, he was the first one to recognize him. And I'm like, wait, this ain't no coincidence. It's the author is showing you something about the nature of the awakened consciousness, that it doesn't have to strive or perform or debate or demand like Thomas, or act on impulse, or even shame like Peter did. It just abides. It's always close. It's present. It's knowing, right? And it's because you always say it operates from love rather than law. So now it's like, I love the Gospel of John now. It really shows us how every disciple is representing a state of mind, which you always tell us, right? And you was just talking about that. And that's the reason why the beloved disciple never gives you his name in John. Because his name is not the point. It's his identity. That's the point.
Ooh, say that. Love that. Ooh.
Right? And it's the beloved disciple is you, it's me. It's consciousness rest. It's like it's your true identity. So now after deconstructing these past 2 years, when I read it, it's like, okay, the repetition, it's not strange at all. To me, it's actually instruction, because I am the one who is loved. And now I say it over and over and over again.
Yes.
Right? So I just wanted to share, like, it really helped me when you first said it, because when I remember reading it and I kind of was like, turned my nose up, like, what's going on in this Bible that this man keeps talking about the one who he... And when one of your first times that you said it, it clicked. It clicked. It is describing a state of consciousness. It is. So I just, I just had to share that. And plus, I miss talking to you. I can't wait for us to meet up.
Yeah.
And we got to figure out where we're going.
I know, right?
You ready to go downtown? You ready to explore? What you ready to do?
Hey, I'm here for it.
Yes. We're going to talk about that.
Love it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I love that perspective. I love when you say it abides, right? Because love is not even a character. It's not a faculty of the mind. It's who we are. God is love. We are love. That's who we are. Now, I know the fruit of the Spirit talks about love, right? And we know that if you ever studied the Bible in Sunday school or Bible study, right? And they talk about the different types of love, right? They talk the Philadelphia love, the Eros love, which is the love in a relationship. And then you have the love that of God, right? And then that's the highest love. But that's the love that we are. To try to divide and break down love, to me, lessens its purpose, because love is love. How you express it may be different depending on the relationship, but it's still love at the end of the day, right? Like, love is patient and kind. It's not boastful, right? It's not easily offended. It's not easily angered. It does not remember any wrong. It rejoices in truth and not in evil, right? It endures all things, believes all things, hopes all things. It never fails. God is love. We are created in love. Like, we are expressed in love. Like, that's what love is. And so I like that, because I never even noticed that about John. I haven't read the Bible in a while, so I'm gonna have to go read the book. I'm gonna go read the book of John, and you're like the one that Jesus loved, because who's Jesus? The I am. the one that God loves. That's all it's saying. The one that, and like you say, you are the one that God loves. Because then, isn't it John 3:16? God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. I mean, people love John 3:16. People almost know it by heart. Who don't know, they do that at football games. John 3:16, like God's up there deciding who's gonna win the ball game. Like, what y'all doing? But
Well, and you know what? I was having a conversation with myself, because that's, really the only person I really have. But I was trying to reconcile something, right? Because we always say God is love. You always tell us that. And when I think of love, I think of, this is what I was reconciling myself with, right? So you can help me with this, or anybody can, right? So we say love. When I think of love, I think of how I feel about my child. I want what's best for him. I'm just going to say what's best for him, to make a long story short. But when we talk about, we know how consciousness works, that you get what you give your attention to. You get what you accept, even if it's not in your best interest, right? Right. And so one day I was sitting, I'm like, so then that means that the way we describe love, that human emotion of, it's not the same as the way we're trying to fit it into how we feel about one another. Maybe it's a different type of love that I haven't really figured out what the definition is. I mean, am I making sense? I mean,
no, you're making sense, because most people look at love as an emotion, and I say it's not. I say love doesn't have anything to do with your emotions. Because a lot of people base how they're going to do something on how they feel. And if it doesn't feel good to them, they won't do it. They won't, because even trying to say that as a parent, we know some parent has distorted love for their children as well, right? We say, oh, they're not loving their children in the right way, or they're misappropriating the love, they're misusing the love, therapy, right? So love, and again, I'm not saying I have all the answers. That's not what I'm saying. Because I don't. Right. It's a discussion. But for me, it does come down to the love. The consciousness being love is saying you're free to do whatever you want with no judgment. That's love. Right? Because there is, the only one that's judging any behavior you have is you. Because true love does not seek to hurt. So when people try to say, well, what about it? But that's not love, then you're describing fear. But people think that there's fear in love because they hear where the Bible says the beginning of wisdom is fear. It's to fear God. That's the beginning of wisdom. But it's not saying to be scared of God. It's talking about to reverence, to be in awe of, to see the magnificence, the brilliance, the intelligence of the all, the divine, which you are. You're not separate from that. There's no separation there. But people use love as a way to control people. Again, that's not love, that's fear. If you're using love to manipulate, control, to compromise, to sacrifice, you're operating in fear, not love. Because love is freedom. Love is truth. I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. Like the love operates from truth, not fear, not manipulation, not coercion. It allows, love is accepting, which means I love you so much, I allow you to be you in all your warts and all whatever you are. I can accept you in your wholeness or your brokenness, whatever someone's calling it.
Okay, I love that interpretation. I love it because it does make sense, because I was looking at it from protection. More of a protection.
Love doesn't need protection. Protection from what?
From me.
Right? Right? That's still fear-based. If you're saying that you have to protect, like the gentleman that was up here before, I don't know if you heard him, and he was saying he has to protect women Protect women from who? From another man?
Oh,
Because who
I
you
heard-
protect?
I heard
Because who you
that.
protecting me from? Because why? The fact, see how that's that patriarchy mindset, though, to tell me that I need protection from someone, and the only one you would thinking I would need protection from is from another man. Y'all the problem is patriarchy, but
Heard that. Heard you say
the
that.
patriarchy. You're like, what? And love knows no bounds. Love doesn't operate in fear. Love
Even when you
doesn't.
said that, he said, "Well, I have my point of view, and
Yeah.
I want to protect." And
Yeah.
in my head, and I said, protect people from your own self. It's because if you want to protect so bad, then you may be what you need protecting from. That's what I was thinking.
I mean, you get to have it. I'm not here to change anyone's mind, right? I can only give you a different perspective. That's all I'm here to do is give a different perspective. You either rock with it or you don't. You kind of see it, you kind of won't. It's okay. Because at the end of the day, we all gonna go and do our own thing anyway. Right? At the end of the day, everybody going to live their own way, live their own life. Everybody going to do their own thing. We got our own thing. This really is Burger King. You really do get to have it your way.
Somebody in the comments says, so children don't need protecting.
That's the problem. We think children, that's the problem with society. Yeah. The fact that we feel like children need protection. Yeah, from who? From a lot of the men. I'm not saying women don't hurt children, but all this pedophilia and molestation, who you think doing that? Who's usually at the forefront of that? That children have to be protected from. I'm not saying women don't. I'm not saying women don't do it. Unfortunately, we hear more that men do it. I'm not saying women don't. But, you know, and why do we call it pedophilia now and molestation now? Because it wasn't always wrong. It wasn't always wrong for a 30-year-old to get with a 7-year-old and marry her and have her birth children by him. An 8-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old.
Wait, what'd you say?
That's something that the mind, the consciousness of man has to develop to, because at one time it was a part, especially of our society, and in most societies around the world, and it's part of, still on the books in some parts of the South that it's okay for a 7-year-old to marry, and it's still okay in some Eastern countries, some African countries, some Middle Eastern culture. It's still women had no autonomy over their body. They were possessions. Remember I was telling about I don't know if I was still telling you guys about the Hebrew Israelites and how they said that they owned women. That's how patriarchy looks at when they were possessions too. Just like slavery was about possessing, so was being married was about being owned by a man. You were his, first you were the possession of your father, then you became the possession of your husband. And you had no free will. You had no mind of you had to do as the husband or the father dictated. And they felt like you were old enough to marry, you were. You were old enough to be taken possession of, you were. Wow. Okay, so in rabbinical understanding from Genesis, man and woman are one. Yep. Yeah. It's when you take these stories literally, is when you get division. That's why I don't read the Bible from a historical text, because that's when you get God got favorites. God got certain people he looking out for. God only blessing some and not blessing others. God, looks down on women and blames women for the fall and tells women they have to be submissive to man and women don't get to teach and all of this stuff. That's a patriarchal mindset, and that's what religion is based on. That's what our politics are based on. That's what our businesses are based on. Thank you so much, Key. I'm gonna go to the next caller. I know Mr. Roster been waiting to talk. How you doing, sir? It's been a long time no see. Welcome back. Go ahead.
All I was gonna say though about the last thing that was said, that when it said he said that they're equals in Genesis, it's a misinterpretation when it says that he took his rib. It actually says that Adam was split in half. If you split an atom, that's a big bang. Yes. Science is explained right in the Bible.
Yep.
And then on the prompt when it says Jesus never existed, actually he did in as much as we do, but truthfully only God exists and is having an illusion of splitting itself into different fractals. And when we don't really exist, honestly.
Right. I'm talking about a miracle birth where someone got on a cross and unalived themselves for the sin of the world. It's all metaphor. It's all metaphor. It's all symbolism. It's all. I'm talking about this the life of a. To me, it's no different than talking about Osiris, Zeus, Amun Ra, the gods of Hinduism. They're all the same. None of those existed in time and space. I'm not going to make an exception for Jesus. If I'm saying Amun Ra, Osiris, Horus, all of those are mythologies, Jesus go in that same bucket. If I'm going to say the gods of Hindu or of mythology, I'm going to say that about the gods of Christianity. It's mythology too. It's a story revealing a deeper truth about reality of what we call this third dimensional experience. I am Jesus, and so are you. I am Jesus, and so are you. Right?
Yeah, Jesus in reality is the psychedelics. I've said that before. It's also why she was bringing up how John kept saying, Jesus loves me, Jesus loves me. If you ever took the medicine, it will put you in a bliss state, just like you'll be so repetitive of, oh my gosh, God loves me so much. I love myself so much. Why was I not realizing how much God loves me? That's the kind of thought you'll have. And even these writers were writing this stuff while they were on the medicine.
Yeah, that's what I need to be. I'm going to be on the medicine. I have yet to do it, but that's on the bucket list. Did you have anything else to say, Rasta?
Why do y'all mute the truth? And she's a fucking pedophile, yo. We got you recorded.
No.
I got everything recorded.
Anyway, as we were saying, I'm just saying to everybody in the chat, I don't know what happened or who shared their fucking live out to the weirdos, but you're gonna get muted if you say some bullshit in the chat. You're gonna get muted and blocked probably if you say some bullshit on the panel. So don't even bother. Just go find something better to do. It's a beautiful Friday. Enjoy your day. And that's it.
What is he talking about? Like what?
He tried to say that because you were saying that historically things like P3DO stuff was not considered wrong objectively.
Right. I'm not saying it wasn't wrong. I'm saying that's what the men of that day said it wasn't wrong. It's wrong. If it was wrong, if it's wrong today, it was wrong yesterday.
Exactly. But you're talking about historically people were not treating it the same way they do now. That's all you were saying. And people were taking it out of context, of course, because they're pissed off about the Jesus thing. So
right. No one is okaying a 7-year-old in any time period, a 10-year-old in any time period, a 14-year-old in any time period, marrying a grown ass, marrying at any age. I don't care if they were marrying 14-year-olds and 7-year-olds. What are we doing? But that's what they were doing. They were, primitive men.
Yeah, they got away with it because there wasn't anyone to hold them
to challenge them, right?
So that doesn't mean it was less wrong back then. There's just laws against it now. I mean, out of all the laws,
like that was the last thing, and the fact that they still haven't changed it on some books in the South, on some books, some southern states still have it on the books. It's crazy work.
Right? Yeah, in California, you guys are fucking weird. And first of all,
Really? In California? He said in California. And that's not even a southern state. That's a western state.
Not to mention, let me pause this really quickly. Toyia does not work, so you can't fire her. Number one. Number two, if you are Mormon or connected to the Mormon church in any way, you're the last people need to
Oh my goodness. Y'all definitely love marrying adolescent
no one's losing their
girls.
jobs over here. Most of us work for ourselves, so have fun with that.
You're a Mormon and got the nerve to be talking about children being adolescents marrying? Especially FLDS. I hope you're not FLDS. Because they're really like on a whole nother level. The polygamy, the marrying of adolescent children. You talking about a cult. Lord.
Super fucking weird. Just ultra weirdos who want to, have control over people because they probably have no money and let me be quiet.
What about the 14-year-old Mary who got pregnant by God?
That was my whole point. God is the biggest P3DO of them all.
What?
I mean, Ruth and Esther, Mary. I mean, we could go back and look at the history.
Patriarchy have you thinking your whole existence as a woman is to be chosen by a man. Like, let that sink in. They think a woman's total existence is about being chosen by a man. Because when a man finds a good wife, he obtains favor from the Lord. They really think that's the whole purpose of a woman, is to get married, be chosen by a man, and bear children. And if she ain't doing that, what is she doing? What's wrong? Something wrong with you. Yeah, see, we're deconstructing patriarchy too.
I would say it goes both ways. That really one of our biggest purpose on this world is to find love. Yep. So for a man to find a woman, but also for a woman is to find a man.
To find yourself. That's the whole purpose. To awaken to the I am. That's the whole purpose. To awaken to the truth of your being. You're here to experience this 3D reality. That's the whole purpose. And the best you can do is to hope to awaken up in the dream of life. But you're here to experience life in whatever way you deem necessary. And the best thing you can hope to do is awaken in the dream. Because everybody don't wake up in a dream. Some people got to keep reincarnating. I believe it's a choice to keep reincarnating. I believe that once you leave this third dimensional plane, you go back to consciousness. You go back to the state of knowing. Some people don't. Some people think it's a recurrence until you wake up. I say, because you have too many NDEs saying, oh, once I left the body, I became aware. Like you said, Rasta, when you go through those psychedelics, now you're aware. To be absent from the body is to be present with the I am. So once you're absent from the body, you come to the knowledge of self. So once you depart the body, for me, I say that I don't care if you awoke in a dream or if you didn't awaken a dream. Once you leave the body, now you're free of the curse, because the curse is any man who hangs on a tree. This is the cross, right? This is the curse, the body. The body is the slave. The body is the servant. The body is the entrapment. The body is the prison. But why are you imprisoned in the body? Because you're first imprisoned in the mind. That's why you're a prisoner to the body, because you're a prison in your mind. Once you're free in the mind, you free your body. They go together. Free your mind.
Yeah, the old hippie saying used to say, free your mind and your ass will follow.
Now it's the rest will follow. Yes, and your ass will follow. Yes.
Hey, T.
Yes.
Hey, wanted to really I think that's a popular indoctrination, when a man finds a woman. Break that down, what that either means metaphysical, or do we know what it means metaphysical? I think you were kind of going into it just a minute ago. Kind of shed some light on that in terms of, because I think, for myself, I'm in some lives, and then some, I see it on different posts and stuff like that, where the women feel like, she needs to sit back and, do her thing. And, when he finds me, and then, the men are on the side of where, I have, they have this whole list of what type of situation they're looking for. So break down that type of, what that kind of means in terms of from a metaphysical or from a different perspective.
Right. So that's the Proverbs 31. That's where you find it. You can get a better understanding. I can only touch on a little bit because I haven't studied it out, but you can ask ChatGPT to give you a esoteric breakdown of Proverbs 31. But for me, man being mind, wife being wisdom. So when you gain wisdom, you obtain favor. You will always be favored with wisdom because wisdom is the wife. Wisdom is that which we desire to have. That's why Solomon asked for wisdom. He was asking for a wife, which is his wisdom. That's why he became the most
the richest.
The richest, right. In the land, right? That's again soul of man, soul of mind, Solomon, sun and moon, right? The sun and the moon go right. It's all. And what is the moon? It is a projection of its light. Only comes from the sun, right? It is the emotions that have to be what? Mastered. That's why so when people, thank you. So when people talk about the emotions or the feelings, you're to master them. Whenever you hear, especially in the Gospels, Jesus commanding or saying peace be still, or like stilling the storm, or talking to the storm, or walking on water, that is literally mastering your emotions. So when a man finds a wife, that means it cannot be taught. Remember, the Bible is not about gender, because there is no male or female. So it's talking about when you see man, say mind. And a lot of times it's a double entendre, because it'll say as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. It's as a mind thinks in his heart. Well, it's talking about a double entendre, because the mind is consciousness, the heart is the subconscious, but it's still the one mind. It's that it appears to be two, because that's how we can explain it. We make it be levels, but it's still all one. Right? So we're describing different parts of the one. So when the man finds wisdom, which is the wife, he obtains, and what to say, a wise woman builds a house, and the foolish one tears it down. Where it's the wise mind that operates in wisdom builds up the house, and that who does not use wisdom tears the house down. Again, it's talking about what's going on in your mind. It's all psychological. Every story is the same story, always. So when you decide to operate, so instead of seeing, when you see wife, woman, and you think, oh, that's not referring to me, that's talking about females. No, it's talking about you, your conscious mind and your subconscious mind. It's talking about the wisdom of the ages. It's talking about the Christ mind, which is the power and wisdom of God. Wisdom is always described as a woman, always. So when you see woman, and this is where context matters, right? Because when Paul talks about the wife, now he's talking about the subconscious mind. When he says that the wife doesn't teach, well, the subconscious doesn't teach. It receives instruction from the man, which is the conscious mind. You're always telling the womb, the wife, the subconscious mind, what to create. It never argues. It says, yes, my Lord. Yeah. Oh, that's what you want? Oh, you want it to be a struggle and hard? I'm going to serve it up to you on a platter. And then when he talks about the wife being subjected to the husband subjected to wife as Christ is subjected to God. Well, it's talking about the different levels of consciousness. That's all. The different levels of consciousness. But it's all one consciousness, right? There's no division in consciousness. God cannot be divided. God is only individualized, but never divided. All is mine. You have a Sophia tattoo. What does Sophia tattoo look like?
Sophia is what is it? Greek for wisdom.
Okay.
Yeah, means wisdom.
No, I'm saying, what does she look like? You said you have a tattoo of her.
Oh, Sophia. I just got the name Sophia.
Oh, okay, got you. Okay. Okay. I thought it was a picture of her or something, a portrait or something. Okay.
I'm gonna get it filled in, get some more stuff around it. But yeah, no, Sophia means wisdom, and I love it because I always like really even with the Bible, people would read it. I always stuck with Proverbs for some reason, where it just always stuck out in terms of just wanting the wisdom, and it was just the essence of what wisdom means. Wisdom is the essence of love. The beginning of wisdom is what is it? The fear of the law, fear of the mind is the beginning of wisdom. Just a lot of things that was represented by wisdom really meant a lot. Even when I was during the Christian, during the pre-awakening days, I want to say, where it just goes into so much on how the depths of wisdom, the necessity for wisdom, the priority, how we need to prioritize wisdom. And I loved how it just illuminated wisdom above all other things. Of course, the love was there, but the emphasis, there was a book of Bible just off of love. I mean, just off of wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Where that it just really exclamated a lot for me. And but that's what really put it there. And then of course, behind Solomon. And one thing I I have a love-hate relationship with Solomon because his he was the wisest man but couldn't get off the poem. You know what I'm saying?
But 700. 7 is the symbolic. It symbolizes perfection. 3 represents what we call the divinity, the Trinity, right? Man, woman, child, or Father, Son, Holy Spirit, or consciousness, that we're conscious, subconscious, and then the expression of that consciousness. The conceiver, which I am, the conception, which is the idea, and that which is conceived, which is the expression of that idea. That's all. And when you add zeros to it, it's only mean is magnified. He was not walking around with 700 wives and 300 concubines. That's not what it's saying.
Okay. Is that what you said?
It's saying perfection. It's saying perfection magnified.
So perfection, because like you said that the wife represents wisdom, and it's like, oh, and he had 700 wives. He's the wisest too.
Yeah, right. In perfection, right? Perfect. Whole, complete, lacking no good thing. So it's the symbol of 7 with wisdom. Wisdom personified through Solomon, the soul of man. It's all telling us of who we are as beings on this plane. The book is about us. You are Solomon.
I'm digging it. I'm with it. Thank you for the new idea. Like I said, being Solomon, we had, I was like, oh, dang it, but that definitely brings a different perspective. So I definitely appreciate that, and I'll check into that for sure.
Yes. No. You don't have to read every book in order to understand the book, the 66 books. It's not necessary. You don't have to read every book. People act like you got to read every book in the scriptures. Y'all read the book and don't understand what it's saying. Y'all take it as literal history. But I get it. Y'all just want somebody to argue with. I get it. Because I don't know. If I was a Christian, I'd be looking for Christian TikTok, Christian YouTubers. I wouldn't be looking for people that's not talking about what I believe.
What it is when they see that, the problem is polarizing. In the Christian world, because I remember you just saying, if you were a Christian, you would be. I think you had mentioned it a little earlier in the live.
I wouldn't believe any of it, right? But I also wasn't. There were people on my job that were Muslims. I wasn't like, oh, if you don't become a Christian, you're going to hell. No, people were telling me, they was like, because they believed in hell too, but they were like, when God is going to judge Paul harshly because he is the one that led people astray. they didn't like the teachings of Paul, the person I was talking to that happened to be practicing Islam. And I don't know, I think it was Nation of Islam he was practicing, and we had a good conversation. I wasn't, it's easy to be a bully on behind the screen, right? But when you talk to people in real person and they don't share your perspective, I was not looking at this person that was a Muslim as something less than me because he believed in Allah versus I believed in Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Like, you standing next to people that have all different, when you working in the corporate world or on any job, you're going to get people from all walks of life. Everybody not Christian. It's going to be some people that's from the East that may be practicing Hinduism or Buddhism or is it Buddhism? Yeah, Buddhism, Judaism, right? Like, but only on the internet do people want to feel like they can be all such, like want to bully somebody or want to talk down to somebody or because they're frustrated at life. Because what I'm not going to do is go troll the internet just to look at a way to call people names. Like, how old are y'all? Are we in kindergarten? Maybe some of y'all are preschoolers and they got nothing better to do, and y'all mama shouldn't be giving y'all a tablet or a phone. Oh my goodness. It's mind-boggling, because when I was a Christian, that was not on my mind. I wasn't going around judging people and sending people to hell. I was too worried about my walk with Jesus. At the time, I was worried about my walk with Jesus. I don't worry about nobody else's walk with Jesus, or who wasn't, Yes, I might have told people about Jesus, but if they weren't ready to receive it, it wasn't going to become no long debate or whatever about it.
Yeah, they had us trying to witness to everybody. They'd have us in the streets, we'd be suited and booted, everything. They even had like different like factions where, it'd be marketplace ministry, where we would be having to be ready to share our faith and stuff like that in the job, at the basketball court, at the, all this other, you know what I'm saying? And, for me, it was just because you're really coming off saying, they ain't right. But, yeah, anyway.
Right.
I'm over that.
Right. But, Dylan, Luke, if you had listened to me more than just coming into my life one time, I says life is meaningless. You give life to me. You give meaning to life. We already know this. Life is meaningless. You are the only one giving meaning to your life. So I didn't have to read the book of Solomon to know that. I mean, the book of Ecclesiastes to know that. I already know life is meaningless. And we define the meaning of life from our own belief system. Yes, thank you. I say this all the time. I may not have mentioned it on this live since you've been here, but, I've always said there's no meaning to life. And that's what religious people have a hard time grappling with, is that there is no meaning to life, because, they feel like it has to, then what's going to happen to all the bad people? Why? So you mean all the bad people going to get away with all their bad stuff? You don't know that they're getting away with it. Like, I was talking to my daughter when we were on vacation. And so for her, she said she believes in karmic debt. She said she believes that all these people, they may be doing all these different things, but she said for her, their debt is that they don't have a peace of mind. And she said, yeah, it's cool to have all the money in the world that you want to do and buy everything, but if you don't have your mind, all of that money means absolutely nothing. And I was like, that's right. Yeah, if you don't have peace of mind, money can't buy a peace of mind. You can't buy peace.
Yeah, I'm a witness to that.
That's selling your soul. If you have to compromise any of your morality or anything you believe for your peace, then you did really truly sell your soul.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. Whereas I'm a caregiver for my uncle, and he, during his years, he was always focused, and not say focus is bad, but he put money over family. Mm-hmm. He put, his brothers, sisters, he would anytime it was always it was never a family oriented way, and he was always cold. And now that, and health, and his health has decreased. Stroke, dementia, all this stuff. And now my people, my mom and my uncle, they just finding money, now. So now he's been in a digressive state. He's staying with me. I'm having to do all this stuff. I would have never thought in a million years that I'd be having, I think they say twice a child, once a boy, once a man, or something like that, whatever. It's a fact. This man, I gotta do everything for him. We got a CNA coming to clean his butt. I gotta give him his meds, do his clothes, wash his clothes, everything. You know what I'm saying? I would have never in a million years figured that. But at the same time, he always prioritized his monetary situation, where he was like almost like a Scrooge McDuck type situation. And now this dude has no quality of life. He doesn't check for a phone. He ain't got no phone. He don't check for no bills because we got to pay his bills. He don't, because we got to take care of him. I just dropped him off. He gives us a hard time about everything because he still thinks he's a man. However, in his natural form, he can't do nothing by himself. And I walked him up to the street, maybe like a quarter of a mile. We were coming down back to the house. I had to hold him up, you know what I'm saying, due to his, health and his mental state and everything like that. So, I am a witness to that, where it's like almost allowing me to kind of reflect on, this life, in terms of like, damn, I spent all my years, you know what I'm saying, doing,
chasing money, and then it can't help you when you don't have your mind and your health.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And Kevin, I'm not claiming that you need to delete that off the screen. We're not claiming that.
What's that?
He said once an adult, twice a child. No. I'm gonna leave with all my faculties. I'm gonna leave with my health. And once an adult, always once an adult, always an adult. You better claim what you want. You better.
Well, in this case, I'm able to see it. He is a child.
Right.
But I definitely understand what you're saying.
You're right. What did you say, Rasta?
I said, I'm forever young. I'm always a child. The kingdom of God is like unto a child.
Well, I'm talking about from what he's talking about with the decay of the mind and the body.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying, like,
right. The spirit of a child in a full grown, working, healthy mind and body. Oh wow. You see that, daughter of Zora? You see what daughter of Zora said? Oh, the power of the tongue, right, daughter of Zora? The power of the tongue. She said her mom quoted it all the time. And now she said her dementia is out of control.
Dementia is a scary thing, I will say. That's no.
You got to speak life. That's why, when you get to be my age and older, and people start complaining about their bodily functions, and they you don't hear me complain about my body is in full operating condition. I'm none of that. Oh, my leg. Oh, my back. Oh, my, my leg, my back. No, we're not doing that.
And see the joy in it. Like, because if you are getting older and your knees hurt, but like, how many people didn't make it long enough for their knees to hurt? I'm so blessed.
And claim healing in their knee.
Yeah,
say my body is a self-healing organism. It only knows well-being. Hey, you better speak life. Your power, life and death are in the power of the tongue. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. You better speak what you want. You better say it repetitively. Say it over and over and over again.
To the point, that's all you saying.
Right. I did heal myself. That's why I'm wearing glasses. You know, doctors are God too. We're all one big family. We're all connected. Y'all looking for magic tricks. Your God's so powerful. How come your God hasn't healed the children in the hospitals? You worried about me being God of my own situation, which means I get to wear glasses if I choose to. Why isn't your God that you claim is a healer? Why isn't he healing sick children in the hospitals? Because you want to talk about me. Well, let's put it back on your God. Why your God not? Where was your God on the Epstein Island? Where was your God? Because you said your God is a savior. I'm not claiming to be nobody's savior. But you said your God is a savior. He get 2 F's about children though. They always say, oh, God protect children and fools. No, he don't. No, he don't. They're giving up to prey to the predators. They're easy pickings. Now I'm hostile towards God because you ain't got no answer for why your God let pedophilia and rape and molestation run rampant on this earth when he could stop it, but he chooses not to. You don't want to say your God all powerful, all knowing, and everywhere present, but can't ever do anything. You said that. You said your God is all powerful, all knowing, and everywhere present, but he can never be found when the shit hits the fan. He ain't never around. He only takes the credit when stuff starts to go right. Then you got to give glory to a being that ain't do shit. Now you got to thank God for getting you out of it or getting you over it, but couldn't stop it from happening. How come God don't stop it from happening? But is always there to take the credit when when you finally start to figure out life. Then you got to give credit to him. But when you're going through the trauma, when you're going through the difficulties, he was with you. Now, I don't need you to be with me. I need you to interject. I need you to intervene. I need you to stop it. Not to see me through it. That ain't enough. A child don't need to be seen through torment and abuse and catastrophe and atrocities. A child doesn't need to be seen through that. Y'all waiting on this imaginary sky daddy that just never shows up when you need him to. The imaginary sky daddy never shows up. Go ahead, Key.
Oh, I love what you were saying. And I was just going to say that, like they always say, but God is with you. God never leaves you. And it's like, I don't need God to watch me
go through pain and struggle, right? Like what?
But and then I think about that, like even a poem, The Footprints in the Sand.
Oh my God, I said that a couple of lives ago.
Right. Oh, I missed it. And how the interpretation was that God carries you through. And it's like, no, it was only one set of footprints because it was only me. That's why. And it was
he was nowhere to be found.
Right. It was that the illusion was gone. The fact that it's only me, as opposed to, we like to look at things in this illusion of separatism.
Yeah.
Right? Now, and so the footprints disappeared once I realized that there is only me and that I am, right? So no, it makes total sense. And I remember talking to one of my friends who, she's going through a rough time. She's like feeling drained and overwhelmed. And she was like asking me like, oh my God, what should I do? I'm really struggling with my self-worth. And so I didn't want to go into the whole, I recently deconstructed and about the TikTok community, and plus I don't want to, it's not my job to wake anybody up. I remember how you always say that, and it's so true. But I said, and she said she was going to try Lexapro, like she was going to get on medicine and change her diet and stuff. So she was really feeling out of it. And so she was like, well, what do I do? And I just told her like, well, how I literally envisioned how I wanted my life to be. Like I envisioned how I wanted to dress, what I wanted to even look like, envision how long I wanted my hair to be. Like, a better quality of friendships. I was going to make a certain amount of money. where I wanted to work, even the caliber of men that I wanted to date. And I knew I said I wanted to be more loving and more social. So I just envisioned all of this. And I was telling her that, I was like, you know what happened? And she was like, what? And I'm like, I transformed closer and closer to my goal. Like every day I get closer and closer because it starts with a vision, or it starts with a decision. Right. And I told her, she was like, well, what do you mean? Because she could not understand it. And I'm like, it was two reasons that it happens. For one, it always happens like you envision, because that's what you give your attention to, right? Because what you give your attention to grows. And then also when you stop focusing on what it is you no longer want. And I love when you say, oh my God, I love when you say that. You be like, what is it that you want? Like, what? Stop focusing on what you don't want. Like, that is the biggest, like, mic drop for me of all time, because you experience what you pay attention to. So when you keep saying, well, I don't want this and I don't want that, right? And it's like things happen how you hope they would. And you just, it starts with the decision, and, you'll find yourself making aligned decisions with little uncertainty. And you'll question yourself, like, well, does this action bring me closer to my goal? Oh, it does? Okay, I'm doing it. Yes. Oh, it doesn't? Then nope, I'm gonna stop focusing on it, right? And then you just focus on what you want. So, I don't know, but the whole point was that, and I love the fact that when you talked about that story about the guy who wanted you to change the color of your shirt. That story is so funny. you were like, oh, I could just go get some dye and change it, but tell your God to change the color of yours.
That part. That part. Like Dylan Luke Thompson, you don't acknowledge sin, so you live in a world where every human is sunshine and rainbows, and then you blame God when people do evil, because in your mind that's supposed to be perfect. Okay, so does your God need me to believe in him before he stops evil? Because it's not that I said that evil doesn't exist. I said the reason evil exists is because it's in the mind of man to do so. If man didn't think it, then it wouldn't happen. The good happens because man decides to do good. The evil happens because evil men decide to do evil things. But here's the caveat though. Why does God need to move and help children based on if I believe in him or not? If he God, he shouldn't care if I accept him as God or not. It shouldn't matter what I think about God if God is really real. God should be doing these things regardless if I agree with him or not, or believe in him or not. So you mean to tell me what's stopping God from helping children and helping babies, the sick, the helpless, the hopeless, the abused, is because of my belief? What about your belief? Are you praying for them and God's still not going to do it? Because according to your script, it's the effectual fervent prayers of the righteous avail much. I guess you ain't too righteous because your prayers ain't availing much, because it's still happening to children. And I don't know why God needs my permission to act good, to step in, to intervene. Why does God need my belief in it in order to operate from a good place and to stop evil? Because God is you. God is man. And evil is present in the world because the way man thinks. If man didn't put in his mind to hurt children, children wouldn't be hurt. It's just that simple. Now, everything we experience is because you choose to do it. Adam and Eve been gone a long time ago. You cannot be blaming Adam and Eve for your bad choices and because of your evil doings. Really? Like, why we blaming our choices of today on some stuff that happened 6,000 years ago? What we doing? Also, your negative thinking, your bad choices is because of Adam and Eve, not because of you, not because of the way you think, not because you chose to do it.
Just no accountability, huh?
No accountability. No, there's always a scapegoat. It's always, I'm going to pass the buck. It's always, I can't take, I'm going to blame a devil. I'm going to blame Adam and Eve. I'm going to blame everybody but me. That's why the world doesn't change, because people are looking for somebody else to do it. What did Michael Jackson say? If you want to make the world a better place, you better look in the mirror and make a change. You better get it right while you got the time, because if you don't, you close your mind. I'm starting with the man in the mirror, and I'm asking her to change her ways. And no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. Na 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 na. Oh, hey, I've been a victim of a selfish kind of love. It's time that I realized. Y'all got some selfish love going on, because y'all want to blame a devil, demon, and Satan on mine. Yeah, I said anytime I'm missing I gotta hit even if I say it, I gotta do the Thriller song. the thriller thing. Yes, but he said not the sound effect. Yes. I'm already healed. Jesus ain't even healing the people that's asking him. You think he gonna stop by my door? You know how many people need Jesus to heal them, and you worried about a woman on TikTok? Why don't you ask Jesus to heal the thousands of children, the millions and billions of children around the world that needs him to stop by their doorstep? I'm living pretty good. But won't you send those prayers to the hundreds of thousands and millions of children that needs Jesus to stop by their doorstep to hear their cry? You're not going to do that, though. Y'all too busy talking about a woman on YouTube. Because they don't have no answer for that. It's, oh, you were hurt. Or they act like you didn't make the statement, and they go on to another conversation. But they don't want to deal with the real. They want to talk about Jesus healing me. You know who need healing? The sick children in the hospitals. The sick men that believe in hurting children with molestation and PDF. Those are the people that need healed. They need their minds touched. They think it's okay to lay with children. That's who needs to be healed. And not a woman on TikTok and YouTube talking about love and light and peace and joy and harmony. That's not who needs the healing. Y'all praying for the wrong people. Go ahead, Rasta.
I had a rough childhood, but I feel like Jesus heard me because I understand all this, and like now and like the awakening later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As long as they all, like the kids that are suffering now, receive any kind of peace later in life, then God heard them, which God is us, like we're saying.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm coming from a Christian perspective, though. Because until you change your mind, yes, you don't get the healing. Your healing came because of a change of mind. That's the only reason why you seek the healing. Was because something outside of you decided to. What made you special than all the other people that's suffering? God got favorites. I mean, that's what religion wants us to believe, that there's some favoritism going on. Is there favoritism going on? God got favorites. He picking and choosing who he want to bless and who he don't want to bless. The blessings.
Sometimes I wonder if we're the fallen angels, and like that's the explanation of why even the children are born into it to have to figure it out at such an early age. Even if you grew up in a nice home as a child, like there's so much that you have to go through in like teenage years. Like it's brutal.
Yeah. No, maybe you should read your Bible. Why would I read the Bible? I'm not going to read it from a Christian perspective. I've read the Bible. I used to teach the Bible. But it's okay. I know that this world we're living in is a dream world, and all things are possible in this world, and we see what things are possible on both ends of the spectrum. We see the really, really amazing things that can happen, and we talk about them, and then we see the atrocities that also can take place, right? Both ends of the spectrum, you're going to see those things happen. And as someone who has awakened and understand that this is all a dream, but it has to feel real, experience it. If you realize, as you're going through it, it seems so real, but that's the point of it, for it to seem so real. But then when you awaken in the dream and you recognize you can command your reality, now the world isn't this tormented place. Like someone was saying earlier, people are saying, oh my goodness, the world is so horrible, the world is so, and it's like, that's not what I see. I see harmony, I see peace, I see love, I see joy, right? You're only going to see your own consciousness, your own beliefs. And so if you walk through the world, and a lot of times the evil that we're told about the world is because we're told about it. It's not something we actually personally experience, And a lot of us did experience a lot of our trauma during our childhood or young adult time, right? That's a lot of times when the hell takes place in our life. For many of us, that's when a lot of the hell takes place. And then as we continue to live and we continue to gain understanding and revelation, then the hell becomes less and less. And for some of us, it becomes peace and joy and harmony. Some of us never realize how to get over the hell. And so it's a forever tormenting state. But just know eventually there will be peace. There will be a calm. There will be a calm. There's always a calm. Sometimes people can't even recognize the calm because they're so addicted to the storm. Their default state is the storm. So even if it appears to be calm, nothing's going on, nothing's happening, some people don't even know how to operate in a calm state, in a flow state. Some people are so used to the drama, so used to things being chaotic, that when life is peaceful, they think something's wrong and they're bracing, full of anxiety, waiting for the sky to fall. And sometimes the sky never falls, but they're in a forever state of being anxious, being full of anxiety.
It's survival mode too. Like, if you've had a lot of trauma and been in a lot of violent situations, or everything did seem to go bad, you're always thinking 3 steps ahead of like what could go wrong too.
Yes, thank you. So someone says, favorite brownie, says favorite_brownie. What's your purpose? What's the message, overall point you want to tell the people watching? Side note, you're beautiful. Well, thank you. Thank you. So what I'm sharing is that the Bible is a psychological book. It is mind science. It is telling you how to use your mind so you can have your peace right here, right now. You can have your heaven right now. What does your heaven entail? Prosperity, abundance, peace, joy, love, harmony, compassion, generosity, success in all things that you do, that you experience the richness of life in all areas of life. And the Bible is instructing you on how to obtain that. For me, the Bible is not a historical text, but that's neither here nor there. You can have this life even if you think the people in the Bible are real. You just have to decide. The Bible is telling you how to refocus the mind, how to be transformed from the inside out. Because what's going on within you is what's going to go on outside of you. So a peaceful mind manifests as peaceful surroundings. A wealthy mindset produces wealth in your experience. A healthy mindset produces a healthy state of being. And so if you're ready to transform your mind, because when you transform your mind, you transform your world, this is the place to be. I have free ebooks. Linktree is in my bio, and I do base it off the Bible. I do base it off scripture because the scriptures are the blueprint. It is the basic instructions before leaving earth. It is telling you how to live a successful life on this planet, on this third rock from the sun, on this dream we call life, right? Roll your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, merrily, merrily. Life is but a dream. And you get to realize you get to command the dream. You get to command the dream. The Bible tells you that the words that you speak, they shall never come back void. It doesn't matter what you speak. It's not coming back void. It will accomplish in the thing that you sent it and will perform it in the thing in which you want it to do. I know I messed it up a little bit, but you get the gist. You are the word. God speaks through you. You even agree that God spoke through man. You are the living word. You are the word made flesh. Great is the mystery, says Paul. God manifested in the flesh. It didn't happen one time. It happens every time. Every being born of woman is God manifested in the flesh. And now that you're here to realize how to use your mind. You're here to master your mind, master your emotions, to stop making choices by emotions, but make choices through knowing, gnosis, mind science, knowing yourself, not knowing what someone else says, not believing what someone else says, not being convinced of someone else's perspective, knowing yourself. That's why you're instructed in the Bible to commune with thy own self upon thy bed and be still. You're supposed to talk to yourself and get to know yourself and make decisions from knowing yourself. See, a lot of us make decisions based on what someone else said. Oh, they sound convincing. They sound like they know what they're talking about. The only reason you should ever be convinced of another is to apply what they're saying, to research what they're saying, not to take anybody's word at face value. And in the age that we're in, like someone said, the age of Aquarius, if you're ignorant, it's willful ignorance. Because you can research anybody now. You can look up people. You can see if they on the up and up. You can see what they're saying. And even then, you can't get tricked by that. Even then, you can't be tricked because people can put stuff on the internet and can make it look real, can make it look like they're on the up and up, and they'll still deceive you. That's why the script tells you don't put your trust in man whose breath is in his nostrils. The anointing that you have, says 2 John, you don't need that any man teach you. And I believe in the book of John, it also says that the comforter will bring all things to your remembrance. It's telling you to trust in yourself. Prove this to yourself. Know this for yourself. I'm not telling anyone to believe anything I say. I'm saying test it out for yourself. See if what you think about, you bring about. I know it's true. You need to know that it's true. You need to see the correlation between thoughts and things. That thoughts literally are things. That it's your faith that makes you whole. That things are done unto you as you believe. That the words you speak, their spirit in their life. And if you can believe, all things are possible to you because you believe, which means you accept the thing as true. That's all believe means, to accept the thing as a reality for yourself. What is it that you want? That's what the Christ asked, right? What is it that you want? What do you have of me, said the Christ. Do you believe that I can do it? See, if you don't believe it can be done, why even bother to ask? See, because without faith, it is impossible. What did James say? When you ask amiss. You don't even know how to ask. You ask wrong. You ask doubting. If you can believe in your heart, confess with your mouth and believe in your heart that Jesus is Lord. Who is Jesus? The I am is law. Lord is law. The I am is law. Who do you say that I am? Because that's law. Who do you say that I am? You got to start saying who I am. Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. You are the voice of the I am. You are the expression of the divine. You are here to be the light of the world because you are. You're the light of the world, a city set on a hill that should not be hid. You're to command reality. Therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received it, and what? You shall have it. The only condition in that script is you've got to first believe it. You got to believe it in order to receive it. You got to say that it's already yours before you see it. That takes faith. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of not being able to see it. You don't need faith for things you can see. You need faith for things you cannot see. And right now, you can't see your blessing. You can't physically see it. You see it in your mind's eye. You see it in your mind. You visualized it. You saw it. You said, I want that. I see it. I can have it. I can be it. I am it. Now let it come. Be still and know. Be still and know. Yes, God is in, never apart. The Bible's telling you how to use your mind so you can have the peace, the joy, the love, the harmony. Be kind to yourself, love on yourself, be true to yourself, forgive yourself, repent of negativity, repent of limitation, doubt, fear, angst, desperation, depression. Be loose and be set free. Yes, all things are possible. Okay. All right. Thank you, A-Town. Thank you so much. Talk to you later. Well, only all things are possible according to your belief, though. The only way things will be possible for you, you have to accept that it's possible for you. What is it that you want? What do you believe is possible for you? What are you accepting as real for you? Yes, I get it. People are not ready to accept full accountability for their life. So they create a God. We created a God and we created a devil. And we're saying, oh, God is responsible for the good. The devil is responsible for the bad. Where do you fit in that? If God is responsible for all the good and the devil is responsible for all the bad, where do you fit in that story, in that narrative? Where is your accountability at? My wisdom is not for you. My wisdom is for me. That's what religions don't understand. They think that you're supposed to take their perspective for your life. No pastor, no clergyman, no parent, no one else can tell you how to live your life. But religion wants to tell you how to live your life. Religious people want to tell you what you should and should not be doing. They want to control you. They want to control your mind. Free thinkers are not allowed. You don't get to question. You don't get to ask. You don't need. You don't toe the line based on their perspective. And you notice it'd be a lot of men. Men see to be the biggest culprits of people being free thinkers and people challenging your belief system. That patriarchy is alive and well. They cool with you as long as you operate in their system of belief. But the moment you step outside of their system, they fall out. Don't even live by their own standards. Right. So quick to judge. While you all trying to tell me how to live, do you live according to the script? Are you still sinning? Because according to the script, those who are saved are free from sin. Do you still sin? Are you living a sin-free life? Because your Bible says that you should be. You should be living a sin-free life. You have no proof. You absolutely have no proof. You would like to think you have proof, but you have no proof. The Bible's not evidence. The Bible's a book of stories. The Bible's not evidence of anyone's existence. No different than you telling me, Greek mythology is the existence of Zeus. Zeus is in a book too. So is Medusa. So is Pegasus. So is Spider-Man. So is Harry Potter. That's because it's in a book does not make it true or make them real people. Mm. 300 years from now, they're gonna be talking about Harry Potter is God, and he was the son of man, and he came here to deliver people. Then you see all the magic he could do in his book. That's what people are gonna be saying. But the magic you claim happens in the book, how come it doesn't happen now? How come the magic that happens in the book you do not see today? We don't have any proof that any of those things ever happened. We don't see that magic in today. We don't see nobody walking on water. We see no one splitting a sea. We see, we don't see donkeys talking. We don't see snakes having conversations. We don't see people surviving 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the earth and getting up to tell about it, or 4 days in the earth, in a tomb, in a grave, and getting up to tell us about it, being, in the belly of a whale, 3 days and 3 nights. We don't see these things. Was it? I never got into Harry Potter. I never got into Harry Potter, but I feel you. He was a good read because they have several movies based off him. But he must be true too. Like they have several movies about Jesus and Moses, the 10 Commandments, the Passion of the Christ. There's no records of Jesus' life either. Go give me a record of Jesus' life. Romans kept good records. Do you have a record from the Romans of Jesus' existence? No, you don't. Like, what are we doing? You have no records from the Romans of Jesus' existence. You don't. You do not have any record of it. You only have that book. Like, what are we doing? Just like Zeus, we only have Greek mythology to point to. Just like for the Hindu gods, we got the Vedas and the is it the Upanishad or is it Bhagavad Gita? Bhagavad Gita is associated with Hindu, right? And the Vedas, right? Like, do we have those books to reference? So are the Hindu gods real? They have so many books about Hare Krishna. Does that make the Hindu gods real? I'm sure you're going to say no. I'm sure you're going to say, even though they have historical knowledge and text about Hare Krishna, Vishnu, and Ra, but you're going to say those aren't real. But they have historical evidence for their gods as well. But you don't take them on as your God. But why do you care that I don't believe Jesus is real? Like, why does that upset you so much? It's no different than you don't believe in the Hindu gods or you don't believe in Allah. I don't see you on searching out an Islamic YouTuber while they talk about spreading Islam. They don't accept the divinity of Jesus either. Right. Oh, yes, Elizabeth. Apparently, yes, Pinocchio was a documentary about Epstein Island, that part. Yes. Whew. Who was the not Pinocchio, it's another fairy tale guy that R. Kelly said that he was. R. Kelly said he was the R&B. Was it who was the person of Hansel Pied Piper? Thank you. I mean, yeah. No, he doesn't. He does not he does not accept it. I don't believe you. He does not accept it. Based on what evidence does he accept a historical Jesus? Telling me that some white man from centuries ago, where does he live? He's an atheist scholar. Y'all put, I don't put my trust in these old white men telling me that this fairy tale character lived. Not doing it. If I don't believe in the black preacher, I'm not going to believe in the white scholar, especially a white male scholar. It ain't happening. So, miss me with the scholars said that Jesus was real. Too many. Have you listened to the those who went to seminary school, those who actually studied the Bible, theologian school, seminary, and too many of them leave and saying, no, this stuff ain't right. This stuff not real. Have you listened to those people recently have went to seminary school, went to theologian school, and have walked away and said, yeah, this is all literary. This is all literature. It's nothing historical about it. Have you listened to them? Or you only listen to people that back you up? Right. They rewrite the parts they don't like. That part. They rewrite the parts they don't like. But all of these people claim it because some supposed scholar said that they accept the historicity of Jesus. That's supposed to be, oh, he said it. This white man that's 80 years old said that they believe Jesus was real. I'm now supposed to believe Jesus is real. I don't care what no white man that's 80 years old think about that Bible. I already drawn my conclusion. So, what we doing? Nothing you can say can convince me that Jesus ever existed. I don't care how many people said he did. Again, he's no different. Just like you don't accept none of the Hindu gods or Zeus, I don't accept Jesus. The fact that Zeus and Jesus' names are very similar. Like, they didn't even try to hide it, right? Because the J wasn't even in existence when these things existed. And it's funny that Zeus and Jesus' names are very closely connected. Like, And then when you get to Revelations and you hear about the snake, the one with all the snakes, don't that sound like Medusa? Or that Jesus rides back on a white horse, doesn't that sound like Pegasus? Don't that sound like Pegasus from Greek mythology? Riding around on a white horse. I mean, too many similarities to Greek mythology. Too many similarities. I'm just saying, you know. Say somebody was high when they wrote Revelations. It's because it's all symbolism. It was never meant to be taken literally. Like somebody was talking about how they read, you know, the Bhagavad Gita, and they read about Osiris and all the different things. And I said, and you read that and you took that as literal? You read those books, you read those mythologies, and you took that somebody being sliced up 12 different times and body laid all over the place. You took that as literal history. Or that somebody supposedly has a record of 10 incarnations. No one has records of anybody incarnating. Nobody has records of that. I mean, and you took that as literal? I'm like, that's why you take Jesus. That's why you take the Bible as literal, because you took those things as literal. And they're clearly not literal. Is that stopping people from doing it? Unaliving always starts in the mind before it ever becomes a physical action. It always starts in the mind. Always. I don't care if it's premeditated or in the heat of the moment. It always starts in the mind. The Bible is psychological. Because you have to think about unaliving somebody before you ever do it. Before it ever becomes a physical action. And I'm not here telling anyone to unalive someone. I'm not telling someone not to love. Because you've been here long enough and you heard me say that kingdom of God, kingdom is within you. And it's about love, peace, joy, goodwill towards all men, generosity, harmony. Where we get unaliving from that? Paul told you there's no law against love. The law is for those who don't know how to be good people. You need the law to keep you from unaliving. You need the law to keep you from stealing. You need the law to keep you from lying. I don't. When you operate in love, you don't need a law. Love know how to treat people. The law, says Paul, is for the lawless. So clearly you need the law, because without it, you would be lawless. You don't know how to operate in love. So baby, you need to check your spirit. Check the spirit by the spirit and see it be any good. See if it be of God. Clearly your spirit not of God, because you worrying about unaliving. It's amazing these people supposed to preach the gospel and only talk about sinning at every turn. Every turn talk about sinning. And I'm talking about love and light and peace and joy, and you talking about unaliving folks. Like, what are we doing? Why is that even entering your mind? I don't need a book to tell me not to unalive somebody. Clearly you do. So you need to keep the law. I don't need to keep the law because I operate in love. Oh, that's it, Lotus. So Lotus says, I know someone who said they tell you to prey on people's emotions in theology school. And they do that in spirituality too. That's why I tell people, your feelings do not matter. Stop making decisions based on how you feel. That's why you got a brain. You're supposed to use it. Think, think, think. You better think, think, think. That's why you can't get caught up in somebody else's story. That's why people always got this zero to hero story. They always have this story. They're trying to gain a connection with you by emotionalizing it, trauma bonding, right? People telling you, oh, I went through these hard times. They always got these testimonies of how they struggled through life and how all these things happen and all that, and want you to identify with their hurt, identify with their come up story. Because what? They're trying to get something from you. They're trying to pick your pockets. They want something. They want to control your mind so they can control your life. And they're going to control it through your pocketbook. That's why I talk against coaching and, and gurus and these mastermind courses and these people telling you you need someone. The only someone you need is you. Learn to use your own mind and learn to think for yourself. Stop looking to other people to guide you through life. Guide yourself through your life. And I'm not saying everybody is bad actors, but the whole purpose of awakening was not for you to keep looking for someone to teach you. The whole purpose of awakening was for you to teach yourself, for you to gain a wisdom in self-knowledge, for you to know yourself, to stop going outside of self. Go within, be still. Get still with yourself. Commune with thy own self. Talk to yourself. Get to know yourself. Trust yourself. Be led by your own inner guidance system. Stop looking to others to lead you and guide you. Because I'm telling you, they're going to lead you right into a ditch. They're going to lead you and take everything for you. And then when stuff don't work out, they're going to blame you. Hey, happy Friday, beautiful Mia. Yes, master. Yes, because if you've been on here long enough, you see that I say that the Bible is the blueprint to life, not Christianity, not religion, not Islam, not Christianity, not Hinduism, not Buddhism. No, none. All of you can use their text if you understand them from a metaphysical perspective. All sacred writings are about you, but if you use it to try to manipulate others, control others, to fearmonger, to get people to be ashamed and guilt, remorseful and regret, that's not love. That's why I don't work with religion. I use the Bible, and I know the Bible is a psychological book. It's mind science. It has nothing to do with any person that ever existed in time and space. It is all about the mind. Yes, I'm going to continue to quote the Bible. The Bible is very useful. It reminds you how to gain mastery over your mind, self-mastery, to get to know yourself, trusting yourself, believing yourself, have faith in yourself. Stop putting your trust in others, says your book. Your book tell you, why do you put your trust in man whose breath is in his nostrils? And y'all want to come and tell me what the pastor said. Oh, you need a pastor. Oh, you need to be in church. Oh, you need to listen to this one. Oh, you need to listen to that one. Oh, you need to be able to be sit down and be taught. The only person I need to be sit down and taught by is me. Nobody else. Who cares about the Dead Sea Scrolls if you ain't gonna read what the 66 books you got? But you can listen to the Gospel of Thomas. Do you listen to the Gospel of Mary Magdalene? The Gospel of Mary? Are you listening to those? If you don't know what the 66 books say, you definitely don't know what the Dead Sea Scrolls say. They all say the same thing. Learn how to operate in love. Learn how to command your reality. Learn how to be the best version of you. And stop going around trying to condemn folks and get folks to join your cult. You got to join my religion. You got to be a Christian. No. You got to be you got to be a Muslim. No, you got to be Hindu. No, you got to, the only people that's not recruiting somebody are the Jews. Judaism, they not looking to recruit folks. They're not looking for nobody to convert, nobody. They keeping their teachings all to themselves. They're not looking for converts. You have to want to convert to their belief. They're not asking you to join them. You have to want to be converted to Judaism. They're not looking for converts. Yep, your God. Oh, okay. The truth hurt them. Yep. The truth hurts them. Yep. You just have to ask yourself what you want in this life. To me, religion has you thinking it has you thinking about an afterlife and don't have you focus on this life. A lot of times religion has you double-minded. And the Bible tells you cannot be double-minded. You got to choose, pick a side. Stop being double-minded. Be in the moment. Be in the now. The Bible tells you now is the kingdom of God at hand. Now is the acceptable time. Now are you the sons of God. Now. The Bible is never talking about a later event. Ever. It's a now thing. And now you need to just ask yourself, now what do you want in life? And then persist in that belief, persist in that knowing, persist in your choice. Because you can have whatever you like. You just have to accept it as a reality for yourself. Because once you get the peace that surpasses our understanding, like, you won't be moved by everything that's happening on the outside of you. Because you'll understand that what's happening on out there first started in here, right? What you're seeing is what you've been believing about life. And if you want to start seeing something different, you have to change what you've been believing. That's why the Bible tells you to think on the lovely, think on the pure things, the true things, the virtuous things, the noble things, the just things. Philippians 4:8 tells you how to think. That's what the Bible is telling you how to think. You better think. The Bible tells you how to think. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are noble, just, pure, praiseworthy, and of good report, think on these things. This is how you are to think. Do you practice thinking this way? Or are you so concerned about what somebody believes in? If somebody agrees with your faith, with your belief system. What somebody else thinks or is doing is really none of your business. It really has nothing to do with you. Ever. Because your thoughts are creating in your life, and their thoughts are creating in theirs. Supersized Fries said, if you... Oh my goodness. Why does someone need to die to believe in God? What? Oh, how many times have you died? Heaven is now. What is Philippians 2:5? What does it say? What does Philippians 2:5 say?
Hello.
Hello. First off, I see you have a Christian signage. This is not a debate live. So if you're coming up to debate, it requires a galaxy. So unless you're willing to gift a galaxy.
I'm not trying to debate. I just have questions.
Okay, but if it sounds like it's interrogation.
I'm not trying to interrogate you. I just want to get an understanding of what you believe.
How long have you been in the live?
How long have I been in the live?
Mm-hmm.
I was just scrolling and I seen it. And it says that Jesus never existed. So I wanted to ask you, why do you believe that?
Because it's not necessary for me to believe that he does. I'm not a Christian.
Okay. Do you think that truth is subjective or objective?
Are you an Eastern Orthodox?
No.
Oh, okay.
Do you think truth is subjective or
It's
objective?
both. It's both. It's not an either or.
Okay.
It's both.
Okay. So what if I say, okay, let's say there's a blue cup in front of us, and I say, I believe that this blue cup is blue, and then you say, oh, well, I believe it's purple. Does that mean that because you said it's purple, does that mean that it's purple? Or is there a definitive truth behind that?
It's so many things that plays into why we're seeing two different colors, right?
Like, let's say
because purple comes in many shades and so does blue, right? Like they both come in many different shades. And does it matter if I say it's purple and you say it's blue? How about we're both right? How about neither one is wrong? How about in your eyes, in your world is blue, my eyes, my world is purple? Why does somebody have to be wrong or right in this instance?
Well, I mean, because color is color, we can't really change that, can we?
Oh yes, you know there are many shades of blue, right? And you can say it's all types of blue.
Okay, let's say red and blue. Let's say you say it's red, I say it's blue.
It's purple.
They're absolutely nowhere near.
It's purple.
Nowhere near.
Red and blue makes purple. It's purple. I'm gonna say it's purple. Red and blue makes purple.
You say it's red, I say it's blue.
I say it's purple.
The cup is blue. Does that mean that you're right because you say, or does that mean that...
Why does someone have to be right in this situation?
Because there is a definitive truth. I mean, it's kind of obvious. Like
it's not obvious. Why? Okay. I mean, me saying it's red and you saying it's blue. Okay, now where do we go from there? I say it's red. You say it's blue. Now what? Where do we go from there?
What I'm trying to get at is how can truth be subjective?
You just told us. I'm seeing red. You're seeing blue. We're seeing two vastly different colors. That's how it's subjective. Because you think you're right in what you're seeing, and I think I'm right in what I'm seeing. But who's actually right?
Right.
How are we going to determine who's right?
Exactly. There's a definitive truth behind that, correct?
So what's the definitive truth?
The definitive truth is the actual color of what the cup is, right?
But how do we come to that actual definitive answer?
Well, this is a hypothetical.
No, if you're saying that it's definitive, we need to be able to conclude or you're gonna have to give us bring us to the answer. How do we know?
It's just like what colors are. Let's say neither of us are colorblind. We both know what it is, but you want to say, oh, well, I believe that that's red, even though it's obviously not red. And I say, oh, well, I believe that it's purple, but it's actually blue. Does that mean that because I say it's purple, or does that mean because you say it's red, it's red? No, I mean, there's a definitive truth behind that. It's actually just blue.
You know, some people, this reminds me, have you ever seen those testings where they have people come into a room and they have people there, they're specifically there, they're placed there to say something that's not true, knowing it's not true, just to see the response of the ones who are not aware of the testing, and because they don't want to feel like they are doing something, or they don't want to feel left out, they'll just go along with it, even though they know that what the people are saying that they see, they don't see. But since they're like, well, if they're seeing it, maybe I don't trust myself. Maybe that isn't it. I'm never going to do that. If I think that it's red, I'm going to say it's red. I'm not going to go along with the crowd just because the crowd thinks this, or because you agree with it doesn't mean I need to.
Right. That's good. I'm glad that you say that. Okay, so say you're not.
This is a terrible example because colors. We know that animals and humans see colors differently, and we also know that the way that we see colors as humans is because of how our biology is. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what those colors actually are. So we know that the truth that we see is subjective. We know that scientifically. No, it's a real thing. You're trying to use the real shit. So this is a real example. I'm telling you how your example sucks, and it actually proves the point, which is that reality is and has always been subjective.
Okay, this is the hypothetical. Maybe you weren't listening. Both of us are humans.
You're not the first person to come up here and talk about colors.
Okay. Both of us are humans. Neither of us are colorblind. There's no strings attached to it. We're both just standing here looking at a cup. Okay?
But why does your answer get to be right? That's the question. Why does your color, why does you saying it blue make it blue? Why? That's the question. Why is it? Yes, you're saying you see a blue color. I say it's red, but it's a definitive answer. Who has the definitive answer though? Is it red because I say it's red, or is it blue because you say it's blue? Who's determining what the other person is saying and that they're lying or being wrong or being?
Okay, I want you to just open your ears. You say, okay, we're both standing here looking at a cup, right?
No, answer her question. You don't need to restate it for the third time. We heard you the first time. So just answer her question. Who decides what is truth? That's what she's asking you.
Who decides? Well, I mean, it's kind of obvious what I believe. Who decides truth? I believe that Jesus decides truth. Is that not obvious?
I mean, it sounds obvious, but again, we're not debating. But if you want to keep debating, I'm gonna keep telling you how this version of this question sucks.
Yeah, listen.
Animals don't even see this color the same way as each other.
We're not animals.
We are animals, actually. We're very highly developed animals.
I'm not talking about no animals. I'm not talking about no colorblind people. I'm talking about me and her.
There are colorblind people. You can't act like you can't act like just because we're both humans who aren't colorblind that there are many colorblind people.
You're not listening.
I'm listening. I'm telling you how your example sucks. Find another example.
Me and her are not colorblind. This is a hypothetical.
You don't know that. You didn't even ask her.
Oh my gosh.
You don't even know that.
Okay, please just stop talking.
Can you hear me okay? I'm just asking.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question for him.
Hold on. Let me land. Okay.
You're not landing. You're asking the same question over and over.
No, I'm trying to explain to her what I'm saying.
But my question is,
nobody's
did someone teach? I want to get what you're saying. Did someone teach you what colors were when you were a child?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go.
What?
What if they taught you that blue was green and green was purple? Someone taught you the construct. Color is not real. It's a construct.
What's your point?
My point is, you're making our point that the world is subjective. It's based on belief. Someone told you that blue was blue, you believed it, and now you're arguing with us about it.
It's a hypothetical. If she says that it's red.
It's not hypothetical if it's a real world example.
You want to make it hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical situation. Hypothetical situation.
Well,
is the ocean blue? Is the ocean blue?
Listen, we're not. You're trying to move the goalposts.
Is the ocean blue?
We're not. This is a whole different conversation.
No, it's not. Is the ocean blue?
It's a very literal conversation.
Let me stick to what I'm saying. Just let me finish what I'm saying.
No, we're over this. You said this multiple times. We've already proved to you. We can go scientifically if you want to talk about objective truth and tell you that animals, humans, and even different types of humans do not see colors.
I'm not talking about animals.
Is the ocean blue?
She's making multiple types of color blindness.
Is the ocean blue?
Type of color blindness. So we know that
you're talking about nothing right now. I'm not even talking about.
Who believes the ocean is blue on YouTube? Who believes the ocean is blue? What color is the ocean on YouTube? What color is the ocean? Is the ocean blue?
Is everyone done talking?
Sir, you don't run this panel. You didn't even pay $10.
Exactly. That's what she told you from the beginning. It's not a debate. So if you want to debate, here's your debate. Here's your debate.
You are debating.
You're the one trying to debate me.
Hey, Lotus,
Like,
no.
you're talking about some bullshit about colors.
I don't
No one wants
believe
to
in
hear this shit.
horoscopes.
You
I
over
am
here
the
talking
horoscope.
about
I am
Roy
the
G.
zodiac.
Biv. Roy G. Biv. Someone
By
taught
the
you
way,
what
I'm not
Roy G.
breaking the
Biv
second
was.
commandment with the cross. I'm not idolizing the cross. But okay.
Like color?
Okay.
Talking about
Is
objective
there
truth.
any
Your
talk
God,
about
your God
Roy
isn't
G.
even
Biv in the Bible?
objective.
Just
He's not
scream,
even
just
objective.
scream.
Your
You're talking
God's
to
not even
nobody.
consistent in the
You're
Bible.
talking to a wall.
Does Jesus talk about Roy G. Biv? Does Jesus
You're-
talk about turquoise and purple
Okay, are we
and
debating
maroon and
now? Is this a
burgundy?
debate or am I just asking questions?
I mean,
it seems
you
like you guys
don't
wanna
like the
debate
term
me.
debate because you're trying to lie and say that you're not debating when you
It
are
seems like
literally debating.
You're trying
So
to debate
now
me. I'm
here's
just
your
asking
debate.
her a
Here's your
question.
debate. Since you wanted to debate so badly, she told you from the beginning.
All right, bet. Let's have a debate.
So
Don't
you
they
gotta
call
pay the
black
galaxy.
people and black people not even
Oh, I
black?
thought
You
you
gotta
wanted
pay
to
the
debate.
galaxy. That was the whole
Race-
point.
Race
You
is
just said you wanted
subjective.
to debate.
It's a
Yeah,
construct.
because you came up here talking about, well, is who decides whether red is blue and blue is red?
That's not what I said.
I don't give a damn what you said. We heard what the point that you were trying to make, and I told you many times it's stupid. There are colorblind people in the world. There are many types of colorblind people in the world who don't
Oh my
see,
God.
even
You're not getting
colorblind
what
people
I'm
don't
saying.
even see the
You're not
colors the
getting what
same.
I'm saying. Again,
So
you're not
I'm
getting
trying to
what I'm saying.
explain
What
to
are
you that
you saying?
your
That's what I'm trying
hypothetical
to
is
explain to you
stupid.
what I'm saying, but this lady keeps
You've been
talking.
trying to for the last 20 minutes. Can you
I
finish
haven't even
trying
gotten
to?
my point off, and I haven't even
You
been in
did
this
try to
live
make
for
your
20
point,
minutes.
which was that you believe that truth is objective. We're trying to tell you it's subjective. Point made.
Okay.
What
Is
else
the
do you want
glass
to know?
half empty or half
Oh my-
full? Is the glass
What?
half empty or half full?
What are you talking, bro? What are you talking
You never
about?
heard that, bro? You never heard that before?
Okay, just listen.
That's some subjectivity for your ass.
If
Is
the
the
host-
glass half empty or is it half full?
If the
All right.
host says that this cup right here, hypothetically, there's a blue cup in front of us, she says it's red, and then I say it's yellow. Does that mean because she said it's red, does that mean that it's red? No, obviously not.
If she believes
Because
it's
I say
red,
that it's
that's
yellow, does
it's
that mean that
red.
it's... Oh my.
Yeah.
You have
Yeah.
no logic in your brain. Did you hear
No,
what you just
your
said?
God has no logic. Your God is
How does he not
completely
have no logic?
subjective in determining how he wants to decide what truth is and what truth isn't, what sin is and what
Explain
sin
to me
isn't,
how
what
God-
punishment
explain to
is
me
and what
how
punishment
Jesus
isn't.
is
That's
logical.
your God is completely subjective. Depending on who it is, God is a forgiving God, God is a hateful God, God is a vengeful
How?
God, God decides he forgets, God decides he repents. God is all over the place.
Okay, how?
So if you
Give me one
really want to
example.
get to that point, your God is not subjective. If you believe that your God is, by the
I
fact
didn't say-
of him being God,
Are
is
you- you're not
objective,
listening.
then you
Obviously
are
you're not listening. I
inherently
didn't say my God was
subjective.
subjective. I didn't say my God was subjective.
Then what the fuck
You're not
what are you trying to
listening.
prove? What are you trying to
Proof
say?
is objective. That's what I'm trying to say.
Your God is not objective. I'm telling you right now,
Wait,
in the
give me
Bible,
an
your God is
example.
not
Give me an
consistent.
example.
You used a social construct for your example. If you use a social construct, something that was made up by society, to use as your example, you're going to fail every time.
It's
Color
a
is
hypothetical
social-
situation.
You can't
You
use
guys
that
are
word
just so-
hypothetic just because you used
Oh
a
my
dumb
God.
example. You used a dumb example.
Respectfully,
A hypothetical
respectfully,
example
you
means
guys
it
couldn't
can't
do
be
everything.
applied to real life.
Color is a social construct, just like
Thank God. Okay. Explain to me how God, my God, or just God. Explain to me
Yeah.
how God is illogical or
Certainly
subjective.
subjective. I mean, God's values
Explain
are
to
all
me.
over the place.
Give me an example.
So, for example, God apparently hates when the Amalekites or other people sacrifice children, but he was totally okay with flooding the earth.
That's not
Totally okay with
sacrificing.
that. Totally okay with that. They have no problems
We
with
can
that.
talk about that. Do you want to talk about that, or do you?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Pay $10.
Yeah, pay your galaxy while you're at it.
All right, bet. Why? Let me ask you this. Why did
No,
God?
pay your
love you?
galaxy. Pay your galaxy. Since we're getting to the debate of it all, I already made my point because your original point
Yeah,
was
I'm
stupid.
not gonna pay $10 to ask.
Do you have $10
Then
in
find
your
somewhere else. There are other people that you can debate with online.
Can you scrape up $10 out of your Christian car seats?
Do I look like an ATM machine to you? I'm not gonna give you
Wow,
money.
you need an
You're the most
ATM
irresponsible
for
people in the world.
You need an ATM for $10?
I said, do I look like an ATM?
Most people get $20 out the ATM. You need an ATM for $10?
Like, you literally want the energy for free. Nick. You can go to a different live and debate somebody else who does that. She already told you from the very beginning it's not
Let's
debate
debate.
live.
You just said
And she
to me,
gave
let's
you
debate.
many warnings. saying, if you're gonna interrogate me, we're gonna end, or you can pay up. And here we are, still talking about some bullshit about red and blue.
It's kind of crazy that you're begging for money. Why are you guys?
No one's begging
for
for shit. You're begging for energy. You can go debate.
You're begging for attention. You're begging for attention. And you are not.
Shit, then get off the panel then, or be genuine and actually have a conversation.
How are you gonna ask me about the flood? How are you gonna ask me about the flood and then say pay me $10?
I didn't ask you shit. You said you wanted to wait. I don't need you to explain.
You're just looking for a reason not to believe. Like, it's just sad.
No, we got a million reasons not to believe. Look at the earth. Look at the world today.
Why do you believe? You don't even have $10.
I dropped
them. The Lord has blessed you with $10.
I dropped them. Oh,
they act like you asking for $20, $30, $40.
Even if I was.
Like, even if you were, like, that's the rule of this life.
I'm not begging because you don't have to pay it. And the live will continue. The live will continue. Even if you don't pay up, the live will keep on living.
I'm like, you're begging to get heard. Well then.
Talking about some red and blue. Boy, that is the worst.
Oh my God, man. I'm sorry. I can't handle it. I got to come up. I said, look.
Anything you learned in school is a social construct.
He's like a little child. Those are the Christianity mentality. See, they think they try to woo you. They're always right, but you always wrong. They know they know everything in and out. All you have to do admit everything they say. But if she make the rules, she had the right to make her own rules. Okay, if you want to come debate in Christianity, that's my energy. So now you need to pay a fee for that. Because if there's people that consulted me, they want my consultant, you know what I do? I charge $75 for 30 minutes. That's my right.
Yeah, that's your rule. And they have he has the right, and they have the right to go anywhere else they want to go.
If you want me to go in the public park, to sit down with you, to help you with your energy, to help you to know who you are, whatever you're going through, it's going to cost you $75 in 30 minutes. And I'm not backing out on it. I used to give it for free, but when you give for free, nobody really take it into consideration. So when they start paying a fee for it, then they will take it serious.
But my thing is, the church is asking you for money twice in one sitting, and they invited you there.
Because it's interesting, right? The reason they come up, that means they're interesting. Then there's something to look for. They want to feel like, okay, they want to, whatever you got to say, you got to pay. $10 is not no money. It's a chop change for you to gain knowledge, for you to really have a voice to debate, whatever debate you want. But at least you're not using my energy for nothing.
That's all it is. They want someone's energy, and the reality is, there's other people who are deliberately debating on their lives. They can go to. There's a whole bunch of them, and I'm sure on their FYP. If she came up on his FYP, he's getting theirs too. So the whole.
So you think she's gonna sit behind that screen all day long, and talk and give the energy out, and then when she can survive, she don't have no place to sleep. She ain't got no food to eat. I mean, let's be serious. So it's nothing but reality. But they want their reality. But forget about you. Yeah, let me buy a private airplane, a private jet. But why you working home every day to go to church? I mean, are we serious? Nah. So if they can have it, she can have it, I can have it, we all can have it. So share what you got. You want to hear something? You want to bring a point? You want to debate it? Pay that Lord. That's it. But you want to argue something so you can be heard? Because everybody else say the whole bunch of losers.
You can shut the hell up for free.
Exactly. So that's why I come out there to say, because I know but I don't know what they think he got going on. Sister, you have a lot of patience when I do. I would have dropped him a long time ago.
I wanted them to eat them up. I knew they was gonna eat them up. I was laughing. I was enjoying
You're
it.
so patient. Like genuinely, I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get there. It's like the whole thing of just not listening. Like people don't listen, and like why would you hop on someone's panel when you just scrolled past their live, like it didn't listen at all? Like because you right before that just explained everything. Right before that, you explained everything in detail, and no one was on the panel.
And I was like, how long you been in the live?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what are we talking about here?
So don't lie. Yeah.
Don't lie and say you're coming up here to ask what. Boy, if you don't, I cannot. Talking about blue and red. Well, like there's like 6 different versions of colorblindness. Not to mention, there are certain cultures who see colors differently because they've been isolated from the rest of society. And so that's documented, like that we as humans do not see colors the same way.
Right.
And even language has the ability to affect like how we perceive a color. So like I don't understand. That's just a terrible example from like a million different reasons. So it just really bothered me because I'm just like, I have a friend who can't see red and green. Like red and green look the same.
Exactly. He did it.
So like that's why like the whole conversation falls flat because you're acting like the colorblind people don't exist now. Like what you think that just like so now all of a sudden like yeah you're like I mean the very example you're using for humans doesn't even work.
But they want someone, they think everybody has to agree. And here's the thing, you can tell that the world is subjective because no one is agreeing on anything. When it comes to politics, when it comes to religion, right? When it comes to academic institute, the only thing we probably do have a consensus on when it comes to math. That is probably the only science that's not there's no controversy there, right? Everything else. But even Terrence Howard came and said, hold up, wait a minute. There's controversy in mathematics.
There's all kinds of theories that people have. Like, there's all kinds of different, I mean, like arithmetic and things like that, no. But like on terms of like, you know, the higher level maths, people do disagree on how those things.
I mean, he was disagreeing just when it came to money and the death and the percentage, like the tenth cents and how you add that. And he was bringing to light that that's how the economic system kind of get over and how they use the decimal point when it comes to 10 cents or 1 cent and how they move it around. So the Lord, the fact that you try to say that there is no subjective truth is wild to me, you know, because even when they claim that God says not to unalive, except when he tells you to do it.
Exactly, except when he does it.
Like what?
He done killed all the firstborns in Egypt. Okay?
And then they try to differentiate between skilling and smothering. I'm just like
be so for real. Like
you took a life. I don't know what to tell you. You took a life and you want to try to determine if it was a smurder or if it was a skilling. I'm just like, what? The life is gone. The person don't care that, you know, like what?
No, it's that's like apologetics 101. Like not even like you can't start with this whole concept of objective and subjective truth because God is clearly subjective. That God.
But I like how Rasta said that in the original, because I know someone was saying that the Septuagint and the KJV are not. The Septuagint is mostly closely related to the Hebrew language than the KJV is. And they were saying that in the original tongue, it was that atom split, which is the Big Bang, not that a rib was pulled from Adam. But we know it's talking about the atom, and that the rib being the, what is that? The ribo, what is it? The
ribosome?
Yeah.
A ribo.
Nucleic acid, I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you're right. Yeah.
That's what the Bible, when it talks about, you know, the Bible is all symbolism. And they really want us to believe that a woman came from a man. When it's talking about, you know, because language is so, I'm telling you, whoever came up with English, boy, they knew what they were doing. Because they definitely know you can be confused when it comes to the English language. The way we have all these homophones and homonyls and homographs and, you know, The homonyms,
Even
homophones, and
how we-
homograms is right there is
people
enough to
say
confuse
we don't have
you.
like a tonal language, but what we do in a sense that you can change the case of a word depending on how you say it. So like to inspect something versus, or not inspect, is it inspect? There's certain verbs basically that become nouns depending on how you say them, and the verbs depending on how you say them. Like, we don't consider that like tonal, but it's how we are saying something that really determines the difference versus how it's written.
Yep.
And you know, English is a difficult language comparatively to lots of other languages. It's one of the most difficult languages.
Yeah.
Like the Latin languages.
Besides French. French is a very difficult.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all can hear me because I was driving. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yep.
We can now, yeah.
You can hear me? Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. But he had me so annoyed because he picked the worst example. He picked a whole construct to use as his example.
Definitely.
And I'm just like, well, the color red is called rojo in Spanish, and it's red. Is that a problem too? If I say, no, that's called red, and they say, no, it's rojo, now what?
That part.
Exactly. Have you ever seen those games where you'll have a word like green, but it's written in red? And so your brain has to kind of trick itself to determine like what color you're seeing because the word and the visual are different.
Don't match, right? Yeah.
Like that's why like it's just that's again another reason why that example was stupid.
Yeah.
Sorry. It just doesn't make sense.
The world is built on so many constructs. Like half of what you learned in school is social constructs. So it's horrible examples. And like I was thinking of like I heard something recently. They were talking about like the Immaculate Conception, and like the true like definition of conception is really like a thought versus like pregnancy. It's literally a thought. So the focus on the virgin like conception, could it be more related to a thought?
Sister, you said something deep. There's something deep. This, oh wow. You know, I was
conceive a thought.
She's
Right. Yeah. Hold on. Let her finish. Go ahead, Mia.
Yeah, go ahead, sister. I'm sorry, but the Immaculate Conception.
I thought it was really interesting. You know, when they talk about Immaculate Conception and like, oh, she became pregnant. So like, you know, everything's symbolic, and you know, people are like showing like that's not true and it could never happen. And you know, conception and how you conceive a thought and in your mind and how things happen. I really believe that that's probably more of what it was versus like just getting pregnant. Well, I don't believe the whole story is literal anyway, but I believe that that's more too because everything is about the mind.
Right. That's exactly what it is.
You
You
know?
don't need a man to conceive a thought.
Nope.
That's what it's saying. She got pregnant without a man. She did not know a man. Right. You conceive a thought without knowing. You don't have to have a boardroom meeting to conceive a thought. You don't need someone else's other opinion to conceive a thought.
Wow.
Yeah. The Bible is all about manifestation. It's telling you how your desires come, right? Your desires come from within. It's a thought, right? That's where your desires come from.
Absolutely. And I feel like even like with the literal conception, right, in the physical world, I feel like with fertility in this world, I think that so much control has been put on fertility. And it used to just be something as simple as a thought, a belief, and a manifestation. And now there's so many people got apps and they're taking pills and they're doing this. And people don't understand that your worry is built on lack. Because if you really believe that you will have a child and have a healthy baby, would you feel like you need all these things?
Right.
So, you know, things used to just happen magically, like with a thought or with an idea. But now we feel like we can control pregnancy in a certain way. So I thought that was really interesting. And how like fertility has changed. Of course, people blame it on food and all these other things. But I look at the human in society and how we think and how that has changed.
Yeah.
Over time versus with pregnancy and things. Because, you know, I think about my mom and stuff like back then, they didn't have fertility apps.
No.
They didn't have ways of tracking their fertility. You can only get pregnant 1 week out the month. and you're really super fertile about 3 days in that week. So it's really miraculous to get pregnant. So, I've always thought that was interesting. I'm gonna land my plane.
Yep. Thank you. So we have Shirley on the panel. Hello, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Great, thank you.
And you great. I've been trying to find you. Thanks, messing with my pastor found out what that meant. I said yes, and he just went to the next one. But no, I wasn't making a testimony. I was trying to make a point. I'm not so good at explaining myself as well as you all are. So what are your topics today? I mean, what are you talking about today? I just came by and I heard you all talking about, I did hear the end about that conception. I hope it's just not a thought. I don't think a thought, and I want a baby. I'm 72, but anyway.
Oh, we're talking about when it comes to manifestation.
What topics?
You're breaking up.
Okay. Steve, it is. Oh, it's better. Is that better?
Yeah, now it is. We can't hear you now if you're talking. You're still breaking up.
Okay, can you hear me? Oh, I don't know what's wrong there. I don't know. It's out of. Can you hear me?
Just in the bad spot. The signal is weak.
Okay.
Are you using earphones, Miss Shirley?
You can tell her signal. You can see how it's red. That means
I can't see it on my end. I used to be able to see it, but yeah, I can see it on my end. Maybe because the way I got the format.
It's like one bar. She's one bar. So she's the only signal weak. If you can move some different area, different places, you get put up set. You got more signal.
Okay, what about now?
We can hear you now.
That's better?
Yes.
Go ahead, yes.
Okay. Okay, what were your topics today?
Oh, we're just talking about manifestation.
No, her signal is a little bad.
Yeah, that's okay. So yes, IC2K 1256 says the Bible is just a beginner's phase to reach your true God consciousness. Take it for your worth. Yes, that's it. I love it. That's all the Bible is. Your path to right to consciousness, to Christ consciousness, to your awakened state, to remembering who you are, to understanding that all is mine. Like someone said in the chat, that it's like the Truman Show, right? We got the world around us telling us what it is and what it isn't, and how it is and how it isn't, and they did all they could to try to keep him stuck in that mindset of not knowing that it was all a play. He was in a movie. He was on a TV show, and the joke was on him, right? Yes, love the Truman Show. Yes. Hello, so you're back, Miss Shirley?
I am. Do you think that although we have been taught that way and we believe that way, do you believe that it works for me because I believe it? And although you believe the way you do, and we just can go on, each of us believing the way that we are, like I don't come against anything you say or you believe, because I've always believed according to someone's faith be it unto them, like the script says. And I don't bother people when they believe or try to convince them otherwise. I enjoy you all. I listen to you all. Listen to anybody, everybody. It doesn't make me any difference. So my thought is what I think is mine. What you think is yours. What you believe is your belief. What I believe is mine. And I don't try to change anybody for anything. So what do you think about that?
Love it. That's how it should be. Leave people alone.
Yeah.
Let people have their beliefs.
That's right.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes. I don't go in Christian spaces saying, you know what? You know Jesus never existed. I get to believe that. And I get to share it just like someone would go on live and say, you need to follow Jesus. You need to, like, I don't go in spaces and say, you shouldn't be saying this. You should. No, I go on my own live and I talk about my own truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a beautiful thing. I believe that. Yeah. Yeah.
I enjoy it regardless. I listen because I want to. You. And they say, stay off those lines. You stay off those lines. Those people will draw you. No one can draw me.
No. I say, yeah, you cannot be convinced against your own belief.
No, I can't, sweet darling.
No.
And that's the truth.
Yeah,
and
nobody.
I'm sorry.
No. You go ahead. Sorry.
And I'm not saying where anybody go. And I tried it. I tell them that even if we're going to say,
oh, you're breaking up again.
I don't know that. It doesn't say whether people will go here or not. Don't say where someone's going. You don't know where they're going.
Right.
I don't know where they are right now. So I enjoy you and I listen because I want to listen. When I find you, sometimes I can't find you. And sometimes I do. Like today, I come on and, oh, there she is. But anyway, I appreciate y'all.
Oh, thank you.
So keep going. And we'll see an end if there's an end.
I know, right? You have such a sweet voice, Miss Shirley. Such a sweet voice. Thank you. Yes, they're saying you're so lovely. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Oh, thank you. Thank you for joining so much. Yes. All right.
You know you have to let me down because I don't know how to get down.
Okay, I'll let you down. Thank you for joining again. Have a great rest of your day. Oh, that was so sweet of Miss Shirley. Yes, beautiful. That's my mom's name. My mom's name is Miss Shirley.
It was nice.
Yes. And the fact that she enjoys listening to us, so clearly she's not offended, right? Because she says she looks for me and she catches me and she caught me today. So that's so beautiful.
I used to do the same thing too. But when I come in your life, and I had to come look for you, and I couldn't find you. I'm like, where's she at? You know, it's amazing. Like, it's nothing. That's when you know you're in the right track, you're in the right place. Because it's all about energy. If your energy attract the good people who get the good energy, you know what I mean? So let's say God attract God. Put it that way.
Yes, thank you.
So your voice alone, even before I saw your faces, I know your voice, your face by your voices. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I know you're comfortable. You know, it's funny today, right? I was on in the market and buy a cabbage and then buy something to make some food. And then do you know there's a lady? She said, you know what? You're a happy man. I said, yes, ma'am, I'm happy. You know what? It's not money you have in the bank make you happy. You create your own demons, but I have my right to live and happy. Anybody come next to me, I want them to be happy. But they have to choose it. You know what I mean? You have to choose your happiness. Because we live in a world where, as a matter of fact, people try to cage you, mentally, spiritually, then for you to be free. So you have to free yourself. You know what I mean? You have to free yourself. Mm-hmm. And once you content with yourself, then you lack of nothing.
Yep, you lack nothing. Yep.
You lack of nothing.
It's about finding your center, finding your peace, finding your joy, finding your bliss, and it's all going to come from within. Right? You just got to just find what you want to do and do it to the best of your ability. Be the best version of you. Do things with ease, with flow, with joy. Don't beat yourself up. Don't condemn yourself. The world is going to do that enough. You don't need to add to it. You know?
That's right.
Leave the world alone and just change yourself. Work on you, be the best version of you that you can be, decide what it is that you want. So now I'm watching, I like documentaries. I gotta talk to Anna, me and Anna be on those documentaries. So I'm watching the Titans of Hollywood. I'm watching a documentary that tells how Hollywood got its start, talking about the film industry. And because it originally started in New York and it moved to Hollywood. It originally started in New York though, and then got moved to California. So yes, it's really, and it's just like, wow, just seeing how some people would just how they were visionaries, like they would just take that vision and just bring it into an experience. Of course, we don't get to see all the nooks and crannies of it, right? Like, how did these men know to trust themselves? How did these men know to, And I thought about this one TikTok that I saw yesterday, earlier in the day. It might have been yesterday or the day before yesterday. And they were like, I'm going to start, it was a black girl. She said, I'm going to start having the audacity of white men. She was like, they do not apologize for anything that they decide that they want to do in their life. They make no apologies. And then she was saying, like, black women have this, they want to apologize for being great, for doing good, for experiencing whatever they're experiencing. Wants to make these excuses for it. And she was like, no, I'm going to have the audacity, she was saying some of the stuff that she has experienced by having that audacity. And I'm like, yeah, we got to stop making excuses for what we want in life. No one else is making excuses. Everybody else is doing, and we live in such a time that we don't have to keep talking about the past. We don't have to keep talking about 200 years ago, 300 years ago, even 50 years ago. You live in the calendar year 2026. The world has changed enough where you really can live your dream. You really can command your reality. That you don't have to accept what is, and you can make it whatever you would like for it to be.
As nothing but facts, sister. It's like you create your own wall, right? Because you have that ability, you have that how can I say, that freedom to create your reality.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But the reason our people, when I say our people, are limited, because they listen to somebody else to make their own reality for themselves.
Yep.
No, you can't do that. You have to create your own reality.
Yep.
That's why they be able to control you, people. Be able to say, no, they're making rules, right? They bring laws, they bring this and that, because once they lock you in their own reality, it becomes reality.
Yep. Because they make up the rules when like the people that was starting in the film industry. So this one guy, he was getting rich off of renting the films. And I didn't know Thomas Edison was part of the film industry. He did so many things. So he got wind of, he's like, because they had a group of them that they made the films, they made the projectors. They were the reason it had everything to do with the film. And this one guy, he would take the movie and he would rent it to all the movie theaters, and he was making bank. And and Thomas Edison was like, hold up. He brought all the people that made the films, and he was like, we do it one time, and they're making money off our ability to make these films. We are the ones that have all of the stuff to bring the film into, the hiring the actors and everything like that. So they had built this little coalition, and they called it the trust. And so the trust went to the government and said, look, we need it to become law that if they're going to rent out our stuff, they have to pay us a fee to do it.
Oh, fee, right.
And they had to pay 2 fees to do it.
Yeah.
And so the one guy that had gotten rich off of it, he was like, okay, of course they shut down a lot of those rental spaces out. Like half the rental spaces went out of business. The one guy that was like really being successful in it, he said, you know what? I'm just gonna start my own film production studio. He still needed the trust to okay it. When the trust found out he was making his own movies, they had goons that they would go around and be like their henchmen, and they would come in and they would break up all your equipment. So they came in and they destroyed all of his equipment. They set his building on fire. He ended up having to go to Cuba. But I'm not gonna tell you, if you're interested in seeing it, it's just like now I'm at the part where they're in Hollywood. Now I'm like on the 6th episode now, and they're in Hollywood, and they tell you how they got the first star, and how the American public started treating the actors like they were royalty. They tell you how that got initiated, and because in the beginning, it was silent film, and no one knew who the actors' names were. The actors' names were never said, and so the public would give them nicknames based off their look. And so they would go to to see different movies. They'd be like, "Oh, we really like the girl with the curly hair. I think they call her the girl, the curly hair girl or something." They would give them luck because they didn't know their name. And so it was like, wow, just to see how some people, they were just trying to expand their business, and that thought created a sensation in the industry. Just one little idea, and it would just take off, and everybody would start duplicating it or mimicking it. It's nice. It's nice.
Do you remember? You know what you say makes so much sense, because everything they tell us, they show even in the movie, in the show, it's all based in reality.
Yeah,
it's all based in reality, but they tell it right in our face, but we're not paying attention.
Yep. All of them had visions, and all of them trusted themselves. So you just gotta have the vision, and you gotta trust yourself. And even if at first you don't succeed, like some people never gave up, even though in the beginning, like the guy that was writing the movies, he eventually became a really big player in the music in the film industry. But in the beginning, he was trying to find his way. And then he finally, he was going against the trust. Finally, he was able to do so. I can't remember because they tell you how Paramount became MGM, Universal, all of those movie houses.
What about Blockbuster? Remember Blockbuster?
Well, they haven't gotten to that yet. We're still in it. The part I was in, they had just discovered how to bring sound to the movies. Because at that time it was still silent film, and then they figured out how to bring the voice to the movies and how to bring that in, and the stuff that they had to go through to make sure, because once they brought sound, the mic would pick up everything, so they had to figure out how to isolate it so it only would pick up the voices of the actors. I guess that's where they get quiet on the set, because those mics would pick up everything. And so they had to go in closets, and they was on, and they kept advancing the movie thing. You see how it started as this, and then it ended up here. It take you on that journey. It's really cool. And I'm just like, it's really Netflix. Yep.
You know what's amazing? You telling it, but it's reality. You know what's amazing? That you can literally speaking in your mind, but you don't have to speak. The song don't have to come out.
Mm-hmm,
That's exactly what he was doing.
Yep.
You can really speak in your mind, but the songs don't have to come out. You know what I mean? Like, this is interesting, but it is just based on reality of life itself.
Yeah, it was amazing to see how they started connecting to the person, because at first they was just going to see the movie just for the movie. Then the one that became the first starlet, it was because she made them feel something when she connected to and this is before sound, before they start talk. I think they called it talking, because at first it wasn't called motion pictures, it was called movie moving pictures. They call them moving pictures. But now, now we call it the motion picture, right? But back then they called it the moving. And so before the movie started talking, they started calling it talking pictures. Before the movie started talking, it was all silent film. And they started to tell a story. And the movie's only like 15 minutes. One guy decided to make it a feature film. They call it a feature. That's when the movie started being 2 hours. And when the person that wanted to initiate it, his partner was like, no one's going to sit and watch a movie for more than 15 minutes. Nobody's going to watch a movie for 2 hours. No one's going to do that. And of course, every time they say something not going to do, something not going to happen, somebody does it. And then it becomes a sensation. And now everybody doing it.
That's so interesting.
It becomes their reality. Yep.
It's almost like you said, like when they discovered, like with entertainment, like with sports, when they discovered with Michael Jordan, they can make a basketball star and market him, just like you were saying, like a movie star. Like we can make a movie star and sell the pictures based on the person that makes them feel away.
Yep.
That sounds very interesting.
It was really good. It's I'm gonna finish it tonight, but yeah, I was like, oh wow, this is how they started just see the mind and the different things that they went through to build their companies, and and how they would fight amongst one another, and how they would they would go to Wall Street to get more money or to borrow money. Because they tell about the Warner Brothers. I forgot about Warner Brothers, because the Warner Brothers really struggled in the beginning. They didn't take off right away. They struggled a bit in the beginning, but they were raised in a family where the father told them they're brothers and they cannot disband. They have to be there for one another. I think later on one of the brothers do end up leaving, but in the beginning you see their ups and downs, and they were from Ohio, I believe. They not from Ohio, but that's where they got there. They really took off when they went to Ohio. Then they came to California. Yeah.
Interesting.
Manifestation.
I want to see it.
I think that was so cool. Like what I shared with you about, like with Michael Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen like bits and pieces of that before, but I thought it was. But now that I've deconstructed and know about manifestation, it's so different seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, wow. And he's not the first. Like if you watch a lot of documentaries or like interviews with a lot of like really famous people, they all kind of talk similar in how they use manifestation.
Yep.
And I love that, like Michael was writing, like, I am beautiful and I am this. And it was so interesting because even with his career, as odd as he began to look, he was still being beautiful to the world. You know what I mean? Like he still was, because Michael got a little odd looking in the later years, but his beauty was never overlooked. You know what I'm saying? Like people who loved him was still able to see the beauty in him, regardless of how the outside looked. I just thought that was really awesome. And it's just another proof that, all you got to do is speak life over yourself. And believe it.
Yeah, he made sure he didn't get double-minded because he put everything everywhere. That's the key, being single-minded, being hyper-focused on your end goal. That's
vigilant, very vigilant. And if you watch like interviews, he was very direct in his way, and like no one could sway his mind. Like, I don't really care. And I think it's important. A lot of people, sometimes you feel like you have to share your manifestations with other people. And I unless it's with like-minded people, I don't think it's necessary. Because unless you're strong, because people will try to talk you out of it. And it's hard sharing manifestations with people who aren't like-minded because they're not there yet and they don't understand the power of it. But he was very hard to deter. He was very focused.
Yes. Beautiful. Yeah. The name of the is Titans. I forgot. It's something about Hollywood because they got another Titans where they talk about the Titans of industry. And then so with JP Morgan, like the bankers and all of those people that started the industrial revolution. And then they have the Titans. So the next one is so I wonder if they're gonna do maybe they're gonna do music next, because first they did like the industrial revolution. Now they're doing Hollywood. maybe the next one is going to be music. Maybe, I don't know, but I'm like, it seems to be a thing going on because the first one to Titans was the Titans of industry, the bankers and all of that. J.P. Morgan, what was it? Rockefeller and them. Yep, they talk about that. And now it's the Titans that started, you know,
The Rothschild,
the film.
Yep.
Yeah, but J.P. Morgan was like the central figure because he basically was the reason why they do business the way they do business. Like he's really like the catalyst. It's the reason why they do business the way they do business because he's the reason why they broke up the monopoly, why they brought the antitrust laws because of J.P. Morgan. That's why they start. That's why FDR implemented that because of him. Yeah.
I want to watch that because, man, the banking system is full of scammy. It was oh my God. You know how banks work in general is just odd.
Yeah, I watched the one about what's their name? Not Bank of America. What's the one? I don't see a lot of them here in the Midwest. I actually had a credit card from them. I can't think of their name. I can, but whoever they were. The world was trying to say that they was this great bank, that they were so good, that they were honest or whatever, and come to find out they were the most dishonest bank. They were taking money handout. They were creating credit cards for people that they were telling their tellers that they had to sign up at least 8 people a day, which basically they were telling people to create accounts that they didn't need.
I bet that's Wells Fargo.
Well, yep, that's who it was. Wells Fargo. And they were showing
inconsistencies, and I had so many scammy things. I had a banker actually steal money from me. A teller actually stole money out of my account, and I had to file when I was with Wells Fargo.
It was Wells Fargo, yep. And the thing is like if you went to like CNBC and those different people, they kept saying, "Oh, they're such a great bank. Oh, they're so good. Oh, they're their best bank. They're the best trusted bank." The whole time they had their teller and what's so interesting, they focused on a couple of tellers that kind of helped bring the downfall of the bank, but they were saying, okay, well, we're in a small town, it's only maybe 100,000 people. If we have to open up a new checking account every day, 8 days, they said in 30 days, it was like if all of us did that 30 times and 6 months, we would have opened up an account for every person that lived in this county or lived in this city. They was like the math just wasn't mathing, and they said they would have to ask their family, "Could you just open up another account? Could you?" Because they didn't want to get in trouble. They didn't want to lose their job. "Could you just open up another?" So people having 3, 4 accounts, and then they're taking those secondary and third accounts and getting credit cards in their names, and it's causing overdraft fee. You know, they were just finding any way to collect money. That's how they were making all of this money, because they were doing all of these fees, all these overdraft fees, or people having credit cards open and they don't know they have them open, and they're being charged fees for it. It was wild. But yeah, I mean, if they finally got found out, of course, you know, the government kind of just gave them a little hand slap. You know, they got a fine, but it wasn't much based on the amount of money that they made. The fine that they got was very minuscule compared to, you know, the damage they had did. But yeah, it's like, wow, just something like, what can you do, right? Just gotta make sure that, you know, get your mind on together or whatever. Absolutely. And you be aware of what's going on with your accounts. Yep. So we got Miss Teddy up here. Hello, Miss Teddy.
Hey, you know I've been with y'all all day. I just was hanging around, doing what I do up in here. I love it though. I can't say that enough. I love all y'all. I got 3 little things, but Mia, I wanna ask, or you can tell me again, because it really woke something up in my mind when she was saying the word conception meant what again? I was trying to write it down. Like a conceive, a thought. What did you say, Mia?
Like a new thought, like a conceived thought.
Yeah, I'm thinking that took me somewhere. You know how I do, y'all. I'm like, I got that one there. It was like, wait a minute.
Think about it when you say I never conceived. I couldn't conceive that. That's like a thought.
And I'm thinking to myself, that's like an awakening of the Christ. Like there it is. She conceived. Oh my God, that house. Every time I think about that, I'm like, wow, because that really could be applied to that whole mindset. You know, that awakening of Christ in us. when we wake up with that in us, meaning, that awakening that we are the power, we are it. That anyway, I want to share that. Here's another one, that Truman Show T. Let me tell you what happened to me with that one. That was an awakening for me, and I didn't know it. I probably went back to sleep after that. But what happened, I'll never forget this. Because I didn't have a career and I just had a job, I was a 9-to-5er. So therefore, and I hope this don't go off because I lost one of my ear things. Okay, therefore, like after I saw, I'm talking about right after I saw the movie. The next day, I get up, and the maybe was still on my subconscious. I go into my job. I go to the same spot I go because we had like a little area where they sold coffee. I would go in there and I get me a coffee. I saw the same people. But I never thought about it until after I saw the Truman Show. But it started like, really getting into me like, wait a minute. And I was almost like, when I turn around, this is me talking, standing in line. When I turn around, that man that always is sitting over there at the table and he would take up one table, but we didn't need it. And he would have a newspaper spread all the way out on it. This is every single day I went into work. So I said, when I turn around, he's going to be there. Sure enough, when I turned around, and I went to go to myself, am I really in a matrix? I mean, am I really in some kind of movie here? How do you break out of this? It was a deep experience for me. That's all I can say. Because like I said, I think maybe with the career, I don't know, you might get a different scene, but a 9-to-5, I was working for Marriott and I just kind of was an office job type thing. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It was like, yeah, that mental thing is real. Yeah. And at the end of the Truman Show, I loved how he broke out. That was the whole gist. How do you break out of this? How do you break out of this mind construct, this mind control? Yeah. Yeah. The very last thing is like, I want to say this, and you mentioned it yesterday for a minute. When I say I have a small circle, and it's not because, I have a small circle. That's just the truth. I never had a great big circle before because I never was like what they call, per se, the clique. Mm-hmm. But anyway, it's like I got to learn, and I'm starting to learn now when people, okay, let me just give you a small example. Like if I accidentally hit a number by mistake and I made a phone call. It was by mistake. Mm-hmm. And what they used to call a butt call, whatever. And when they answered the phone, I said, I am so sorry. I said, this was a mistake. I literally didn't mean to do this. It's something on my phone I hit. And they said, that's just God. That's just God wanting you to say hi. And, and I guess what I'm trying to say, I don't want to start getting into this thing where I have to constantly go back and forth about that with people. You know what I mean? So I guess it's my best thing just to say, okay, hi. You know what I mean? Because I don't know. Because at that very moment, I stopped and I'm ready to engage in conversation about God want me to stop and say hi. Why? Why? Why you want me to start saying hi to you right now? I just want to get into all of that. But to keep peace and to keep love, because I'm working out of love. That's real talk. Just don't get into all of that, huh? Just kind of go, okay.
Well, here's the question. Do you believe in accidents?
No, not per se. No.
So was it an accident that you called them?
I didn't call them. It wasn't conscious. I'll put it that way. It wasn't conscious.
Maybe you were on their mind.
Was it a mistake? Maybe because I was going to say, because my thing is, I surely wasn't consciously thinking to tell them hi. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to. And I mean, moving forward, that was just one example.
I get what you're saying. You don't want to feel like you always have to correct someone, but that's their belief.
No, not even correct. I don't even want to get into that anymore with people about it. But like I say, so I guess
but like I said, let people have their beliefs, and she believed that it was a God's intervention. You could be like, well, it was a law of attraction, whatever you want to call it, potato. Right. Y'all ended up on the phone together.
Yeah.
So you can, they gonna call it. It was God telling you needed to talk to them. I would say it's no accident. So it was a subconscious thing. that you doubt that person. Maybe you hadn't talked to them in a while, what have you. Maybe subconsciously you were thinking of them, and
No. Okay.
You said no.
Right.
you say you're not
mean,
receiving that one, huh?
I just wasn't.
Right. It's not that you had to be a long conversation, but like you said, it was an accident. So no, that was God saying you wanted to say, oh, okay, all right. How you doing? Okay, I gotta go.
That's
Talk to you
what I
later.
finally
Bye
did.
bye. Yep.
That's what I finally did. I was just saying that's what I did. I didn't even go into that. I just said, but I stopped. I did stop. I go that. Okay, hi.
Like someone said, be authentic. Just be yourself. I mean, the thing is, you don't have to not be yourself, right? Like, be yourself. That's enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, be yourself. That's enough. Yeah, there again. For me, there's no wrong or right answer. It's whatever you felt in that moment to do, which means whatever you thought to do was the right thing, right? Whatever you thought to do.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I just want to share that part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I want to ask somebody else. I just want to know about that Truman Show. Have anybody else ever experienced that, or was it just me? I'm just saying. After I saw it, like, do you ever? Well, I don't know different people's jobs or their way, but like, it's kind of like a routine. It's a constant routine that's already set out for you.
I wasn't working. I wasn't working when I watched the Truman Show. I was already not working. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I saw it a long time ago.
Okay. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I saw it years ago.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. It was recent for me because I'm not a big Jim Carrey fan. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm not his fan, but I just.
No. I'm not fan, but like I wouldn't go watch Jim Carrey.
Right. Okay.
I only watched it because people were talking about it, and I was like, oh, okay. That's like, oh yeah. I'm like, yeah, this is a good movie. Yeah. I'm like, wow. Especially when you understand about the mind and. Coming from that perspective, it's just like, because when I started on my journey started, it began with me like noticing that everybody, because in the beginning I used to say everybody's just lying. It's like it's just a lie. Like everything you hear on TV, they're not telling the truth about anything. They telling us what they want us to know. They're trying to get an emotional reaction out of what they're saying. Because they know people are led by their emotions. Like the person on YouTube said that they were told when they were in seminary school, they were told to lean into people's emotions. That's how I know it's not about your emotions, because people want to manipulate them. If the world is trying to get you to be emotional, then you know it's not about emotions, because the world wants you to use your emotions. You're not supposed to use your emotions. You're supposed to master your emotions, just like you're supposed to master your thoughts, right? Because they're trying to tell you how to feel, and they're trying to tell you how to think. That's why you have to master the mind and master the emotions. And so you're not supposed to make decisions from a fearful place, from a place of being all erratic, or like you're supposed to take time and step back and get centered, and not make rush decisions, and not be so emotional when making your decisions. That's why we were here in business. They would say they didn't want women in business because women were too emotional, that men supposedly knew how to separate their emotions from business, right? And that whole thing. Or we're like, oh, well, what is my heart telling me? And what is my heart? It's not about it's about what you're thinking. Think the best, and the best will come. Because it's not about how someone else makes you feel. It's about how you make you feel. And too many times we make decisions based on how someone else made us feel. Well, you shouldn't give somebody the power to make you feel anything. Like Reverend Ike would say, if they have the power to make you happy, they got the power to make you sad. Why you want to give somebody the power to make you sad? So you want to master your emotions like you master your mind. And it does seem like an endless loop. It does sometimes seem like, oh, we are creating from our emotions. You're creating from your thinking. Your thoughts are the ones that's what's creative. Your emotions are a byproduct of thought. It's a byproduct of thought. But because we've been so conditioned to be sense oriented, right? We're sense oriented. We're not supposed to be led by the senses. The senses will lie to you. Your eyes lie to you. Your hearing lies to you, right? Like smelling lie. That all lie. Your senses will lie to you. Say a cosmic joke. you know, so you'd be like, you thought you saw something and you didn't. You know, sometimes, you know, it'd be like, oh, I thought I saw this, and then you get close up on it, it ain't even what you thought it was, right? You thought you heard something, that's not what you heard. You got it wrong, you weren't really listening, or somebody said something and you interpreted it how you wanted them to say it. That's not what I said, but that's what I heard, right? Because you already got preconceived notions, you already got certain beliefs, and you'll take what someone says, or if someone doesn't use the exact same verbiage as you try to say, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm like, I'm just using a different word, but I'm saying the same thing. But I didn't say that. I said this. And like, but you're saying exactly what I said. You're just saying it in a different way, right? So we argue over how we communicate, you know, and it's just like, that's why you just got to your own self be true. Get to know you. Make decisions from your own state, right? And then you don't have to worry about what other people think, what other people say, because they shouldn't even be a part of the equation when it comes to your decision making. Right? Everything you're doing is because it benefits you. And then when you watch those titans or whatever, when you watch people in business and stuff, a lot of people were doing stuff that benefited them. They didn't really care about what other people think. I think the only one that really can't seem to care what other people think when I watch the titans of industry, and Merrill Lynch, the person that started Merrill Lynch, he really wanted to help the Main Street invest in Wall Street. He's the one that brought the stock market to Main Street. And he was having schools and he was teaching people on how to invest. And he was the one that was like, okay, he wasn't trying to take advantage of people. When he saw that the stock market was getting out of control, he told all of his investors, this is the time for you to sell your stock. Nobody else was telling people. Everybody was just riding away, riding before that 1929, that stock market crash hit. He could see that it was going to crash. And he told all his people, sell your stuff now. So all of them, they didn't lose all that money. They didn't, they were good because they listened to their stockbroker. And then he kind of got out of the stock market. He came back into it later. And when he came back into it later, he made it where the average person could invest in the stock market, because before then it was only the rich people. Only rich people invested in stock market. Everybody wasn't investing in stuff, not until Merrill Lynch came along, and they made it easier for the average person or the everyday working person to invest in stocks. So, but yeah, I think I'm gonna get ready to get on up out of here. It's going on 5:00. I need to go and cook for the family. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you YouTubers and TikTokers. It's always a pleasure. Thank you guys for joining. Definitely enjoyed the conversations that we had, right? Even those who don't necessarily agree, right? They help as well, help you sharpen your perspective about what it is you hold to be true for you, right? Even if you're in disagreement with them, right? Lets you see how people still think in this world, so you're not isolated. You're not living in an echo chamber, and you don't have your head in the sand. And some people will tell you need to have your head in the sand. It's okay. And for you to decide what it is you want to do, because it's okay to hear other people's perspectives and then allow other people to share, as long as it's not, combative. I mean, we do our best to try to make sure it's not combative. Sometimes it can go there, and that's okay, because remember, there's no judgment. Say we are the light. We are all light. That part. We are all light. Yes, thank you, Sunflower. We are all, it all serves a purpose, because we all in this together. Even though, people, it's just some people are asleep and some people are, and that's okay. That's okay. I think even those who may be trying to challenge it, they still are, if they allow themselves to just hear what the other person is saying, they will see we're all saying kind of the same thing. You know, it's sometimes the message get lost when it's wrapped up in religion. And if we could just pull back the onion and get to the center, get to the core of it all, you'll see all of it's based in belief anyway. It's all based in belief. Everyone's believing in something. Even if people say they don't believe, they believe. Because the world is based off belief. You don't know a thing until you experience it. And then sometimes the things that you know aren't beneficial for you. So you have to change what you know anyway. Because what you know is not benefiting you. So you're going to have to change what you do know. And that takes what? Believing something else. Accepting something else. So you can experience what? Something else. So with that being said, thank you guys. Have a great, wonderful evening. And I'll talk to you later. Right, Kevin? They believe that they don't believe. All right. Good night, guys. Bye-bye.